Hey guys, how's it going? A little bit late here, but here we go. That's okay. For the most part. Do a quick audio check. That's okay. Yeah, it's fine. There we go. Over here. Oops. Right, okay, let's go. Let's get in. I think I've done all my challenges, I think, or at least most of them anyway. Melee. Oh yeah, I've already melee kill. Probably not gonna happen. Can give it a go, I suppose. What was my loadout I was using? Centennial Shorty Silence. I don't think I need to use that though. We'll roll with that. Oh, there we go, straight in. Robbers around on. There we go. Taking a little while. What's the play game was saying? 22k. Oh shit. What's Marathon saying? 9k is not good, but it's on the opposite. It's on the opposite time scales or whatever. It's like more popular in America. Hunt's more popular in the EU, so it's like the belt, like the curve is flipped between the games. I think marathon players are also insecure about player counts. It's just that everyone keeps going on about the player counts, so they've kind of it's kind of made everything the public discussion about the player counts of the games because everybody keeps talking about the player counts of the game, but it's not the marathon players that care about it because I've been in much of the same position that marathon will be in this similar sort of place as Hunt Showdown, and I was pretty much correct on that so far. It just sort of happened sooner than I thought it would have done. Because apparently Marathon's too hardcore. Yes, losing makes the game hardcore now. Just babies, man. Baby gamers, mate. I tell you. Can you imagine if, like, Super Mario came out today, just like, as the state of game is today, like, they'd all be crying it's too hard. Got a horse going off over there? I think. I think I'm on scrap beak as well. I am. be one of the pointless, don't blow me up. Fucking red barrel, yeah. Perfect place for an alert fucking trip mine, but just shots on yourself or allies. So ready. I don't think that was ever gonna happen, bro. You wanted that melee kill though, man. I should have got my fucking melee out already. Some crazy shit. I only need one melee. How's he getting there? No footsteps. Guy's got no name. Cheating bastard. With no name, not a single footstep. Like, how are you getting that far without no footsteps, bro? Guy's got no name either. Cheater. Can't even get to his profile, man. Just an obvious fucking cheater right there. Is this the dude? Is it Beelzebub by any chance? Is it this dude? So one of these dudes here killed me. The guy's got no name in game. No footsteps. No anything. All these sad loser cheaters that need all the advantages because they can't handle losing. Can't deal with losing in a video game. As they tell themselves that they're better players and better gamers. But they need all the cheats to be able to have an advantage, but will claim to be the best. Claim to be superior, but they need training wheels. They need to play the game on easy mode while claiming they're superior. It's like peak delusion. It's like the God delusion or something, like the Viltrumite delusion, like where those who have like all the powers think that they're the superior ones, but for some reason they want to they think everyone else will be subjugated to them, and that even though they're playing the game basically on easy mode because they have all the power, they don't want to work for anything either. It's like surely all those with the power should do all the hard work and all the labor and, you know, all the actual hard work, but the mentality that these people have is that they put themselves at a higher pedestal and subjugate everybody else, even though the opposite should technically be true. Anyway, a bunch of sad loser cheaters anyway that are just using the beetle to pretend like they're getting cover, like they're getting knowledge of where I am. They just send the beetle out and say, look, we'll get the information. We already know where he is, but we'll send the beetle out to make him expose himself, and then we'll just go bang, kill him straight away. I was already in position, already on the perfect position to kill me. Always when you take people out better than they can take you out, you'll always have to have the cheaters that suddenly just run in all of a sudden and take you out, man. So apparently it was a player called Iggy who didn't show up on the replay, and their profile's completely redacted, and we couldn't see them in game. We cycled through every single player. We cycled through every player and we found no Iggy. We got this beanie dude. I don't know if I cycled through everybody, man, but it seemed like I cycled through like most of the people, man. But I don't know if I went all the way around or not. But yeah, it didn't seem to show up on spectate, but I don't think I cycled through everyone. But yeah, this Iggy here, www undefined. Apparently can't look at them, can't click their profile, can't report them. Just a cheater. Sad loser cheaters that just can't handle losing in a video game. They can't handle being inferior. Their mentality just can't take it. They're not able to get good. They can't get good, and then they have to delude themselves with this stupid shit. Like, and like the worst part of it is that just like when you're in an argument with these like cheaters and cheater defenders. Or like like even when you're like arguing with people about marathon, like people who are wrong, they have no arguments. They can't even explain to you, these cheaters couldn't explain to you why they cheat or what they're getting out of cheating. If you broke it down, just like the raw this is what happens. You could never make a cheater realize the reality of it. There's so many layers of like delusion to obfuscate reality for a cheater that you could never get through to them. That you're just wasting your own time. What do you gain by cheating? What are you gaining by cheating? Because you're not playing the game either. Like, no one's playing the game. People make games, but then no one plays the game. Like, it just, all the meaning of anything is gone. What's happening at that point? What's the process? What's the meaning of anything? And you would never be able to get a cheater to explain themselves ever, never. Too many layers of delusion. A challenge right out. What up? The reality is that cheaters they just wouldn't dare to ever engage in any kind of like honest debate because they know they'll lose, innit? They know they don't have anything really. Like everything is just based on complete delusional thinking from the beginning. So any kind of attempt to try and peel back the layers of the onion, it's just an impossible task for a cheater to do. They can't ground themselves in reality. Because then it would dispel the magic trick to a degree. You'd be like, well, why are you doing it then? Because it's fun. Well, what's fun about pretending to play a game just so that you can see a windscreen or inflict some imaginary level of misery onto another player? Because the other player just thinks you're sad, pathetic. That you're not playing the game, I can't play the game. The people who develop the game have wasted their lives like developing the game because nobody gets to play the game. And then the cheaters are like, what, you find what entertainment out of wasting everyone's time, including your own? And everyone just knows that you're just trash. Like, what is the gain? What is the gain of the cheater? What does the cheater gain in the situation? And that's the mystery, right? What does the cheater gain from the cheating? What is being gained? I mean, you can't even say, well, we've created a platform where we get to make all the money and control who is good at the game and who isn't good at the game. But then it's like, well, then haven't you just built a prison for yourself? Haven't you just built a prison? Because it's just a prison for you to pretend to play the video game. At that point, it's just a prison of your own making. Like everything else is just an illusion wrapped around a prison cell that you've built for yourself. Because there's nothing to have gained from that either. What's the point of having all the money in the world? What's the point of being the most powerful thing or having all the money in the world if everything that you do to get it is pretend? Like, what's the point? What's the point of it? It's like a glass prison or something. It's like it's a prison of your own making. It's like you're living in an illusion. You have all the money and the power, but you're just living in a prison of playing pretend forever to maintain that grip of power. It's not real. I on Butcher? Or is that just a meathead? It's just a meathead. Oh, is there someone behind me? I was hearing water devils. Wrong button. Can we land it from here, maybe? I don't know. Got it. There we go. Somebody opened that already. Somebody's opened that already. Somebody's got here already before me. No footsteps. Where's the spawn point here? Probably one here, maybe. Still, that hive didn't go off. No sign that anybody came into the area. These fucking zombies haven't been aggroed. Everyone's just got serpent, really? So he came around here, smashed through the window, got it, didn't trigger anything. Not the hive, not nothing. Didn't even hear the window being smashed. How does that happen? And anyway, how does that happen? Because I spawned on this point, so a dude's ran in, smashed the window, not triggered the hive, not triggered the zombie, got the point and jumped back out, and not heard anything. That's what I'm saying, when the mysterious nature of how people move around the map without making noise. If you're moving around that quick, you're running. Everyone can... no one ever misses. No one ever misses, bro. No one ever misses, bro. Oh, no fucking stamina thing, please. Come on, bro. Unbelievable, man. Like... Crytek, please, can we just change this, like, revive with no stamina shit? Like, it's extremely annoying to not revive with any stamina at all. Not even for one melee attack at all. These fucking dogs, bro. We need something in the game, man, like a trait or something to make you revive, like so you have at least some stamina. Like, if you get raised in that and you've got all these enemies around you, like players and fucking AI, and you have no stamina, like you literally can't do nothing but die again. I don't understand what the balance, where the balance around not having stamina and revive is at. What's the stamina? Like, what's the reasoning behind it? Because if I had a shotgun, I'd just get up and bang the dude, one tap the dude with a shotty. But it can't be like oh, well, melee's just really powerful, you can just kill people, like, close to you. Well, if I had a shotty, I could bang people out with a shotty. So, like, you know, if I can do it with a shotty, I should be able to do it with a melee weapon. Like, why should I have my stamina, like, removed from me on revive? Oh yeah. Getting close to the end, man. Only a few levels left. Is it armored hellhounds and sharks? That's pretty much it. It's like if it's a running thing, like, oh, we don't want you to be able to like run fast or something because you've got stamina, makes you able to escape more. Well, you could just make people breathless but still have stamina, right? So you could at least have a melee hit in. I think that color on the screen looks a little bit different to my actual screen here. A bit greener than it does on my screen. It's probably a bit closer. How it is. I still think it looks completely different when it's actually streamed. Like it looks like close to what it looks like on my screen on the monitor, but like I think on actual stream, I think it looks different even to that. I think it's not quite right. I think it still looks a bit green. It's not as yellow. The mats marking the Henry. Well, I hit it, but what a kill. There's that. There's somebody creeping or fire burning. Fire burning. Head towards the watchtower. The cable's getting cut back in my desk. Mouse fucking cable. Was something through the wall or something? Couch now. What was I looking at? There was something through the wall or something. There we go. Fucking... It must have been what it was, right? Through the wall that I could see, right? Within the Plata. I don't want us to get this, see where everything is. There's somebody over there. Oh. What is it there? He has been in here, though. Somebody is coming. Bad shooting. Probably not a self-reviver with let us hear somebody. It was a self-reviver, holy shit. Must have got a partner that necroed real fast. Oh, I heard somebody for a second. Carbine. It's ambient noise, I think. The Plata. What's fighting going on here earlier? I don't know if that's the person that was shooting it earlier. Fucking hell, it gives me a heart attack every time. Never mind. Donovan's. Dude, what? Bro, straight in the face. Open it for a second. A step on our ladder, I heard then. Can I jump in through that window? Is it too small? I don't know. There's a trap on it. The old bear trap. What? I've got to stop that burning now. He got his mate up while he was burning. How does he get his mate up while he's also burning? So the dude took a fucking shot and just carried on burning and then just got his mate up while he was burning. And then when I get up, I have to shoot both of them at the same time. Like what? Like what? I just shot this dude in the chest for 97 damage. Oh, it's the other dude, sorry, it's the other dude. Yeah, let's go back. Hand crossbow. This is what I got hit with. Cyclone, no. Yeah, so 97 damage in the chest. I hit this dude for 97 damage in the chest. And then the dude carries on burning and then gets his mate up while he's burning to death. Guy's burning. Look, opponent status. Bleeding and burning. Is that what that is? Is that bleeding? Right, so he's bleeding and burning. Right, I'm bleeding from crossbow. He's bleeding and burning. So he's bleeding and burning, yet he's gonna revive his mate at the same time. So he's hold up. So he's bleeding and he's burning. He hits me with a crossbow and then stabs me with a melee. Right? This CB dude. So I kill his mate, famine. CB hits me with his crossbow for 112. I hit him for 97 damage, burning and bleeding. And then he hits me again for a crossbow, stabs me down to death. And then he literally... I revive, right? I revive. And then his mate Famine hits me for 138 damage in the lower torso after he's been revived. And Famine gets hit for 97 damage in his chest. All the while, CB then stabs me with a melee weapon. All the while, CB is 97 HP initial damage, and he's burning and he's bleeding. And somehow he's doing all of this while burning and bleeding. He's getting his mate up. He's hitting me with a crossbow, stabbing me to death, getting his mate up off the ground. His mate's slapping me in the fucking torso, and then he's finishing me off with the melee weapon. All while he's basically burning and bleeding to death from 97 damage. So the dude's got literally 53 HP left, and he did all of that on 53 HP. Of course he did. Yeah, nothing suspicious going on there at all, guys. You are bleeding. It says status effect on him, bleeding and burning. Is that not the bleed symbol? This is the bleed symbol, right? This is damage done to me, so this is bleeding. Outbound, damage, CB, burning, bleeding. So it says opponent status, burning, bleeding. If that's bleeding, because that's my status, so I'm taking the hand crossbow, causing bleed, then CB here, opponent status, is burning and bleeding. 128 KD, so he's got a better KD than I do. Less bounty. Oh, look, and he's got the demon tongue of mockery, like, la, I cheated you, la. So, guys, 100% a cheater. 100% cheating. Halifax, aimbot. I mean, I don't understand the mockery when all you're doing is exposing that you're just a cheater and that you can't beat. Legitimately, like, surely you're like, I can't fathom it. I don't understand the mentality. You're showing that you're crap at the game and that you're worthless, yet somehow I'm the one to be mocked, even though you're the one that's trash. Make it make sense, man. It's like literally like a fucking, it's like an ant telling you that you're bad at games, and this is like, what are you talking about, bro? You're just an ant, bro. Hey Joe, how's the gaming going? Not too bad, I suppose. It's been kind of cheaty as usual, standard. But how you doing, Tom, man? What's cracking? You all good? And then Famine, his partner here, who's just the edgelord loser. Yeah, man, cool. Yeah, the first dude that cheated me, literally, like, his profile was inaccessible. Couldn't look at his profile. And this dude is seemingly able to do so much while burning and bleeding to death. And it was it a scrape beak? Go back to the fight. So that's why he's bleeding, because he hit the scrape beak. He hit the scrape beak. Whatchamacallit, the barbed wire in it. So the guy's bleeding this whole time. So right now he's bleeding. He's bleeding. He's still bleeding. He's bleeding. He's still bleeding. Now he's set on fire. Now he's bleeding and he's burning to death, but he's reviving his partner while he's bleeding. He's bleeding and burning to death. He's still burning to death. He's shooting me and fucking meleeing me. He's burning and bleeding to death. The dude at the stop, before I even hit the dude for the burn damage, the dude was already bleeding. He was bleeding out, and then I hit him for 97 damage. So he's beyond 100 health. He's got like 40-ish health left. And then from that point of having about 40-ish health left, the guy's burning and bleeding, revives, get up, he's still burning, still bleeding. Look here. Right? So Famine picks up the thing. I kill Famine. Right, he's stepped into barbed wire. He's bleeding now. He's now bleeding. Burning only affects not if you are burning. If you're burning, you're taking burn damage. How's that shot not a hit anyway? Is that fucking not a hit, bro? Maybe it's just past his head. The guy's bleeding right now. The guy's bleeding to death. The guy's literally on fire. He's burning. He's bleeding. The guy's burning. The guy's bleeding. Sure. Since when did they make that change? Since when did they make the change that burning no longer burns over time? Since when? I've literally been burning to death when I've had like one chunk left. Since when did that change? It doesn't change the fact that he's still bleeding though, isn't he? He's still bleeding. Since when are you immune to taking burn damage when you got 50 HP left? Since when? It does burn over time. It goes from right to left. It doesn't attack your active HP. It attacks your max. It's always been like that. Yeah, so you're losing health over time. You're burning to death. If I stand in fire and I stay in that fire and I'm burning, I will burn to death. Yeah, no, you're losing health. There's a player over there, I think. I was trying to sneak past. So when you got about 40 HP left, what you do is revive the teammate while you're burning and bleeding, and then even after you've been revived, you're still burning and bleeding, and you're still attacking, and you're still burning and bleeding, and you've literally only got about 40 HP left. If you're standing in fire, if you're on fire, you'll burn to death. What are you talking about? You're not immune to burn damage just because you're on your last fucking health chunk. What are you on about? Well, you'll head to Watchtower. So I just heard a fucking silent shot then, right? Anyway, those knives are gone. With someone I heard fucking silent shots then. Am I just hearing noise from items, or is there a dude up here? Oh, wrong way. What? This guy fucking no footsteps, bro. You see this guy move around, no footsteps, bro. The guy moved around, literally, silently, completely. The guy's got wall hacks. Absolutely got wall hacks, bro. Fun to move around like that, to know what I'm doing. Wall hacks, bro. Full wall hacks, bro. I knew exactly where I was the whole time, moving around me, bro. 743 hours on record, man. Another cheat idiot in Hunt. What a surprise. Yeah. Obviously cheating. Like, moving around. Like, literally, I can't even hear this dude moving. Like, I can hear running footsteps over fire. It doesn't matter if I'm in the fire or nothing. And I've proven it so many times in my videos. That you can hear footsteps running through fucking fire and shit. You can fucking hear that shit. There's another cheater. Like, what's the clip about? What's the clip about, man? I'm not clicking on anything, bro. I like how you brought, for example, proving me right about how burning works in the game. We're gonna prove it right now. We're gonna have a look how burning works right now. You burn to death. What's your point? If you're on your last chunk of health, you burn to death. You take damage over time from burning. Like anybody, like what's your argument? You're not immune to burn damage. Like why are you coming with this fantasy that you're immune to burn damage? Why did you invent this fantasy that you don't take burn damage when you're on your last chunk? Why do I need to watch your clip when I've just shown you burn damage burns you to death? Literally inventing fantasies in your heads. Burn damage burns you to death. It burns you over time. Why am I being disingenuous? I set myself on fire and then watch myself burn to death. What's disingenuous about it? Instead of saying a statement, qualify it with the actual explanation. Okay? If you're going to say I'm disingenuous, say the reason why. Don't just say I'm disingenuous, say why. Because then you'll find out I'm not actually being disingenuous. If you had a reason. Clip proves me right. I've just proven that I was right. Burning does damage over time. I don't need to watch the clip. I've just shown you. I've just shown you. I've just counteracted any argument that you have and proven you wrong. I don't need to watch the clip. I've just proven it here. Give me one reason why your clip trumps what I've just shown what happens in the game mechanics. Literally inventing fantasies that burn damage doesn't do damage to you over time. It's just insane. Like the mental gymnastics and the fabrication of reality you got to do just to try and say that I'm wrong all the time. It's just insane. If you're set on fire, you lose health over time. You burn to death. Okay, Joe, here's why you're being super fucking degenerate right now. You went into that shooting range with only 50 HP max. The enemy still had max HP. Why do you think the max HP argument is an argument? We're talking about him taking damage over time. What relevance has his max HP got to do with anything here? You're literally inventing an argument that doesn't exist. What does max HP have to do? What's the relevancy to this conversation at all? Alright, go into the shooting range with max 150 and take damage and then burn. Why? What's the difference? You do damage over time, yes or no? Yay or nay? Then what's the difference then? Why don't you just explain what the difference is? Why do I have to go in 150 HP or 50 HP? What difference does it make? No, it wouldn't. You can just clear it all up by stating what the reason is. The dude hit barbed wire. The dude's taking bleed damage. The dude's in a fight with me taking bleed damage. He's probably taking maybe 5 HP, 6 HP in bleed damage alone, just in the initial attack with me. So the guy's got 44 health. I slapped the dude for 97 HP. So the dude's got less than 50 HP left, and he's burning to death and bleeding. So what is this max HP argument hold any relevancy whatsoever? I'm not wrong. Again, burn only goes after max HP. What? It's not. What are you even talking about, Barney? It doesn't. Your argument makes no sense. You take burn damage over time. If you're set on fire, you are taking damage over time. True or false? I don't need to watch the clip. If the guy's taking burn damage, he's taking damage over time. I'm not immune to being burnt to death because I have 50 HP left. Right, let's watch Barney's stupid clip. That somehow this is going to argue around the fact that when you are on fire, you take burn damage. Somehow this is going to clear everything up. That somehow this is going to argue around somehow you're going to argue around that this makes him immune to burn damage, right? Yeah, but what argument does he have? The dude has like 40 HP left. What's your argument, bro? Does it change the fact that the guy is literally already at a decifit of less than 50 HP? The guy's got 50 HP max. That's all he has left. By the time that he's burning, the dude has 50 HP left. Do you not understand what you're being told? Like, his burn chunks would have burnt away almost instantly, bro. The guy's still bleeding to death. He's bleeding and he's burning, but somehow he's able to revive everybody up within that space of time. How long does it take to bleed to death at like 44 HP? DLC fire, what are you on about? So get another character then. Is this full health? Full health character. Probably should have bought some Constantina mines or something with me. Maybe I can find some in game. Let's see what weapons we can find in here. I should have brought a Constantina in or something like that. Choke bleeds, right? So regular stalker beetle, isn't it? Fucking hell, I'm not talking about. Fire beetle, regular stalker beetle. Sorry, my mistake. Fortunately, I set myself on fire at the same time. Bear in mind, this is what will be happening to him. So he's reviving somebody off of the ground. So he's reviving. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. He's reviving somebody off of the ground and burning to death and bleeding to death at the same time. So, given the amount of time that he would have been at less than 50 health. So he would have been bleeding like before that. Let's revive. Cancel. Revive. Find a, maybe I can just jump in this fire. So the guy would have taken damage already from the bleed. He was fighting with me already. So if we take the fact that he's already going to have taken some damage, took the 97 damage. Oh, can I not do that? Oh, fuck's sake. I don't think I even have a weapon. Wait for my health to revive. I can't do it. I need more health back. I'm gonna have to heal first. So you'd have been bleeding. Let's go now. Step out of the fire. So he's got to revive somebody 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's got to get his mate up. And then, when his mate is up, he's then fucking meleeing me as well. Bearing in mind he bled. I don't know how much damage he take to bleed. So like, how much damage did he take to bleed? Because he was fighting for me for at least a couple of seconds, right? So how much bleed time is that over time? Like 4 HP, 3 HP, 4 HP, 5 HP. The guys are around 46 HP. The guy's burning, the guy's bleeding, and it takes at least 5 seconds to revive your teammate. And then he's got to stop the bleed. But then when he gets back up, he's still on fire and stabs me to death while he was still on fire during that entire engagement. And you want to kind of make excuses that he's able to survive this kind of punishment in that amount of time. Well, you're always going to make the excuse that he has this and that fucking argument all the time. You'll always make whatever the reason has to be, except ignore the fact that the dude's got like hardly any game time, and the fact that he's got a private profile and he's doing the tongue mocking you. Just ignore all the obvious signs of a dude cheating. Just ignore the signs. Just always make excuses that has to defend people rather than just be suspicious. Why can't you just at the very least, even if you don't think that they are cheating, at least go, well, it is very suspicious that those set of circumstances did happen. You can't even do that. You can't even be suspicious. You're always on the defense to excuse cheaters for everything. Everything that has to explain away their actions, that's the excuse you're going to go with. Not, oh, that is suspicious. He could have had this. No, he had Serpent. No, he had Bloodless. No, he had Bulwark. No, he had this. No, he had that. Everybody's got everything that they need to explain everything away. Even when people are jumping and they're making no noise, people will go Lightfoot in chat multiple times, even though that Lightfoot doesn't do that anymore. Or people will still make the excuse immediately to jump to Lightfoot to literally excuse away, even though it doesn't work and isn't an argument. And all it proves is that you guys will jump to the defense of cheaters every time, all the time, for everything, even when it's not relevant. What's happening, base dude? Right, it's more likely. Yeah, okay, so if in a 12-player game, if 20% of the player base is cheating, then you will have cheaters in 91% of your games. And the likelihood of having just one cheater is less likely than having 2, 3, or 4 cheaters in your game. So if you've got cheaters in your game, you're going to have multiple of them. So you tell me what's more likely. They're always conveniently explaining game mechanics away from them, or the fact that you have cheaters in your games around 91% of the time or more. I don't understand math at all. Right, then AI doesn't understand math at all then, that's what he's saying. He's saying that basically an advanced computer, that one of its only tasks that it's good at is doing maths, can't do probabilities. Is it true that Hunt has a new anti-cheat? I don't think so. I've not heard anything. Is it? Is that a thing? Are people saying that? Is that a thing? Um, new anti-cheat. Now using both EAC and AnyBrain. Oh, they're using AnyBrain, using the AI anti-cheat now, are they? Apparently, 23rd of March. See, that's fucking working well. Doesn't I think Grey Zone Warzone uses it, and so does Arc Raiders, I believe. It doesn't work there, so yeah. 23rd of March. So that was a month ago. They now use AnyBrain. Cheaters are just as bad as they've ever been in Hunt Showdown. What are you talking about? Yeah, well, AI only knows what it's been told, but if AI can't do basic math, then AI would be unusable. You see, you're not able, Barney, you're not able to separate the difference between a political talking point or what somebody goes to look for something like, I don't know, um, about something, information about a subject, right? You go and look for it. There's a difference between telling people a narrative about a topic and having to be correct on basic math and logic, right? If it didn't work with basic math and logic, AI would be unusable as a product, and therefore you wouldn't be able to sell AI. If you want AI to recontextualize truths or recontextualize points, it has to first work being able to do basic maths and basic logic. Otherwise, how would you ever build up trust in your user to lie about other topics that people aren't easily able to discern the truth about, such as the shape of the earth or space or anything outside of people's everyday reality that they can't confirm for themselves? Anything like that. If you can't confirm the things that people can confirm for themselves by using a calculator or just basic arithmetic, then people wouldn't have faith in AI to tell them what is true. So if you can't do that, then you can't lie to them about the things that they can't prove for themselves, can you? So you can tell people what to think about certain topics or lean towards certain political ideologies, things that people can't really confirm or struggle with dealing with the truth of things in their everyday lives. You can't get around lying about maths and basic logic because these things are they're built on things that have to be true. If they don't work, then nothing works. So the AI can't be sold as a product if it can't do those basic things. So if they're going to use AI to manipulate and lie people about what the truth of things are, it has to be able to get the things that people can confirm for themselves correct. Otherwise, you can't lie about anything else that they can't confirm for themselves. They'll disbelieve or distrust AI, wouldn't they? So you're not able to disassociate between a topic that can be lied about and actual things that are provably true in your day-to-day life, like mathematics, like logic. Okay, that's the difference. So maybe don't make stupid arguments, Barney. Maths says it's round. No, maths doesn't say it's round. Maths can say it's triangular. I could do a whole bunch of mathematics that say the Earth is shaped like a triangle. It doesn't mean that it is. Okay, maths can describe. Maths isn't the thing that proves things. No, 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 no. Maths can't be wrong. Maths is never wrong because it's just maths. 2 plus 2 always equals 4. Like, you can't change what quantity will add to or equal to depending on the equation. You can't change what the maths is. You can invent, I can make a whole entire world from my imagination and use mathematics to prove how the physics of that planet would work. The planet doesn't exist, okay? Because maths describes quantity, measurements, and things that can be described using numerical values of quantity and such, right? That's what mathematics is. It's not something that proves things true, right? Maths doesn't prove things, it describes like quantity and measurements and such. No, because 2 plus 3 equals 5. No, no, because if you have 3 things and then add 2 more things to that thing, then you have 5. So you can't say 2 plus 3 equals 7 because it doesn't. But I could say, here's a planet called Planet Retard, and on Planet Retard, it uses an oxygen of this amount, and it has a gravity pull of this value, and it has a mass of this, and I can use mathematics to tell you how the physics of this planet would be. But the planet doesn't exist, but the mathematics is still true. If that was what the quantities were, then that's what it would equate to. But you can't go 2 plus 3 equals 7. No, it'll always equal 5, because that's what the quantity is. But you could use math to describe things that don't exist. Right, and those math equations tell us the Earth is round. No, it doesn't. You have mathematics of a spheroid Earth, but you can't prove that there's mathematics or anything to do with the spheroid Earth. They're just the mathematics you're told is true, but you haven't validated or verified that they are, because the mathematics doesn't prove the shape. It just proves that the math work. You can make the maths work anyway. Then how? How, Barney? How does it? How do maths? How do you work out that the ball earth mathematics is true? How do you confirm it? And then we'll move off of this topic once you realize that you can't do that. How do you confirm your spheroid mathematics works and is correct? Is well, you can prove that it works. So I should recontextualize what I mean. Like, you can prove like sphere earth mathematics works, but can you prove the spheroid mathematics are true to the shape of the earth? Horizon distance formula, no, because you can do the same on a flat earth and you can do the same maths for that, and it works on flat earth as well. You're using the same observation. Like the flat earth mathematics uses the same observations. Yes, it does. Yeah, it does. The proof that Earth were flat, all objects will simply get smaller. Objects do get smaller. What are you talking about? Not disappear from the... Yeah, no, they do. They disappear from the bottom up. I've proven this. I've shown this. I've shown this. I've shown you using physics that it would have to happen. Has to happen. As a function of perspective. You can't get around it. You've already been shown it, Barney, so we don't need to go anywhere. Like, I've already shown you the diagram. You have to... You can't ignore the physics. Straight line. You got the eye. This will be your middle of your eye. You see everything through perspective, so the ground slants up towards your perspective to your eyesight. So it would slant. The ground would slant up to your middle of your eye, right? The ground would slant up to the middle of your eye. The ground can't go above this point. The further it goes into the distance, the ground can't go above this point, because then it would be above the ground. So that can't happen due to the law of physics and the way that your eyes work, which means there's just going to be a point where your eye resolution, the bottom portion of your eye here, can't resolve anything below this line at distance based on the physics of how your eye works. You can't escape the physics. Yeah, it does. It does. It does. Image of beach horizon. There we go. Image of beach horizon. Okay, images. Here we go. On a beach. Here we go. You see that? This is the ground here. You see how the ground rises up towards the center of your view, to the center of the camera. You see how it goes up? Do you see how the ground goes up towards the center from your position? The ground goes up. We know that the ground is actually flat. Like, we know that it's flat at this point, that you're looking at a straight line. But when you look out into the distance, the ground rises up to your eye level. It goes up. So all we're doing is going into an orthogonal view and just drawing this how it would be based on the lines of perspective from a sideways point of view. So we would know that eventually the middle point of your eye, which is where you could see into the distance, the horizon line, eventually that line of the ground, that line rises up due to how you see the world, not how the world actually is, mind you. Don't get distracted, don't get confused. We're talking about how you see the world, not how the world actually is. Like, you don't see the world how it actually is. Your eyes see the world based on how you see through the law of perspective. That's how you see the world. It's not how it actually is. It's like a fish with a fish eye. Like a fish would see the world differently to you because it has a fish eye lens or whatever. So a fish would see the world completely differently to you do because of the shape of its eyes and the way it sees. So we see the world in a certain way, and it's the law of perspective. So as we see here, right? As we see here, the ground goes up to our eye level, it rises up. So all I'm doing is drawing this out in a sideways view. And so we'll know that the ground would eventually have to reach the middle portion of your eye, and that the ground wouldn't be able to go above it, because if it did, it would mean it was above the ground. So it can't do that. Physically impossible, unable to do that, can't do it. So it'd have to essentially be squashed to a point where the eye just can't resolve it. It's invisible to the eye because the eye can't do it. So anything that would be further beyond this point would disappear from the bottom up. And we can see that happen on a table with a coin. As you push it back, you get a camera and you put the camera halfway below the table so that you're mimicking this would be the table edge. So you mimic that this was the table edge, and then you'd move the coin further back along the table and it would disappear from the bottom up, because we're trying to replicate the bottom portion of your eye being unable to resolve the lower portion of the ground. But Joe, the horizon gets further away from you as you get higher off the ground. Yeah. Yeah. So when you rise the camera above the table, you'll then see the coin again, won't you? Because you've now elevated your position high enough to be able to see along the ground that before you couldn't see because you had a limited angle. You can't see beyond this point because your lower portion of your eye can't resolve that angle. But if I were to move up, if I were to move this eye up, then this line here would go higher, and therefore I'd see further of the ground, wouldn't I? As I go up, I'd see more of the ground as I got higher. As I went up, this middle line would go higher, and therefore more of the ground would be visible, wouldn't it? Right? All I'm doing is drawing a sideways view of what happens due to law of perspective. Again, the ground doesn't reach up to your eye. So what's happening here? So why does the ground reach up to the eye here then? Why does that happen here then? Why does the ground rise up? So why does the ground rise up then in your eyes? I'm not straw manning anybody, Barney. No one's straw manning you. No one's straw manning you, Barney. I'm making a point and you're not reacting to the points being made. Why? The proof that objects will get smaller and not disappear from the bottom up. So we're talking about that. So we're talking about the bottom up. So the distance from the formula is the fact that the formula accurately predicts. Yeah, but the same formula, if you're using this theory, would also be true. You're assuming you have to affirm that the Earth is a curve, and you're just projecting the globe Earth maths over the visible phenomena, but you're ignoring another completely possible explanation for what you're seeing. All you're doing is ignoring one and saying, no, this is the correct one because we know that it's a ball Earth, and we've made the maths work with the observation. You still haven't proven that you're on it. Just because you've made the maths work with the observation doesn't mean that that's true in nature. When you're looking at the horizon, you're looking down at it. How can you be that? You're always on top of the ball. So if you're on top of the ball and you're looking down the horizon, why does the ground rise up to your eye level then? Bearing in mind that you're not looking down because you're always going to be looking straight ahead. You're not looking down because gravity would always make you down. You're not looking down. Gravity would always mean you was on top of the ball. So if you were looking straight out, you're not looking down. No, I'm not genuinely stupid. You are genuinely stupid that can't understand basic things you're being told. Basic things that you're observing. You're trying to tell me I'm looking down. When I'm looking out at the ocean at the horizon, you're trying to claim I'm looking down, even though I'm standing upright and gravity would mean I would be looking straight ahead. Gravity is not affecting where my eyes are looking. If you're 6 feet tall, that means the ground is roughly 6 feet below your eyes. How have you come to that conclusion? Is this ground rising upwards the way you're looking, true or false, Barney? It's that simple. Does the ground rise up True or false? Is this not higher? Is this not a higher point than this point? Is it not going up based on perspective? Not reality, based on perspective, how you see the world, which isn't the same thing as reality. It is at a higher point. Visually, it's at a higher point. You're trying, like, Barney, listen to me. Perspective and how you see the world is not how the world really is. Do you understand that point, Barney? Do you understand those two things? Do you understand how you see the world is not how the world actually is? Do you understand that, Barney? Do you understand the difference between those 2 points? The way you see the world based on your eyes is not how the world actually is. Do you understand that? No, it's not about that we see the world is flat. We know that we see the world through the law of perspective, which you guys deny. What you guys do is you take how your eyes work and the law of perspective and you reify it on top of a globe and you use the measurements of perspective and say that that's globe earth maths. No, you're putting two things together and saying that it's true. No, no, no. We're taking things based on just the facts that it's perspective alone. We're not reifying shapes of the earth or anything. We understand at the first and foremost point, this is the law of perspective, not measurements of the earth of any kind. So, do you understand that how you see the world is not how the world actually is? If that was true, then you'd be able to answer these questions like an adult, Barney, if that was true. If I understood very little, you'd be able to answer me immediately without obfuscating. No, you haven't. You want to answer other points that I'm not making. We're talking about the things that I'm talking about, not the things that you're talking about. We're talking about, do you understand that how you see the world is not how the world actually is? Do you understand that statement? Do you understand the difference? Do you understand how you see the world is not how the world is? Do you understand that? True or false? It's not a statement that you have to make an essay for. It's just a true or false statement. We're on the math. No, 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 no. We're not on the math. We're on what the conversation went in when I read your initial questions and statements. You're trying to go back on things as now we are where we are on this particular conversation. We're not shifting any points. We're only going down the lines of conversation that you went down, and this is where we're at. No, you're shifting it right now because you're refusing to answer simple questions. Do you understand that the way that you see the world perspective is not how the world actually is? Do you understand that? No, we went to perspective off of what you said about objects disappearing from the bottom up. So we're addressing that statement that you made. See, Barney, you're just disingenuous and you're a liar. You made a statement about a particular point, and now we're talking about the point you made. And you can't even be honest about that. You're just a liar, Barney. This is how we see the world. We see the world through perspective. And all you do is draw those lines on an orthogonal viewpoint, a sideways view, and you will understand why there's going to be a point at which you can no longer see the ground that you're standing on in the distance because of this limited resolution to the bottom portion of your eye. And we can replicate this using a model, which is what you do in science. In science, when there is a limitation at the hypothesis stage, when you can't manipulate the independent variable. In this case, the independent variable will be the horizon. We can't manipulate the independent variable of the horizon because it's forever out of reach. So we can't actually do real science on it. We have to use pseudoscience in this particular instance, and we have to invent a model, which is what you do in science when there is a limitation in the hypothesis stage. We make models to try and hypothesize what actually happens there because we can't do it in reality with a limitation of what we're able to do. So what we do is we understand what the mechanics are. We look at perspective, and we see, right, we understand that we look out in the world in a specific kind of way. We see that the ground rises up towards our eye level. So we know that this is how our eyes work. We also know the ground that we're actually standing on is actually flat. So we know that we see the world differently to how it actually is in reality. And so what we then do is we then draw in a sideways view. We then go, okay, well, let's draw these lines of perspective sideways so we can try and understand from another angle how our eyes are processing the image of the world that we are living in. So then we draw the lines like this and we go, this is the ground, this is the middle of our eye, this is the point. And we realize, okay, well, there's a point where the ground is going to meet this point of our eye. We understand this, that there's going to be a point where this meets it. And we know this ground can't go above this line because then that would suggest that it was actually something above the ground, like a mountain or a hill or a skyscraper, something that was built on top of the land. And we know that that can't happen because it's the land. So we can only hypothesize based off of this that everything must get squashed into a point in the distance that we call the horizon line, of which the bottom portion of the eye can't resolve this. But we know that we can see further if we raise our elevation. We can go higher, we can see more of the ground. So we can do this in a 2D imaging on a sideways view, exactly the phenomena that we see in reality. So then we take it a step further and we get a model, and we'll do like point on table, flat earth, disappear, bottom, or whatever. Okay, let's find a video. Do we have any? Can we find any? Oh, yeah, here we go, I guess. We don't need to see the whole video. Here we go. So okay, so we get this right. So what we then do, what we then do is like, okay, well, we can model this. If they're saying that things disappear from the bottom up because of curvature and there's no other explanation, even though that we can see this in perspective, we can draw it out in a sideways view and we can recreate logically how all these physics happen based off of this information. We can then take it a step further to test it in reality. So then what we do is we then get a camera, we place the camera underneath the table. Very important point, has to happen, has to be below the table. Okay, this point here, the camera has to be below the table because we're trying to replicate this point here. We're trying to replicate this point. We're trying to bring the horizon line closer to our eyes so that we can control the observation, so that we can replicate what we see in reality to see if all of this actually lines up and makes sense. So then what we need to do is we need to say, this is the camera, and we need to make sure the camera is halfway below the table so that we can try and replicate this point here that's happening here. And then we move a coin further back and we see that as it moves further back, it will disappear from the bottom up. And we know, sorry, come back. Like, okay, beach horizon, image, go images, so here we go, let's take this one, it's fine. So we can see, we know that when we see the world, we see it rise up to our center view. We know 100% this is true, 100% true. We know because we see it with our eyes every day. We could draw this sideways, and we also know this is true because we can see how the observation works, and we can make some theories about what we see in the real world based on how these things would operate. We can then use this, and then we can replicate this in real life by using an experiment like this. Technically, it's a model. It's not a true experiment because we can't, excuse me, we can't control the independent variable. So we can only replicate the behavior, and we can replicate the behavior. And because we know this is true, and we know that this is also must be true, that we can replicate based off of this logic that this will also happen, theorize that it will disappear from the bottom up, and know that this is due to the law of perspective that causes this. So we know all these things are true. So when people say that disappearing from the bottom up is proof of a globe Earth only, it's factually not true, because we have a workable model based off real life phenomena, based on the logic of how law of perspective works, that we know that these things must be true. So therefore, you can't say object disappearing from the bottom up is proof of a globe Earth, because we can use this model that we can know is based on truth to replicate the same phenomena. So you can't use it. End of story. Okay. Maths doesn't prove anything. So if 20% of people are cheating in a video game, then your games will have 91% of your games will be full of cheaters. That's just the facts. It's factually true, you do not have a workable model. It is just showed you this workable model. We've got workable models that proves the flat Earth. Yeah, we've got workable models, man. They all work. You saying that there isn't doesn't mean that it's true. That there is a model of perspective and how objects will disappear from the bottom up. And that's how we see objects in reality. So people who say only the globe Earth that would happen is factually not true. It's not a straw man to not... Ignoring what you're saying is not a straw man. I'm just ignoring what you're saying. Workable proves on the flat model. The table experiment is bullshit because you're putting the camera below the plane and the coin is on. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No. You see, that's what I'm saying, Barney. We just explained why the camera has to go below the table. Do you understand that, Barney? True or false? Can you repeat back to me the reason that I've given to you why the camera has to be below the table? No, you're ignoring the context. You're ignoring the context. Can you repeat back to me the reason that has been given to you why the camera must be placed below the table? The camera has to go below the table because otherwise it would disprove the fact. No. It has to go below the table because we're replicating the law of perspective. And the line curves up to the middle point of your eye. So the edge of the table has to replicate what would be the assumed horizon, which is caused by the middle of your eye and the bottom portion of your eye unable to resolve the ground at the distance. So the camera has to be placed halfway below the table to replicate those circumstances. That's why it has to happen, Barney. You just don't understand the science. Barney doesn't understand the science. I'm going into fucking shooting range. To replicate the law of perspective, you need a mile-long table. No. We don't have a mile-long table, do we? And if we do, look, what, like, Barney, what you're asking is stupid. Like, we're trying to replicate the effect. If we've got a mile-long table, we can't. We're trying to manipulate the independent variable, Barney. Do you know what the point of the experiment is? Can you repeat back the point of the experiment, of the model? Can you repeat it back to me? What's the independent variable in this experiment? You're shifting points, Barney. That thing that you accused me of doing earlier, that's what you're doing now. What is the point of the model, the experiment? What are we trying to do? Right? We're trying to manipulate the independent variable, the assumed cause of the effect. If we have a mile-long table and we're just using actual law of perspective, how our eyes normally work, how do we manipulate the horizon line? We're just using our eyes as normal, aren't we? How are we creating a model by just doing what we see in reality anyway? Like, you could just say, well, you're looking at that boat in the ocean and it disappears from the bottom up. You're basically saying that. You're basically saying that's what you need to do. You need to be able to manipulate the boat on the ocean miles away. No, we can't do that. It's too far away. That's the whole point. Like, it's outside of our ability to be able to control that variable. So we have to create a model that replicates what the assumed cause is. And we have the law of perspective and how the law of perspective works as the basis of the assumption so that we can model what is occurring at the horizon line. And in order to do that, we need to use the edge of the table in order to bring the horizon line closer to us so that we can manipulate the variable and see if we can replicate the effect. If we're just moving a massive mile-long level of table, what experiment is that doing, Barney? There's no experiment there. You're just using your eyes as normal, aren't you? You're just using your eyes as normal. You're just looking into the ocean at a boat in this and going, look, it disappears from the bottom up. Well, we can't control that variable, can we? That's the whole point of the model. We can't control it. We don't know what the cause of it is. That's why we got to create a model based off an assumption so that we can replicate it. Because there's a limitation at the hypothesis level that we can't do real science on it because there's a limitation at the hypothesis stage. See, Barney, you just don't understand science. Just use a mile-long table just to defeat the entire purpose of the model. Just use miles-longs of table, just completely nullifying the whole point of the experiment, and then calling me stupid. You can't do real science on it because the models. No, you can't do real science on it because the independent variable, the assumed cause, is outside of human range of ability to do anything about. The horizon is an imaginary line in the distance that we can't manipulate or control. Every time we try and get further to it, it gets further away from us because it's always out of reach. It's literally outside of our ability to be able to control the horizon level. So we have to create a model based off of some assumptions that we know about how our eyes work in order to try and model the effect, because there's a limitation at the hypothesis stage. Barney, you don't understand science. No, your Ryan model explains it perfectly because that's what you want to believe. But there's alternatives that explain it exactly the same, just as well. But it's actually based on law of perspective, something that we know is true. You saying, "Oh, objects disappear from the bottom up because you're living on a globe Earth," and then we do the measurements of perspective and then reify it over a globe, and then you say it's a globe, doesn't actually acknowledge the fact that you are dealing with law of perspective in the first place. The flat Earth argument isn't affirming anything. It's just taking law of perspective and then saying, look, we're using law of perspective only. We're not trying to say the Earth is flat or a globe, really. We're just saying that we, based on the law of perspective, can create the same effect, and you don't have to reify that you're living on a globe to do it. You can just do it, explain it just with how your eyes work alone. Forget what the shape of the Earth is. You can create the effect just by That's a wall hacker. That's a wall hacker right there. Got it though, cheater as well, aimbot cheater, bro. That guy was wall hacking. The guy literally ran in purely as a decoy to lure me out to him so that the wall hacker, who already knew I was there, could wait and shoot me. And the dude's got a barcode on his name, and he's a cheater. He's a wall hacker for shooting you while you were in the open. He shouldn't have known I was there. I barely even moved. He would have no knowledge that I'm there. At my location, he knows it's red, but he doesn't know where I am to be waiting for me. The fact that they're so spaced out and he was never heard means he sent the other person in as a decoy. Yeah, he sent the other person in as a decoy. You guys are just stupid. Okay. No, I know that I'm stupid. You guys think you're smarter than you actually are, and you're not. You literally can't even understand basic science. You don't even understand the scientific method. Yet you'll go around talking about how much you know to everybody else, even though you don't know the basics of scientific method. Here we go. Russian Federation, no game, no life. That's just like a cheater, doesn't it? Cringe. Definitely a cheater. 37 hours on record, brand new to the game, is in the hentai group. That's literally all the cheaters are. 47 games on a 7-year-old account. So yeah, aimbot cheater right there. Yeah, well, you don't understand scientific method yet. You all act like you know everything is true. You're not trying to discover the truth or go down a line of research. You already assume that you are true about everything, and you don't even understand scientific method, the basics of scientific method. You don't, because you don't understand what you do when there's a limitation in the hypothesis stage. You make models, and you don't even understand the assumptions that you would go into making a model when you have a limitation at the hypothesis stage. You don't even understand that. Your argument was literally, you need a mile-long table, completely defeating the purpose of the model, like an idiot would say. So you clearly don't understand what the whole purpose of it is. You still think that the camera should be above the table, and you don't understand the premise of the model or the experiment. Why are you shifting the goal points? Why are you doing exactly the thing that you accused me of earlier that I wasn't doing? I was going directly off of the points you were saying and talking about, but you're here shifting points when you literally accused me of doing that earlier. And this was literally your argument against it. Remember your argument about the vacuum experiment. Like, your vacuum experiment has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now. You're shifting the points because you can't win the argument because you know you're wrong. I've not shifted any points. We had an argument about mathematical probability. You're saying you don't know what the maths are, and then you immediately, to try and get off of the cheating conversation, you then want to start bullying me by bringing up flat earth, for which I then responded directly to you about objects disappearing from the bottom up. So then we went on to the discussion about law of perspective, and now that's what we're talking about. And now that we're talking about how models are used when there's a limitation hypothesis stage, and about your complete lack of understanding about science, you're now trying to shift the points again to something else about vacuum chambers, a conversation we're not having about. So the conversation was about cheaters. You shifted the point to flat earth to try and bully me and make me look stupid. And then when I'm going off of the points you're making, when you start losing in that field, you then start shifting the points to something else. All the while you're accusing me of doing these things yourself. This is the hypocrisy, the dishonesty, and the disingenuous nature of how you operate, Barney, constantly. So then why do you keep trying to shift the point whenever we get to the actual point? As soon as the point's being made, out comes another point to spin the wheel around. As soon as we get close to conclusion, out comes another point. You don't understand scientific method. You don't understand what you do when there's a limitation in the hypothesis stage. You don't understand why the camera needs to be below the table. And you literally, your counter argument was, you need a mile-long table. No, you need longer than a mile table. You can't use a mile-long table, because you'd still be able to see with your eyes across a mile of table. Fucking retarded, man. So the vacuum experiment showing the gravity affects all things equally, there isn't one. All you've got is a video from NASA that's edited. It's edited. It's got dramatic music and edited. It's from a source that has a proven track record of faking and lying space. It's in slow motion. It's all edited, it's all chopped up, it's all in slow motion. You don't know the circumstances in which the test was done in. You're literally taking on face value that literally NASA's telling you the truth. Even though I've got a proven track record of them lying continuously. Do you remember when you said that it needs to be larger, that it needs to fall further? No, I don't remember ever saying anything about anything needing to be larger. Flash drive, according to this guy, there's no hypocrisy at all. It's you making claims about hypocrisy. You haven't proven hypocrisy. Your argument is, I believe the footage that NASA brings out. I've seen footage that contradicts NASA that have been done locally, not in some big vacuum chamber, just in 2 meter, 3 meter long vacuum tubes in which stuff has been dropped down. Stuff that people could do themselves. I've seen people refute NASA without needing a giant vacuum chamber that NASA has and refute these claims. I've seen other people refute NASA. Am I saying that it's true? No, that's not the point I'm saying. I'm just saying that your argument that you got this footage from NASA doesn't prove anything. You think that it does, and that's why your argument doesn't matter to me. You're putting your faith in an organization that has a proven track record in lying as your be-all and end-all of so-called proof, and I refute it because NASA is not reliable. Brian Cox is an idiot, and NASA lies. It doesn't matter if you can prove one aspect is a lie, then all of it's a lie. It doesn't matter if you got 1 hour of unedited footage of ISS. If I got... footsteps on me and then no footsteps anywhere. There's a what? How did that dude get so close anyway without fucking... How's he got there so fast? Dude, do exactly where I was. Of course he did. Of course he did. Flash drive for a while. He had Flat Earth banned in auto mod. I mean, I think it is banned. I think. I don't. If it's not, if it's been unbanned for whatever reason, maybe it's because you got capital letters or something. Maybe the exact framing of it should be banned though. So basically, yeah, NASA's a proven liar, like over and over again. I mean, I only have to show one aspect of them faking space, and then that's it. It's all blown up, isn't it? How can you believe anybody? They aren't, but you are though. No, they are. They are lying. I've shown you all on Drive. I've shown everybody on stream multiple times. You can literally go all the time showing how fucking fake NASA is. Um, um, looking for fucking ISIS videos over here, bro. BBC News: the Artemis 2 mission was not filmed on a green screen. I mean, if they have to say that it's not, it is. Look at these. I mean, look at these fucking. I mean, Look at these ridiculous spacesuits. I mean, how can you think that these can survive the pressures of space or anything like that? They look fucking ridiculous. It looks so stupid and so obviously fake. Just these suits alone should tell you they're faking space. But unfortunately, people just aren't that perceptive, apparently. Uh, I don't know. There we go. Well,
We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go.
Humans, for the most part, don't have a clue.
Why?
You know, and they just start making stuff up.
Yeah.
Like that Neil Armstrong guy. Have you seen him on the talk shows?
Neil Armstrong, you mean the first man to walk on the moon?
Talk about a fish story.
Yeah.
yeah, just mockery.
In the sky as well.
Black, the sky is a deep black when viewed from the moon, as it is when viewed from cislunar space, the space between the Earth and the moon.
If you're there in the daytime of the moon, you see a full night sky of stars, even with the sun in the sky as well.
So contradicting stories from people who say you should see things and they say you can't see things.
Yeah.
all
Because
the
you can
time.
see,
Yeah,
because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
So
pretty much.
Neil Armstrong says you can't see stars. They say you can see stars. Neil deGrasse Tyson says you can see stars, even though Neil Armstrong said you can't see stars. So the constant contradictions of what you can see in space is constantly just they don't know what they're talking about.
All the
right?
time you can see the stars.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
What difference is it if you're in space and you either can see stars or you can't see stars, right?
We
cannot see stars.
It's not a
Which is
black
cool thing.
void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there, and the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
But you're not in the day, are you? You're in fucking space, aren't you? But you're in fucking space. You're in fucking space. Neil deGrasse Tyson says you can see stars even during the sunlight, during the day. Because the sunlight, the blueness of the sky is only created by sunlight in our atmosphere. In space, that atmosphere isn't there. So you'd see stars in space, wouldn't you? So they can see them, but other people can't see them. So somebody's lying, isn't it? Shut up. You guys don't know what you're talking about.
When you're in space and you're looking,
During the day, you see.
it washes out all the starlight, so you can't see any stars, just like here on Earth.
You can't see stars like here on Earth. Whoops.
Showed us their space flights,
Clearly
docking
computer
and landing
generated.
simulators,
Fucking hell.
extravehicular simulation equipment to prepare for the real deal. But
Oh,
what
that-
if they even
that
had
is
more
fake, that is fake,
sophisticated
for sure.
simulation equipment behind years?
This is what they were doing.
Etc.
This is what they were doing when they're taking pictures. They got these models. Like, can you tell me why does NASA, when they're doing all the moon photography and shit that they gave the masses and the public, why does NASA have all of these mock-up fucking moons in the studio that they put cameras around and take pictures of, and coincidentally also happen to show pictures that look very similar to all of the models that they had in their studios, in their stages? Weird, that,
Without
isn't
any
it?
problems for more than 17 years, believing a colossal.
Has to be.
So we all know
It is
that
Photoshop.
we know that all the pictures of Earth are all photoshopped. They tell you they're real pictures, but they have to be photoshopped. So you know that all these images that they say are from space are all 100% fake, all fake because they have to be.
But it's has to.
This is something that they've put out to the public, claimed it was true. This is clearly fucking fake. This is fakery right here. They put this out and said this is actual NASA video from space. It's clearly fake. It's clearly not real. This is from Japan, apparently. It's Japan space program, real video, apparently. This is supposed to be real video footage put out by NASA. No. When people are being truthful and you can't handle reality, you have to say that they're rage baiting. It's how you cope with reality. There you go. Science is observable, repeatable, and measurable. But everything of the globe Earth, you can't observe it, you can't repeat it, and you can't measure it. It's literally the antithesis of everything scientific. The globe Earth is literally anti-science because you can't observe the curvature, you can't repeat the actual, you can't repeat any of the so-called claims of the globe Earth on the ground. You can't repeat it, and you can't measure it because you can't measure curvature. How do you measure curvature then? How do you measure curvature? Barney, how do you measure curvature? How? How do you repeat something that you can't measure or observe? You can't observe curvature, you can't measure the curvature, therefore you can't repeat any experiments in regards to the curvature of the Earth because you can't observe it and you can't measure it. Where do you measure curvature? No, you don't. You don't observe it. You don't observe curvature on beach. I've already shown you that you don't see that at all. Whoops. Beach horizon. There we go. Images. Boop, 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 boop. Got a nice straight one. There we go. Boom. There we go. Where's that curvature? Where do you see the curvature? Where do you see the curve? Where's the curve? Where is it? Where's the curve, mate? All I see is the ground going up towards your line of sight. Where's curvature? Where is it? Where's the curvature here? Where do you observe it? Where do you observe the curvature? So where do you observe it? Where's the curvature? Where do you observe it? Simple question, but everyone apparently is really smart apparently, but they can't answer simple questions. I'm a moron apparently, but you can't answer simple questions. Where's the curvature? Where is it? But you just said, who just said literally. Here we go. Let's go back through the conversation then. Let's go back through the conversation. They aren't all Photoshop. Don't need weapons grade copium. No clear cope. You can repeat them. You literally observe it on beaches. There we go. Oiled up flash dry. Literally can observe it on beaches. No, but you can observe, but you can reproduce the same effect without having to use curvature. Oiled up flash drive. No. You can see objects moving from the bottom up in the distance based off the law of perspective, which is what you can see here. You can observe law of perspective here, and you can use law of perspective to develop a model that recreates the same effect of objects disappearing from the bottom up based on law of perspective. So you don't observe anything. You don't observe curvature. No, the experiment isn't bullshit because you can't explain why it's bullshit. You don't even understand why the experiment is being done. No, you haven't. You've literally said everything that shows you don't understand why the experiment is being done. Yeah, you literally don't understand the experiment. That's what you've proven. Bro tries to get free trips to Antarctica. It's shaped exotic. You said you could observe it on a beach, and here's a beach, and we observe no curvature. You're pushing the camera below the horizon. Yes, because we're trying to replicate the horizon that is outside of our ability to control. How else can we control the assumed variables of the horizon if we don't try and replicate and bring the horizon closer to us so we can manipulate it? How do we do that? How do we do that then, Barney? How do we manipulate the horizon then, if that's the assumption of the cause? You can't replicate things that spin from the bottom up on a flat model without manipulating the experiment. How is the experiment manipulating? Are you saying that this isn't true? That the ground doesn't go up towards your line of eyesight? Does that not happen? Are you saying that's false? You're saying it's built on a false premise, Barney? The model, no, you're just making claims. Like, simple claim is, this is the law of perspective, true or false? This is not the law of perspective. It's not. Well, you're wrong. Then you're wrong, Barney. Well, you're wrong because that's what it is. So you're factually wrong. This is law of perspective in action right here. So you just said no, but it is. So you're wrong. So we know that this is true. We know that this is true, so that we know. Right. So you're saying this is law of perspective. Then is that what you're saying? So you're saying it is law of perspective. So true or false then? Is this law of perspective in action? Sure, doesn't prove that. It's not the argument we're making though. We're on about objects disappearing from the bottom up. We're on about does the law of perspective cause that effect to happen? Not whether the earth is flat or not. That's not the argument. That's not the premise. The premise is, does the law of perspective affect objects disappearing from the bottom up or not? Oh, it does because we've just proven it. We have proven it. This experiment here, obviously you got to have the camera below the table, otherwise it doesn't work. It doesn't work if you do it above the table. It defeats the purpose of the experiment. Um, they get smaller. We're talking about law of perspective, though, isn't it? Right. Can't really find the video right now. Point on table. Oh, I mean, it's the same fucking video. It's the wrong one, though, isn't it? No, here we go. We'll find the image anyway. So here we go.
On top of a table.
Okay, so this is the law of perspective. Can you see how this table here, this below the table, is to replicate this effect, this portion here? Do you understand that? Do you understand that? Do you understand the law of perspective? We've got to draw the line again. We've got to draw the line across here. We've got to draw the eye in. Here we go. We've got the eye. And then we're doing the ground going up, slants up towards the center of view. Right? You can use your imagination there. That line carries on across there. The table creating a reality that doesn't exist, but it does exist. But the reality does exist. That's what we observe. So you're saying this isn't true? You're saying that we don't see the world like this. You don't. We don't see the world like this. We don't observe the horizon from inside of the ground. But we're not trying to replicate looking from the world at the inside of the ground. We're trying to replicate the horizon portion of your bottom of your eye. We're trying to block the bottom portion of your eye. That's what we're doing. Do you understand that, Barney? Do you understand that's what we're trying to do? Do you understand that we're trying to get a freeform pencil, brush? We're trying to block out this portion of the eye resolution. We're trying to block this out. That's what we're trying to do. This is what we're doing. Do you understand that, Barney? But saying that it's complete bullshit doesn't mean that it is bullshit. That's just you making a statement. We're trying to recreate the hypothesis, which is that because the ground slants up towards the center of view, we're making the assumption that because the ground can't go above that line, otherwise it would be a skyscraper, a building, a hill, a mountain. It'd be something that was above the ground. So we know that that can't happen, and we don't see the ground going off infinitely into the distance. So we know that that portion of the ground that we can't see must get squashed to what people call the vanishing line or the horizon line. It must get squashed where the eye just can't see it. It just can't resolve the information, everything just disappears into a dot into the distance that your eye just can't resolve. So we assume that this point here is the point where we just can't see anything anymore. Our eyes are limited that way due to law of perspective. We just can't see that far in the distance. So the assumption is, well, what happens to objects that go beyond that point if this is true? Because we can see that this slant does exist, 100% true. We do see the slant, we observe it, fact. We can draw this in a side-on view so we can see where these lines will go based on physics that have to be true. They have to be true, so these 2 points have to be true. So then we can theorize from this point, there's a point here then where the eye can't resolve objects in the distance. They'll get squashed into basically something that can't be deciphered by the eye anymore. So what we're trying to do is we want to know, well, what happens to objects visibly, visually, when they go beyond that point that are above the ground. So we think, okay, well, all we got to do then is block out this portion of the eye from being able to resolve anything on the ground. So to do that, we will move it below the ground. We'll move it below the table. So this point here would be the table, right? This is the table. Imagine this is the table. All we're trying to do is bring the point of the table closer to the eye so that the table is here. We're trying to bring the table closer to us, the edge, closer to us, so that we can see what happens to objects when we move them past that point. And if they disappear from the bottom up, then we can explain objects disappearing from the bottom up based on law of perspective alone. Not saying that the Earth is flat, not saying that the Earth is a sphere. We're saying that we can explain the phenomena based on the law of perspective alone. We don't even have to claim anything about the shape of the Earth. Joe, can you explain how it's 24-hour daylight in the summer? I can't go to Antarctica, so I'm not going to talk about things that to a place I can't go to. I'm not going to talk about magical physics that happens in places I can't go to. But I can't go to Antarctica. I can't check. I can't verify any of it, can I? I can't verify Antarctica. I can verify a whole bunch of videos of people who claim to go to Antarctica and show all the fakery of them going to Antarctica, but I can't actually make any claims myself about Antarctica because I've never been to Antarctica and I can't go to Antarctica. So, no, a bunch of fake shills who we've always called out in the flat earth community, we've always said were shills, who turned out to be shills. So, no, people in the flat earth community, people like Jaren from Globebusters and the other guy from Globebusters, we all called these guys for being shills and fake flat earthers to begin with, and they all got proven to be fake flat earthers in the end because they all claim that the Earth is a globe now. Jaren from Globebusters, he claims the Earth's a globe now, and we all called him out for being a fraud like fucking 5, 6, 7 years ago. You said the horizon is a result of our eyes not being able to resolve the image anymore. Well, everything gets compressed to this point here. Everything gets so small in the distance that it can't be resolved because it can't be seen. So everything just gets squashed to that point in the distance. Yeah. So you can't resolve it. Yeah, the eye can't resolve it. Yeah, so that's a yes. Yeah, your eye can't resolve this. It gets compressed to the point where this bottom portion can't see. Yeah. Unless you elevate your altitude, then you'd see it. If you'd increase the angle of resolution, the angle that you can see, then you'd see it, yeah. When we go higher, the horizon should be able to go from... No, because you're creating a larger angle to the point. So if you raise your height, then you'll see further into the distance. It's just that as you go higher, when you go higher... So like, when you go higher, so you got your line here, and you got your circle here, and you got your line like going up across like this, right? When you go higher, all you're doing is stretching the distance. So let me put this down in size. So if I just did a smaller line here, and then do this, and then go here, so I'd be going across there, and that would be the point where you can't see anymore. If I go up higher, and I create another, and I go higher, then the middle line goes there, so then this line I'd see further, wouldn't I? As I go higher up in the air, I'd see more of the ground. So I'd see further into the distance. As I go higher, my angle of seeing would increase. Joe, I just want you to, what's the point of a great globe lie? Who benefits from it? Well, it's because Satan is real, evil is real, and they don't want you to know that God is real. So that's why they lie to you about the flat earth. That's why. Yeah, evil is real. It is 100% a real thing. An entity of evil exists in the universe, and it does not want you to know you're in a created reality. That's why. Yes, that is it. That's the truth. Yeah. They don't want you to know that you live it, because if you knew there was a creator, you wouldn't be a dickhead to people, and you'd be able to tell people who are evil. You'd start to question, why are people so evil? You wouldn't look at it in the same context of, oh, just some people are just bad. No, you think, no, there's some people in this world that there really are, they're evil on a level that isn't normal. And then you'd start to identify these people and you go, there's something not right with these dudes, and would kick them out of our society because we'd assume that there was something wrong with them. You know, like we used to do. We used to do that back in the day. Have insane asylums, whatever, we'd lock them up. We'd lock up all the demons into an insane asylum, innit? These days, all the demons are allowed to run free. Evil is real, bros. Joe, which is more likely that the entire world, countries and private agencies, even ones that are actively at war, trying to destroy one another, they're not trying to destroy one another. It's all a ruse. It's a lie to maintain global control over everyone, divide and conquer. Arguments of likelihood are based on perception and what you can prove. Like something that seems crazy to you is just a perception. So you're arguing likelihood based off of perception. You guys think that it's crazy to think that 20% of people could be cheating in a video game. To you guys, that's crazy. But like all the facts and the evidence would suggest that that is true. So it's not really that crazy, is it, if it's the truth? You're literally making an argument, I would rather believe. That's all you're saying. You're framing a question of likelihood to make it sound like it's scientific or logical. But all you're doing is you're saying is, I would rather believe that what you're saying is not true. That's what you're actually saying. You're not saying an argument of likelihood. You're saying, I'd rather not believe what you're saying is true. Now, what's crazy is thinking that the entire 20% of cheaters in your region alone is 20% everywhere. It'd be 20% everywhere. 20% of people are cheating in games is relative to population count. You know, if you got 30,000 people playing the game and 50% of those people are cheating, 15,000 people are cheating in your game. If you're playing against 2,000 people and there's 50% of the people cheating, there's 1,000 people that's cheating. Every game that you will have will still have like more than 90% of your games full of cheaters, regardless of how big the player base is. It's always going to be 20% relative to the population count. It makes no difference how many people there are. It'll always be around about 20%. If it's 20% of people are cheating based off of, you know, the reality, then it's always going to be 20%. And the quantity of your games that you're having with those people will always be relative to that amount. Anyway, I've got to go to the toilet. I'll be back in 1 second, guys. I do apologize. Back in a let's go back into the game. Okay, well, no, 20% is just like, that's the statistic that was being thrown around a few years ago. I think it's closer to 30 or 40% of people cheating, but that's just my personal opinion. I have nothing to base that except my own experience. But generally, it was agreed upon that 20% seemed like a reasonable statistic for most normal people anyway, that didn't have like a horse in the race or an ulterior motive. Everybody sort of agrees that 20% seems about right. Number doesn't matter. We can use whatever number you want. Right, okay, this is the nothing burger statement that you're making there, Barney. The purple dinosaur, Barney. The giant Penosaurus Rex. Penosaurus Rex, Barney. So 50% cheats and that number changes, right? What are you on about? 50%? I don't know what you're talking about. You're just literally saying random things at this point. I don't want to engage because you're just saying random things for seemingly no point or purpose. I literally just said to you, the agreed upon stat a few years ago that people were throwing around the internet that seemed to be believable, that most people agreed was reasonable, was 20%. I personally think it's probably closer to 30 or 40%, but that's just my personal opinion. What more needs to be said? And now you're throwing out 50% and you'll do this and do that. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Laugh my ass off. I don't. What? What are you? What are you laughing your ass off about? Like what? You wouldn't get it. Well, I don't think you can either because you clearly can't explain what you're saying either. Whether or not I explain it to you has no bearing on the ability to get it. Well, it just assumes that, like, because you can't explain it, there's nothing to get, and you're just saying that to give the illusion that there's something to get when we all know that nothing to get at all, because you're talking nonsense. No, it's a pretty... Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with assumptions. It's assumptions based on facts, isn't it? So far, you've been talking completely randomness that makes no sense, and you've explained why it makes no sense, and then you're just saying, oh, you're laughing over something that I just wouldn't get, so we can just make the safe assumption. There's nothing to get, and you're just trying to put a fake, false narrative across, make it look like there's something to get when there isn't anything to get. And there's nothing wrong with assumptions. Scientific investigation is based entirely on assumptions, and so are criminal investigations. Everything is based on assumptions. You have to have an assumption, or else you can't do anything. Well, of course, all the disingenuous people always have to rebrand and recontextualize that assumptions are bad. But you discredit globe math? No, I haven't discredited globe math. I've discredited, like, globe math. Like, no, the globe math is just maths. All I'm discrediting in is the part where people say that it proves it's real. No, there's no proof that the mathematics is real. your first line of point was, well, objects disappear from the bottom up as a part of proving the mathematics correct, of which I explained. Well, no, there's other explanations for that don't have to reify globe maths. It works based on law of perspective, which doesn't reify any particular shape of the Earth. Like, the argument that's being made about the table and perspective has nothing to do with flat Earth, has nothing to do with globe Earth. It's simply an experiment based purely off law of perspective alone, and has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. The reason why it's used in an argument for the shape of the Earth is because the globe Earth tells you that objects disappearing from the bottom up can only be explained by the globe Earth, and that's just not true. So when they're lying to you that it proves globe Earth, well, no, there's this thing called law of perspective that also, this dude's shooting past my head, he knows where I am. Look, he's going for me, dude. That's clearly cheating, bro. The reaction speed there, bro. Yeah, nice cheats, bro. Nice cheats, bro. Nice cheats, bro. Cheats. Cheating bastard. Underscore in his name, of course. Yeah, we've got all the 3333333 love hearts there, the cheater code name there, and he's got cats on his profile as well. So the pattern, again, proven true. People go, no. People just love cats, even though you can always click on it, and the same patterns always keep happening. Predictive model, dude only has 17 games on a 1-year-old account, and these guys are all out bumming each other, so they're clearly cheaters. Well, you just said it doesn't prove flat Earth or globe Earth, and I say it does prove flat Earth. Well, no, it doesn't prove it. It doesn't prove. Well, how? When did I say that it proved it? I'm saying it's used in arguments, you know, in flat Earth because of the reasons that I just stated. I never said it proved flat Earth. I'm saying because the globe Earth is telling you this is the only way this effect occurs, proves they're lying, doesn't it? That's what it proves, doesn't it? It proves that the globe Earth pushers are lying to you because there's a thing called law of perspective that explains the phenomenon that they're just apparently not telling you about. Apparently all the science and all the scientists, all these clever people can't tell you this also occurs due to law of perspective. So they're omitting that and telling you it can only be explained by the globe Earth and pushing that narrative. And then we just say, well, surely that proves that they're lying, right? So it proves they lie, so then why would you believe what they're pushing if they're lying? It might not prove the Earth is flat, it might not prove that the Earth is a globe, but it proves that the globe Earth pushers are lying. It proves they're lying. And they're being disingenuous about what they say. Funny how this dude just shows up with like hardly, basically no information that he was ever there. Like within the same like window of like opportunity, if you will. What is seen as guy's profile? The other dude The Com Nugget. This guy. Brand new to the game. Disgusting. Random black dudes. I mean, all of it. Aimbot. You can watch his VOD, he's not cheating. How does it prove he's not cheating? Just because you can watch his VOD. Time is a flat circle. Dude looks like obviously.
Oh! I'm cheating!
You are cheating. Exactly, there you go, cheating.
I'm cheating so hard!
Yeah.
Thanks, bro.
Yeah.
Nah, fuck off, mate. Don't test.
So where's his VOD then? Where's his VOD at?
You fuck.
How do I go back in time then? It's like, he
Fucker.
doesn't have VOD though, does he? I can't go back and see him, can I?
He pulled up my stream the moment I got that headshot. Boy. Oh shit. Oh shit, he's got fucking frag arrows. Fuck.
Is he
You're
streaming
making my
on...
palms sweat. You're making my palms sweat. I can't. My mouse is going to fucking slip out of my hand like a bar of soap in a minute. I'm telling you. It's going to fucking hit my fucking monitor or something. That little headshot is getting clipped, though. Maybe my finest shot to date, to be honest. Okay, well, I'm going to need to do something, ain't I?
What, in 3-star? In below average
Obviously,
rank?
anyone actually watching, I'm not actually fucking cheating. Please don't report me.
What, you mean below average rank here? Or the above average gameplay in a below average rank?
I'm only a 3-star, bro.
Exactly, only a 3-star, but doing above average 3-star shit.
bloody watching me, isn't he? Where is the little fuck? I know you're down there, Sunny Jim.
How do you know he's not walking around you? How do you know he's not walking around? How do you know he's not going around another way?
Are they fucking off? No, my legs. Probably a bad spot to pull up, really.
Seems kind of timid now he knows people are watching him though, right? He seems a bit timid. Dude, look at all the bullying tactics that Barney has to do. Like, if Barney was really legitimate and really righteous and was really honest, would he have to go on obvious bullying campaigns to paint and colour people's perceptions about me beforehand in order to discredit me? Only people that are wrong do that.
Oh,
Only people that are wrong do that.
Fuckers! Little fuckers!
I wouldn't get up right now, bro. We'll wait that out. No.
It's alright. Put me down again, boys. Put me down again, boys. Put me down. Ah.
They gave him so much time to, like, get up, bro. They gave him so much time to get up, bro.
Well, GG, guys. GG.
But it's not accurate stating my belief.
Who's this dude? Let me check this dude.
Right, don't double check. Don't check each other out. It's fucking gay. Oh, we're all gonna be seen. Look at each other. Hi, man. Hi, bro. Hi, mate. What's going on? Anyway, fuck this dude. Anyway, but anyway, Barney has to fucking go on a fucking rampage to just to color, like, paint perceptions of me before. And you don't have to say any of that stuff. None of it's relevant to the conversation about cheaters. None of it whatsoever. None of it is. But, like, Barney has to go out of his way to do that shit because he's disingenuous, bro. If I was wrong, you wouldn't have to go outside of the area of conversation to say that I'm wrong. You won't have to do any of that stuff. But Barney has to find as many different avenues as possible to do that. But my beliefs shouldn't have anything to do with the video game, should it, Barney? So it's disingenuous, isn't it, Barney? Everything you say is disingenuous. Everything you do is disingenuous, bro. So then why are you doing it? If it doesn't... So then why do it then? What's the motivation? Why are you doing it? What's the motivation? Yeah, but why is it funny? Why is it funny? Yeah, but why is it funny, Barney? Exactly, because you're using it as a way to bully and colour other people's perceptions based on what you believe to be true. No, that's not the reason why you're doing it. That's just some bullshit you just invented. It doesn't even make any sense. Why is that? It just adds another why, doesn't it? Like, well, why? Why is that funny? Why is that funny? Why does only one select group that believes something, why is that funny? You see, I'll be able to stop saying why when the actual reason is stated, and then I'd no longer be able to say why to it anymore. Because an actual reason that explained it. You're like a little kid. Why? children are more intelligent than adults, man. Like sometimes children have that intuition, they're closer to God, innit? Yeah, children have that intuition, they're closer to God, innit? They want to question reality and know the world that they live in. Whereas all you guys are all dumb so-called adults, but you're dumb because you can't even explain yourself, and that a child can literally unravel your entire position. That's how. That's why, innit, bro? A child can unravel your position. That's how weak it is. A child can unravel it. The pure wisdom of innocent wisdom of a child that's closer to God can unravel you easily by just asking why. And you will make, you know, it's childish. No? No, the reason you're doing it is just because you're a bully and you've got to try and paint everyone's perception negatively about the people that you don't like, because you don't have actual arguments against them. So you got to try and use disingenuous tactics. Yes, it is. Then don't do it from now on then. Only ever argue about the points that are being made, stay on topic, and just answer the questions. But you won't do it. You'll move the topic. As soon as it's not in your favor, you'll switch the topic. And whenever somebody else gets involved, you got to make sure that you poison the well to begin with. I'm not projecting. Why am I projecting? There you go. Straight away. Why am I projecting? Straight away. You made a statement, but doesn't explain anything. And the only way that you can carry the conversation on is to ask why. Because you just made a statement that has no explanation. So why am I projecting? Right, so then you don't know. So how can you know that I'm projecting if you don't know? You just literally said it. You've answered your own question. You don't know. Well, you said something that is true that you don't know. So you're stupid. Because that's what a stupid person would do. So you've just proven that you're stupid, because only a stupid person would do something without knowing what it is that they're doing. I think there's a dude at the back, maybe. I'm not sure. No, you just made another statement again, Barney. You just said another thing without explaining it, which is what a stupid person will do. You just showing inability to comprehend English language. No, you just said a bunch of things without explaining them, and then when asked to explain them, you literally said, I don't know, but I'm going to say it anyway, which is what a stupid person will do. You asked me why you're projecting. I don't know. No. I says no. Why? Then why? How do you know I'm projecting then? So then how do you know I'm projecting then? So how do you know I'm projecting then? Which is what you was asked. How do you know that I'm projecting? Why is the reason? How is what you're doing to project? No. You said I was projecting and I asked you, how am I projecting? What am I projecting? No. You said I'm projecting, so I'm asking you, how am I projecting? Well, does it make a difference? Like, I'm asking you a question. Like, you said I'm projecting, and I'm saying, why? I'm asking you to explain how I'm projecting, how and why I'm projecting. You're just playing semantic word games, which is what stupid people also do. It doesn't really make a difference. Like, how do you know I'm projecting? Such as, that's just another statement you just claimed, another statement on top of another statement that you just claimed. So you've made a claim, then you have to explain that claim, and then you present another claim to support the claim that you just made. And then when I ask for that, you'll then make another claim to support that claim. And then I'll ask for that, a reason for that. And then you'll make another claim to support the other claim. And all you've got is a daisy chain of claims, but you're never explaining why any of these claims is true. Fucking hell, I missed so many shots there, man. Wolf says you enjoy the Inferno, by the way. Alright, yeah, sure, whatever. But either way, man, like, are you going to explain any of the claims that you've made? So you've claimed I'm projecting, but how am I projecting? Exactly, specifically, what am I projecting and how am I projecting it? I can't believe I missed so many shots there, man. I knew I should have switched to shotgun, like, first. I was going to switch to shotgun, and I thought, well, if I switch, he might come over at the exact moment that I switch my weapon around and then get caught with my pants down. Yeah, so no backing up your claims on. All these claims that you've made that you're not going to support or back up or claim or whatever. Nope, still no backing up the claims then. Still none of that going on. So I'm projecting, but how am I projecting? Why am I projecting? How am I projecting? And your response was, I don't know. But you're going to make claims about things that you don't know, apparently. Somebody's ghosting me. I sworn I heard somebody running. Nope, still not backing up why I'm projecting then. Nope. It's gonna make claims and never support them. And then claim that you're the intelligent one and that I'm delusional and all the stuff that you basically say. Yeah, of course you was, man. So you're gonna start backing up the things that you say after you've pretended to have gone away somewhere. No, you didn't. You didn't. You haven't backed up anything. So why am I projecting? How am I projecting? Yeah, still no answers. I thought I was a dude for a second. Wait, I'm looking at it. It must have only sent it in my reality. Yeah, sure. But you're still going to actually back it up then? You're actually going to say what it is? How was I projecting? Why am I projecting? What was I projecting? I can't answer the why, so then why did you say it? But if you know my intent, then you must know that I'm projecting. How can you know the intent? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense, man. You said I'm projecting. How do you know that I intend to project? How do you know that I'm intending to project? What's that based on? You're just saying nothing. Goalpost shifting has nothing to do with projecting. I haven't shifted any goalposts, and goalpost shifting isn't projecting. Change the subject the moment you're losing an argument. I don't do any of that. I've stayed on par. That's what you're doing. When have I changed the topic? What you're doing right now is you projecting. These are all the things that I've already shown you through the timeline you've done. No? Yeah, I have. We're talking about the percentage rate of cheaters in a video game. And then, when I literally state, you said that I don't know maths. When I says, no, that's probability, that's literally how it works. I mean, AI can do calculations. Your response was, but AI says the Earth is a globe. So then we're talking about the difference between mathematical knowledge that you can know and topics of which can be lied about, which aren't the same thing. We then went into a discussion about flat Earth, of which you then went and said, yes, but we know that the Earth is a curve because boats disappear from the bottom up, which I then went onto the topic of law of perspective and all that noise. So everything I said was going off of things you stated. You were changing the topic the entire time. I was just going along with you changing the topic every step of the way. And now that we've established that's what happened every step of the way, how can you say that I'm goalpost shifting when that's what you've been doing the whole time? We were talking about cheating, and you turned it to flat Earth. I didn't bring up the conversation of flat Earth. You did that. How is it a straw man? Did I bring up the topic of flat Earth? You don't even know what straw man means. You don't even know what it means. You keep using it, you keep saying it, but you don't even know what a straw man means. So, who brought up the conversation of flat Earth? Me or you? What was we talking about? What was we talking about, and who brought up flat Earth when we were having a discussion about that topic? So what was the initial topic? Providing an argument. We're not talking about who's providing what arguments. We're talking about who set the conversation, which is about cheaters, and then who brought up flat Earth. No, you're not proving that you're Stormman by literally doing what you're saying that I'm doing. I'm trying to get clarity on a specific point, and you're shifting the point. Instead of staying on the point, you're shifting the point, which is what you say I keep doing. And you're doing it right now. Because we're asking for a very clear point on what were we talking about and who brought up the conversation of flat Earth. You're now making a completely different point that I'm not talking about. So who shifted the conversation to flat Earth, me or you? No, we're not. You brought up straw manning, and I said you don't know what straw manning means. That's all I said. We're not talking about straw manning. We're talking about who brought up the conversation of flat Earth. You brought up straw manning. You did that. You said that. You mentioned that. I just said you don't know what the definition of it means. Because you're not being straw manned. Yeah, exactly. You got to tap out because you know you're wrong, Barney. You know you're wrong. Are they wrong? No. Severe lack of footsteps and movement there. Somebody used a chariot card. That's kind of annoying, isn't it? How can he see me through that tree, bro? Fucking chariot card bullshit, bro. Literally hardly any footsteps of them leaving the compound at all. I'm not dishonest. I've been honest the entire way, and you can't beat me in an argument, Barney. You're sad and pathetic. Dishonest liar. Can't even bring up a point. As soon as I focus on a point, you just literally can't answer the question before you shift the point immediately. Who brought up the conversation of flat Earth, me or you? We all know you did. I didn't go there. You went there. I literally combated every single point that you was making, and I was going along the topics of conversation you were raising, and then you've accused me of goalpost shifting and shifting the topics when you're the one who keeps shifting the comments, the topic, and we can prove that by just going back through the stream. Like, it's all on record. We all know that you brought up these conversations, not me. How is it projecting? It's not projecting because you say that it's projecting. We can go back through the stream, and we all know we were talking about cheating. You brought up flat Earth. Then we talked about flat Earth. Then as soon as I started making conversation about that, you then switched to conversation about you're projecting and goalpost shifting and you're doing all this, this, and that. Like, you're the one doing it, not me, man. And it's all there on record, proven, hard-coded, multiple streams, Twitch and YouTube, or has it recorded that you're wrong. I don't have to say no, you. It's already on YouTube. It's recorded. It's a fact. So how did we get onto the conversation of flat Earth then, Barney? How did we get onto the conversation of flat Earth then? Go through the chain of events. How did the chain of events happen in your reality? oversimplifying. What does that even mean? Why can't you just answer a question when it's asked to you? Why does it always have to be met with something that requires another question to ask? Why are you even saying that? Why am I oversimplifying, and why is oversimplifying bad? We don't have no context of what you're talking about. So again, why can't you just stay on point, Barney? You asked a simple question. How do we get into the conversation of flat Earth? That's all you was asked. Simple question, and you can't answer it. How do we get to the conversation of flat Earth? Who brought it up? How do we get there? And you can't just answer the simple question. Nope, you can't answer the question without just projecting some bullshit into there. God brought it up. Exactly, so I win, you lose, you don't have an argument. There you go. You don't have an argument. You're just proving you don't have an argument. You know I'm right. You're the one who's bringing up these topics. You're the one who keeps shifting the goalpost. You're the one that keeps being disingenuous. You're the one lying over and over and over and over again. You're just saying these things, Bonnie. You're literally just a broken record at this point, just saying things over and over again. Yeah. No, sure, bro. I'm the broken record, sure, yeah. That's why I'm always trying to progress the conversation forwards to a point, to a conclusion, and you're just running around in circles over and over again. Yep. No, we'll argue the same so-called dumb point because you never respond to the points being made. You shift the points immediately. You don't disregard. I don't disregard the evidence that disproves you. I give you alternative answers that you ignore. You're given alternative answers and you ignore them, and then you claim that because I'm offering alternatives, I'm somehow disregarding the evidence that you present. No, you present evidence that you say is the be-all and end-all, and then I prove there's an alternative, and then you ignore the alternative. That's what you do, and that's what you've done. No, you don't. You make claims, and you have no evidence to support those claims. You don't have any evidence to support your claims. No, you don't have any evidence to support them. It's not that I disregard it. You don't have any evidence to support it. You claim that there's evidence, but you haven't given any evidence. What evidence have you given for anything? A simple experiment that no one else can do and perform is correct and accurate. Dudes who know where I am immediately, always fun. Annoying, isn't it? Maybe they didn't know where I was. Almost fucking shot that fucking dude then as well. It's not even red. The point's not red. How far back is he? I've given formulas of videos and multiple experiments. You're just saying things at this point. Multiple formulas. Formulas don't prove things, man. Mathematics doesn't prove things. It only describes things that are there, and things that aren't there. It can describe imaginary things, and it can describe real things. The maths and the formulas don't prove things. saying things are very obviously flawed experiments doesn't make them very obviously flawed experiments. Just giving the reasons why they are does. But you don't do that. You just make claims and statements because you don't have actual reasons, actual logic, and actual science on your side. What you've got are liars and frauds and and that's it. That's all you got. Lies and fraud. I literally did give the reason. That what reason? No, no. There's no reasons given there. You just think they're reasons. The downstairs, not upstairs. What reason? You haven't given reasons, man. You said things. Saying things aren't reasons, Barney. Honestly, I'm sick and tired of these sweaters, bro. Where are you at, guys? Where are you at, guys? I'm sure there's two of them, right? So the rejects, I need to do the shots in it. I think vitality probably count now. The experiment is flawed because it's trying to prove a flat model. No, it's not. It's not trying to prove a flat model. You got it wrong, Barney. There you go. You're wrong straight away. Straight away wrong. I told you, you don't understand the experiment. You don't understand. Like, straight away, first line, don't need to read the rest because you're wrong already. You're wrong. It's not trying to prove the flat earth model. Right, it's trying to prove a trapezoid Earth, my bad. No, it's not. It's just proving that the Earth curvature doesn't create the illusion of objects disappearing from the bottom up. That's all the experiment is designed to do. It's not designed to prove that the Earth is flat. The globe Earth model tells you boats and objects in the distance disappear from the bottom up because of curvature. That's what you are told as fact. The experiment just proves that the law of perspective has the same effect. That's it. It's not making a claim that the Earth is flat. It's disproving the claim globe Earthers make that object disappearing from the bottom up is caused by Earth curve. Well, no, the experiment proves that that's not true. So it's not just Earth curve that can do that. There's another explanation as well. So you don't understand the experiment already. You don't understand it to begin with. There's a dude dark sighting or something. Unless there's a trait or something below me. If you've been disingenuous, you hold a belief, you argue in favour of that belief. No, 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 no. Just because I have a certain opinion doesn't mean that the experiment proves flat Earth. I never presented it as an argument that. You're saying that. That's you saying that. And all it proves is you don't understand the experiment. You don't understand the arguments being made. No, you literally didn't. You literally don't know what you're talking about. They can argue belief that trying to say no. All I'm saying is you made the claim that objects disappear you said how do you measure curvature? And you're like, oh, we see objects disappear from the bottom up, or oiled up flash drive did. And I said, well, no, that's not true. Well, actually, I think oiled up flash drive said that afterwards. I had to repeat the same thing twice because you already made the argument to begin with. Yeah. You already made the argument to begin with. Oiled up flash drive just reiterated the argument because he wasn't here for the argument the first time around. You made the claim that that's proof of the flat Earth, of a globe Earth, that objects disappear from the bottom up. That was your argument. More or less. You provided a formula and an explanation. No, you didn't. Formulas don't prove things, and you didn't explain anything. You just had a statement of what you said, and you call that an explanation. No, I didn't. What are you explaining? What's the explanation? I reposted that. Why don't you just say it? You don't have to repost anything. You just gotta state quickly and succinctly what the explanation was to the thing you were saying. All these long-winded things that you gotta do to do simple actions is unbelievable. Did I miss a knife somewhere? Did I not pick up my knife earlier? It's kind of a waste of the toolbox, but okay, whatever. Oh no, I did get it back, okay. Horizon distance formula, trigonometry, yeah, so you just stated a formula, and that is based on the assumption that it's reified onto a globe model, right? The formula doesn't prove the Earth is a globe. That's just a formula that's projected over a globe Earth model. It doesn't prove that the Earth is a globe. The assumptions are fine, but you've got no evidence to support the assumption. It's just an assumption. Yeah, but the math is based off a presupposition that the Earth is a ball in the first place. I'm better just walk and intersect, maybe. You're trying to use and discredit the evidence is proof you don't understand the scientific method. No, you're just saying that. You just said that. You've not actually supported why that's the case. You just said it. Proof, if the Earth were flat, objects would simply get smaller. Objects do get smaller. So step one, let's go step by step. You're saying proof, step one, Earth is flat, all objects will simply get smaller. They do. Okay, so let's argue for point one, then we'll move on to the rest. So we'll get point one first. Objects would simply get smaller. And not disappear from bottom up first, but it does. We've proven that based on our perspective, they do. Why is it flawed? Why is it flawed? You just said something about supporting it. Why do you just keep saying things without supporting what you're saying? If for the 30th fucking time, Joe, why? Yeah, why is it flawed? Why is the experiment flawed? And technically it's not an experiment, it's a model. The experiment can't be done, that's why the model has to be done in this place. Because the experiment can't be done. Because the observer in the experiment is below the horizon, yeah, but it needs to be. For the model to work, it has to be. Do you understand why it has to be put below the table? Do you understand the circumstances of the model? So, how do you fix the model to be correct then? How do you fix the model to make it accurate, in your opinion? How do you then change the model then? If it's flawed, how do you fix the flaw? Oh, we're gonna... It's annoying having to try... Why, instead of making all these deflection statements, why don't you just get to the point? Again, this is just deflection. You're not saying anything. No, it's just deflection again. You're just deflecting again. We're trying to get to the point, and as soon as we get you tied down, as soon as we start going along a progressive point of trying to get somewhere in the argument, out comes deflection and switching of the points. All the things that you claim I do. I'm trying to stay on point and trying to get to a conclusion, and as soon as we're trying to go along that path to a conclusion, out comes deflection and other points. We can't just go down a straight line to conclusion, can we, Barney? No. Then just give the answer. Instead of saying I'm going to give me the answer that you don't like, just give me the answer. And then we'll talk about the answer that you give me. Rather than saying what's going to happen before it happens, just do it and let's just see what actually happens. Instead of pre-proposing what's going to happen, let's just do it and just have it happen. You cannot make that model work. No. You said there's a flaw, so what is the flaw in the model? You're saying it's below. Why is it wrong for the camera to be below the table? Why is it wrong? Well, I'm asking you. Well, tell me again, because you're not. You haven't said why. You've given no reason why. Just say it. Instead of saying you already have, and you've done this, let's just go down the line of just doing it. And stop deflecting, and stop distracting. Why is it wrong for the camera to be below the table? Halfway below the table. The observer in that experiment is below the horizon, below level. In reality, we are above the horizon, above the level. Yes, but a model isn't reality, is it? We're trying to emulate something that occurs in reality that we can't do in reality because it's too far away. Do you understand that? The model is trying to emulate a function that occurs through law of perspective. Do you understand that? A model represents reality. Yes, represents reality, but a model isn't reality, is it? It's a representation of it. It's an emulation of reality, but it's not the real thing, is it? The model's not reality, is it? It's just a representation of it. It's an emulation of reality, isn't it? So a model isn't reality. So you're basically saying, well, it's a model. That's your argument here. Is that your argument is, well, it's a model is the reason why it's wrong because it's a model. That's what you're saying. You're saying the observer in that experiment below the horizon, below level, in reality, we are above the horizon, above the level. But it's a model and it's not reality. So your argument there is the model is wrong because it's a model. That's what you're saying. That's what you're basically saying. Your model is wrong because it's a model and not reality. That's your argument. It is your argument. Here it is. You said it there. The observer in that experiment is below the horizon, below level. In reality, we are above the horizon, above the level. But the model isn't reality. Yeah, it represents reality. We're not fabricating a new reality. We're emulating a function of reality that we can't replicate because it's too far away. How? Instead of saying I am, how am I? Saying I am doesn't mean that you are. Right, okay, look. Okay, I have a model that I want to create. I want to be able to see what happens at the horizon level, in the distance from eyesight. I can't get to the horizon. I can't get there. How can I replicate the horizon, but close to me, so that I can observe the effect of the horizon, but without actually going to the horizon because I can't go there? So how do I do that? Barney, can you come up with a model for me of how I can replicate the function of the horizon without going to the horizon? Can you tell me how I can do that? Globe models don't fabricate reality except the fact that it's a globe. They're fabricating the fact that it's a globe to begin with, right? Models don't fabricate reality and accurately depict the Earth. It doesn't. You're just saying that it does. Saying that it does doesn't mean that it is. You're just saying it does. No, 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 it's not my opinion. You're just saying it, literally. That's what you're saying. Yeah, but I say that it isn't with facts and evidence and my opinions on why that is. I don't just say it. Like right now, you're still not staying on topic. You're asking simple questions and simple lines of discussion, and you can't stick to the simple line of discussion. How do I replicate the horizon, the function of the horizon, without going to the horizon? No, you're just saying that. You're just saying that, unfortunately. How do I create a model of the effect of horizon without being able to go to the horizon? How do I do that? Can you help me out? Because since you're the scientist here and seem to know more than me, can you tell me how I'm able to do that? Can you tell me how I can do that, please? How can we replicate the effect of the horizon, or the assumed effect of the horizon is true? We have an assumption that objects can disappear from the bottom up due to the horizon line. How do we replicate that in a model to determine if it's true or not? What? We don't have to do maths. We're just asking how do we do the model? How do we create the model? See, deflection, you just can't answer the questions, man. Accurate models are built on maths. Well, the accurate models aren't just built on maths. Theoretical models are built on maths, technically speaking. Yeah, theoretical models are built on mathematics. Physical models are based on physicality. So the horizon line is a physical model. It's a physical representation of what occurs at things. It's not based on math. It's based on actual physics that occur in reality. Right? It's not a mathematical, theoretical model. So, you know, you have two types of models. Theoretical models, maths, diagrams, formulas, those can be models. And then you can have physical, practical models as well. They're not the same thing. How can I make a physical model? How can I make a physical model of the effect of the horizon line? Accurate models aren't built on maths, because you can have a model built on math that's not real. I can have a model of my fictitious planet that I've invented in my head, and the maths will be accurate, but the planet doesn't exist. Yeah, that's not an argument, Barney. Posting the globe, Horizon Globe, web link, isn't proof of anything, Barney. I can have the physics and the mathematics to a made-up planet that doesn't exist, and the maths will be true, but the model would not be accurate because the planet doesn't exist. I invented it. But how does that disprove it doesn't mean anything, no. How does that prove anything? How does it prove anything? It's just another model. Just because you have a model doesn't disprove the models that I already have. And you got to understand the order of priority, which you think has higher priority. Mathematical theoretical models or physical models, which do you think is more superior? Physical models, theoretical models. Which ones is superior? Which one's higher in the pecking order? Physical models, theoretical models, which ones? Well, you provided models that aren't necessarily. Yeah, but now we have to discuss about what the different levels of models are, don't we? What's happening, Cthulhu, bro? Not seen you around for a while, bro. How's it going? How am I shifting? You've literally said something that has to be addressed, and I've addressed it. I'm not shifting anything. You shifted it by literally talking about links to models when we're not talking about any of that. We're asking you, how do I get to a physical model of the horizon? Well, the conversation was, how can I create an accurate model? How can I create a model of the effect that occurs at the horizon? You're bringing up all the arguments about maths make accurate models, and I got a link to a globe thing here. Click. None of this was asked of you. You're literally delaying, distracting, and not staying on topic. Then you want to claim I'm shifting the goalposts again. It's not me doing it. You're inventing all these things that you're throwing out there. I'm asking you to stay on point, and you never do, and you will not do it. I'm asking, how do we know that the model that I've presented that shows the same effect is a flawed model as you claimed? You've made a claim that the model that I've presented is false, and all we're trying to do is get to you to get to the reasoning of how it is false, and you will not go down a smooth line of reasoning to get to a conclusion before you start throwing out obfuscation. Why is what I presented a flawed experiment? Why is it wrong for the camera to be below the table? Bearing in mind that models are not reality, they're representations, emulations of reality. Your argument was, your model's not accurate because it's a model. That was your argument. Your counter argument to me was, your model's wrong because it's a model. That was your argument. That's what you said. No, you didn't. I said represent the effect of the horizon line in a physical model. You're asking for a physical effect, a physical model. I want to replicate the effect in reality with a model, not a theoretical one, a physical one. We're talking about physics here. You're just shifting the goalposts and deflecting. You were literally asked, I want to make the effect of the horizon line to bring it closer to me so that I can see the effect. Was that not the circumstances of what was asked of you? That we have an effect that's too far away, and I want to create a model that brings that effect closer so that I can observe what the effect is. That's what the circumstance of the model was. I asked you, how do I make that model a reality? And then you're saying maths makes accurate models and posting links to globe earth shit in my chat. You weren't asked any of that. You asked a very specific set of things that you were obfuscating and distracting against. No, I was asked for a model to get the effect of the horizon closer to eyes so that it's visible, so that that effect can be seen. And then you offered up theoretical models and globe earth projections. No, but I don't want maths. I don't want maths. I want a model that shows with eyes the effect at the range. That's what you was asked, and you didn't deliver. I don't want the maths. Exactly. Correct, Barney. I don't want the maths. I want the physical observation with my own eyes that I can see. That's correct. I don't want the maths. I want the physical observation in a model that proves the effect has a physical nature in reality, not a mathematical theoretical one. I want the actual observable thing that occurs with your own eyes that you can see. No, you didn't. You didn't. You said maths are accurate. You said only maths are accurate models, which is untrue. That's a lie. Maths are theoretical, and maths doesn't prove things. Maths can also have models for things that don't exist in reality. So that's not true, is it? So you said something that wasn't true to back up the fact that you wasn't given what you was asked to give. Sorry, I just heard footsteps then, right? Was it just a zombie? You didn't, Barney. I was asked. So what? So then let's stay on point then. Let's go back to the point then, Barney. If what you're saying is true, Barney, then we should be able to go back in time. Let's go back to the original point and carry on the conversation down a smooth line to conclusion without any obfuscation, without no semantic word games, without no deflection, without no distraction. So we'll go back. I'm looking for a physical model to take the assumed effect of the horizon being the cause for objects disappearing from the bottom up to create a model that brings this function closer to us based on real world principles so that we can model the effect to see whether or not there's another alternative for this effect in reality. No, that's not what I'm asking for. I'm asking for a physical model that observes the effect. That's not what I'm asking for. That's theoretical. That's literally just artificial computerized program. It's not a physical model. It's not a fucking physical model, is it? It's a web page to a computer generated image. It's not a physical model. I don't want that. Worthless. Okay. Oh dear. It's a link to a physical fucking model. You haven't even looked at it, have you? I don't need to. I know that it's not a physical model. It can't possibly be a physical model. Do you know what I'm saying? Logic alone will determine it can't be a physical model unless you literally put in a ball and then moving a boat over a physical ball and saying, look, there's the effect that it happens. You haven't proven that you're on a ball to begin with. So it's a false assumption. Yeah, but you haven't proven that you are on a ball to begin with, have you? No, but you haven't proven that. No, but you haven't proven you're on a ball. It's a presupposition. Did I not say based on real world assumptions? Did I not say, shall we go back what my wording actually was? Go back to my actual wording, what I actually said. Want the maths, exactly. Correct, Barney. I don't want the maths. I want the physical observation with my own eyes that I can see. That's correct. I don't want the maths. I want the physical observation in a model that proves the effect has a physical nature in reality, not a mathematical theoretical one. I want the actual observable thing that occurs with your own eyes that you can see. Yeah, based on real world reality. You didn't. You said maths are accurate. You said only maths are accurate models, which is untrue. That's a lie. Maths are theoretical, and maths doesn't prove things. Maths can also have models for things that don't exist in reality. So that's not true, is it? So you said something that wasn't true to back up. Forward. You didn't. Point then, Barney. If what you're saying is true. Okay, ready? Here we go. You ready? If what you're saying is true, Barney, then we should be able to go back in time. Let's go back to the original point and carry on the conversation down a smooth line to conclusion without any obfuscation, without no semantic word games, without no deflection, without no distraction. So we'll go back. I'm looking for a physical model to take the assumed effect of the horizon being the cause for objects disappearing from the bottom up to create a model. Right. So step one, that the horizon is the cause for the horizon. So one, we're not determining that the horizon is caused by Earth curve. So already you're reifying curvature where none was asked for. Brings this function closer to us based on real world principles. There you go. Based on real world principles. If you're using a globe Earth model, a physical round model, and they're saying, there's your model, you haven't determined that the globe that you're standing on is in fact real world yet, have you? You haven't, you're starting with the presupposition that you're on a globe to begin with. No, we're not going to assume that that's true to begin with. We want real things that we know are true for a fact. We know that law of perspective is true. We're trying to emulate the effect of the horizon line based on the principles of the law of perspective. So I want to bring that function from further away closer to us, and I'm asking for a model. How do you do that? No, I'm not. Where's the assumption that it's flat, Barney? Where am I starting with the assumption that it's flat? Where am I starting with the assumption that it's flat? Where did I start with the assumption? We're talking about how do objects disappear from the bottom up? You're claiming Earth curve does that. I'm saying there's an alternative answer to that based on law of perspective. The table is flat and that broken experiment. Yeah, okay, we're not talking to Barney right now. There is an alternative answer. You saying there isn't doesn't mean that there isn't. Okay? You said the experiment or the model is flawed, and I'm asking why is it flawed, and you're not able to provide actual answers to why it's flawed. No, I'm not assuming that the Earth is flat. My opinion is that the Earth is flat, but this model has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth at all. How it's being used is irrelevant. How the model is being used is irrelevant. The assumption of the model isn't based on whether the Earth is flat or a globe. I literally explained 6 fucking times how it's flawed. No. You said the reason why it's flawed and then asked why that is. Your argument was, your model is wrong because it's a model. That was the argument that you gave in response. You said the reason why it's circular reasoning. It's like the reason why it's wrong, the reason why the model is wrong is because it's a model. Yeah, it is. You said because this doesn't happen in reality. You're not under a table in reality, not inside the world in reality. Yeah, but that's not what it's trying to do. It's a model and not reality. Are you ready, Joe? Read it slowly this time. Yeah, come on then. And I'll give you the same answer that I gave you earlier as well. Come on then. You ready? The reason is wrong because it's flat. Right, okay. Yeah. That's not the reason. The model has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Everyone knows the Earth is shaped like a hot dog. Yeah. Like the model has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. The Earth is provably not flat yet. Of course it is. That's why no one can prove it. The model is creating a reality that doesn't exist. What part of the reality is being created then, Barney? Let's go step by step. Step by step. Your claim is it's creating a reality that doesn't exist. What point is creating a reality that doesn't exist? If I'm so dense, why can't you just immediately explain what it is, respond to it rather than distraction? Why don't you just go, right, because boom. Can we get a reality where we play video games? Yeah, hopefully we'll get to that reality soon. I do want to get onto some Cryo Archive in like an hour or so. Right, model is, you can't explain things to stupid people. Like, that's just what you have to claim and say because you can't explain anything, which is literally you saying yourself is stupid then, isn't it? Because you're not explaining it and they're saying you can't explain it by not explaining it because the people are stupid. But if you're not stupid, you'd be able to explain it. But you're not explaining it and then saying that you can't explain it because the other people are stupid it while you're not explaining it. So wouldn't that make you stupid? Okay. Here you are. Here's the two dinosaurs all in agreement with each other, bombing each other up. Instead of just answering simple questions. Apparently, I'm stupid, but they can't answer simple questions. So, where is the creating a reality part of the model? Where is the reality creating a reality part happening specifically within the model? Yeah, but could you just say it again so that we can talk about it right now in chat to everybody? Yeah, well, it's past the screen. Well, no, because you're not repeating yourself, are you? You've not actually said the reason. Yeah, your reason that you gave is because it's a model. That's what your reason was. You said because it's a model. You're observing below level, below horizon. Yeah, but why is it doing that? But what's the purpose? Why has it done that though? Why have they done that? Why can't you do that, Bonnie? But why can't you do that, Bonnie? Why can't I put it below the horizon, below? Why can't I do that? That'll do, I guess. Okay. Your eyes are not below the horizon. All right, okay. So do you see this part here? This is a camera lens, right? This is the whole eye. So we can use this as a replica of the eye, right? Of the eye. Is this portion here below the center of your eye? Here. See this section here? Do you see there's a top part of your eye and there's a bottom part of your eye, isn't there? The camera is 6 feet above the ground. Doesn't matter how high the camera is. It doesn't matter. It's not the point that's being replicated. To be accurate to reality, the camera would have to be above the table a few inches. Why would it? Why would it? No, it isn't. No, it's not the point. It's not the point at all. You don't understand the point. It's not the point. The point isn't to see over the table. Is it? That's not the point, is it? The point's not to see over the table. No. The point's not to see over the top of the table. Like, which part in this picture? Where's the table? In this image, can we draw where the table is? There is no table. It's not reality. So right, where we're going? Where's the table? So where's the table? Right. Okay. 6 feet below the camera. So you're saying it's down here. So you're saying this white bit here, we'll say that's the table then. The white part's the table, right? So what are we trying to do then? So by now that we've put the table below the camera, what's the point of the model? Now that the table's been put below the camera, this white part here, what's the point of the model now? The higher you go, the further you see. Yes, correct. Yes, that's correct. Yeah. So what happens when we lower the camera then? Right? So the higher you go, the further you see. So the lower we go. Can you finish off the logical progression? If the higher you go, the further you see, the lower you go. What? You can only get to the ground and not below it like the model does. Yeah, in reality, you can't go below the ground. That's true. But we're using a model to do something that we can't do in reality. So if we put the model, the table below us like it is in reality, what are we doing? Well, no, because we wouldn't. Why wouldn't you're basically saying, do reality? Raptor, and Barney. Your argument is, no, it's wrong because you do reality. That's what you're saying. You're saying do reality. That's what you're saying. Just do reality. Just look out into the ocean and see the boats moving from the bottom up. But we can do that anyway, can't we? We don't need a model to do that, do we? We don't need to do a model what we already see with our eyes on a day-to-day basis when we're looking at the ocean. We don't need a model for that, do we? That's just reality that you're asking to be done. But we're asking what causes that effect. So we're trying to bring that closer to us. So we kind of use some fundamental assumptions about how we see the world in order to try and replicate a model of what happens at distance. That's just deflection and distraction, Raptors, because you can't stay on topic, which is Barney's problem. It's funny how the dinosaurs both seem to have the same problem about staying on topic. It must just be a problem with dinosaurs. Like dinosaurs must have some kind of cognitive problem about staying on topic and being logical. What happens to the boats? What do you mean what happens to the boats? Nothing happens to the boats. The boats, they still exist. They're still there. In the model, you aren't occupying the same plane as the object you're observing while trying to use it to explain reality where you are. Yeah, because we're trying to replicate something that we can't do in reality. Correct, Barney, yes. Why is that wrong? How did they disappear from the bottom up? Do they fall off the edge? No, nothing happens to the bottom. Nothing happens to the boats themselves. The boats still exist. They're still going off to sea. They're still doing whatever they're doing. Right. So you're admitting that you can't replicate the effect with a flat model. It's got nothing to do with flat. It's got nothing to do with flat or globe or anything. It's got nothing to do with shape. It's to do with the law of perspective about how your eyes see the world. Why can't you see them? Because for this reason. Because once a boat gets past this point here, the bottom portion of your eye can no longer has the angle to be able to resolve the image anymore. That's what happens. No. They just get squashed into nothing that your eye can't resolve until you gain altitude to increase the angle of observation. Your eye is 6 feet above the ground. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. You guys are so stupid, man. You guys are like literally it stares you in the face and you just can't see reality. You just can't see reality. You see this. This is the table. See this. This here. All this here. Oh, let's get a bigger line here. This here. All this here. The old paint bucket. The old paint bucket here. Let's go like a brown color. Can I get the old paint bucket here? Can I just paint bucket this? What? Can I not paint bucket this? Fuck's sake, bro. Or you just click the fucking eyedropper in it and just go boom, paint. Anyway, all this here, this is the table. Because you guys lack the brain proportion to understand what's happening here. You got here. This is the table. So that's the table here. This is the table. We're trying to bring this horizon line closer by making the assumption that because the ground curves up towards your eyesight, like this here, we're going to say this here is basically like a table edge here. So this is the table here. So this is the table here. Another line, please. Yeah, another line. Right here. So here. So let's go here. Whatever. Fuck's sake, man. Come on. Here. Yeah. Whatever. All this here, all this brown color here. Can you just fucking give me a straight line, bro? All this here is the table. This is the table, right? That's the table. So we can see, like the eye can see the middle point right across the table. This point here where the ground curves up, just like it is in the other image, curves up. There's a point here where the ground will not be able to go any higher, because if it was, it would be like a skyscraper. So this is a skyscraper here. This is something that is above the ground. So that's going to be visible because it's above the ground. However, anything that's on the ground is eventually going to get so small and so compressed into this line, it just will not be visible because you don't have the resolution below the eye level to make anything out on this line. It all gets crushed into this line here. So what we're trying to do is take this table here, but bring the table closer to your eye to bring the table here instead. We're trying to bring that table from there to here and then move an object past this point and see if it disappears from the bottom up, to see if the law of perspective will make objects disappear from the bottom up. So based on the fundamental laws of perspective. And we have a model that shows that's true because we're replicating the horizon, this curvature here, by the use of a table. By bringing it forward, we're assuming that all this curvature here, this slanting nature of perspective, can be classified as the table to bring that horizon line up, the assumed line, closer to the eye. Okay? So this is the table. So all this is the table here. So in order to replicate this, with the assumption that this operates like a table, we just dropped the camera halfway below the table to replicate this function and then move an object across the table and it produces the effect. So the model that is based on the fundamentals of how your eyes work replicates the effect. And you guys can't understand this very simple model and this very simple thing. It's not complicated in any way, but for some reason you find it very difficult to grasp this concept. Draw a poll on it. Why? But either way, you just don't understand the purpose of the model. The model does work. The model does work though. But it does reflect reality because we do see objects disappear from the bottom up, don't we? Yeah, it does. Do we not see objects disappear from the bottom up? Do we not see this ground go up towards the center of our view? Are all these things not true? It doesn't. So these things aren't true. These things that we can observe with our eyes that we know are true aren't true. Yes, because the curve. Right, okay. All these things we can observe are factually true. We know they are for a fact true. Right? We don't have to reify the Earth is flat. We don't have to reify the Earth is a globe. We don't have to reify any shapes of anything. We know that this law of perspective is true, and then we know because we can replicate the basic principles of what's occurring in a model, we know that that effect also occurs due to said law of perspective. We don't have to say that it's caused by Earth curve that's causing it. We've got another explanation. Law of perspective does it. So it's not just globe Earth theory that says that that's true. Law of perspective says it's true. The curve explains it, but you can't observe the curve. You see where the problem is, Raptors? You can observe the law of perspective, you can't observe the curvature. You can't if you go high enough. You can see like 500, 600 miles into the distance of infrared cameras, and you can't see any declination in curvature with your eyes. Everything goes up towards the center of view still, far off into the distance, and it never changes in elevation. It always just goes all the way to center of view for hundreds and hundreds of miles into the distance. And then you just have to claim, well, you can only see it from space. None of us can go to space, and none of us can prove it, so we can't observe it for ourselves. The highest we can do is go up in a plane with an infrared camera, and we can see for 500, 600, 700 miles into the distance, and we can't see any declination of curvature in the air at that range. And that's all we can do. Us regular Joes, that's all we can do. Yeah, but all we can't go to space. We can't verify that. No, because all the pictures are fake, and we can't do that. We can't confirm it. We, as scientists, can only base things on the things that we can observe and can know are true for ourselves. We know the law of perspective is true. We can replicate the effect with a model with very simple practical physics, so we don't need to say that it's Earth curve that causes objects to disappear from the bottom up. We can explain it by law of perspective alone. And we don't have to say the shape of any planet. We don't have... The shape is irrelevant to the conversation, really. All we're saying is we can explain it without having to reify Earth curvature. So why do we have to use Earth curve to explain a phenomena that we know operates the same based on things we know are true? It just seems stupid, doesn't it, to rely on information that we can't prove is true when we've got information that we can prove is true. So it should be based off of that, not the things that we can't prove. But there we go. Everyone will forget next week, and we'll be back explaining the same thing again. Yeah, explained everything. Explained everything. You just saying that it's not been explained is not saying anything. But you're not explaining or proving anything. You're just saying things. Right, you will forget and then say no one ever disproved. No one's disproved me. Where's anyone disproved me now? No one's disproved me right now. No one's provided accurate models that are based on real world things. You're making assumptions that there's curvature where you can't prove there is any. Yeah, you can't prove that there's curvature anywhere to be observed. Well, it disproves that people saying that only Earth curvature causes objects to disappear from the bottom up as being false. That's what it proves. Well, it does, because they're saying the Globe Earth model and the Globe Earth people and all proponents of Globe Earth will all tell you that the reason why objects disappear from the bottom up is due to Earth curvature. Yet there's an alternate explanation based on factors that you observe and you know are true that these so-called scientists never tell you also causes the same effect to happen. So why are they telling you something that you know is true based on your own observations that you can do yourself? They're not even going to tell you that that's a thing, and then tell you something is true based on things that you can't observe for yourself, that you can't prove for yourself. No, it's not been proven. You've been proven in real time that you're wrong. Repeatedly. Saying I'm projecting isn't me projecting. That's just you saying I'm projecting. What am I projecting? How am I projecting? How am I projecting? Why am I projecting? What am I projecting? And all you'll have is a series of other claims. Yeah, no you. Yeah, no you. You. You've been proven wrong and you got no arguments. You're proven wrong. You want to believe in things you can't observe or see for yourself. That's your prerogative. I don't do that. It's not flawed. You've just been proven and walked through it step by step how it's not flawed. Yeah, you're still repeating that it's flawed, even though you just went through it step by step with you to show you how it wasn't flawed. Well, it doesn't matter. We're not talking about whether it disproved the globe or not. You came up with an example. You're shifting the goalpost again. You shift the goalpost. You came up with the curvature proves globe Earth is proven because curvature is observable because boats disappear from the bottom up. These were the claims that were being made, and I offered an alternative explanation for that phenomena. Now you're shifting the goalposts. This time I do have why you're projecting, because you're saying you've been proven wrong. That implies that all the other time you didn't, so you were wrong all the other times. Because you're saying we've been proven wrong when in fact it was you. I haven't been proven wrong. Why? Because for some reason you deliberately want to, well, not to be a globe. No, there's just no evidence that it is. There's no evidence, you can't prove it. So why would I, when all the evidence that I can use to explain phenomena that you see without having to reify globe curvature ever? I've not been disproven anything at any point. You can't prove that it's Earth curvature. Oh, thanks for the follow. I've not got my thing on. I only just saw it, but yeah, completely forgot about follows and shit. Fucking hell. Sorry guys, 1 second. Almost there. 1 second, guys. Pop out. Close window. So thank you, Katie Skittles. Katie Skittles. I think it's Katie Skittles. Sounds like a cheater name, but okay. Thank you for the follow. I do appreciate that. I forgot to put my follows on and stuff. I was literally doing something else. Katy, not Kate. Yeah, C-A-T-Y. Katy, right? C-A-T-Y. K-A-T is cat. Y is E. Cat-T, right? Catty and Catty, single T and double T, isn't that exactly the same? Isn't there like no difference in pronunciation there? Like Katie would have an I in it, right? Katie would be like K-A-T-I-E, Katie. K-A-T-Y and K-T-T-Y would both be Catty, right? Am I going mad? Isn't that what that would be? Am I not going mad? Or if I'm getting your name wrong, Katie, Catty, I do apologise. But anyway, like, yeah, you can't prove that you can observe curvature anywhere. KT. No, that's no, because there's no Y before the T. There's no Y before the T, so you wouldn't go. Why would you pronounce the Y before you get to the T? It's catty, isn't it? But that's how it's pronounced. But the Y, look, mate, I'm from England. We invented the English language. Y, if you're pronouncing the word before the T, then it's cat, isn't it? Like it would be K-E-T. Cat-T. Catty would be how you pronounce it afterwards because it comes after the T. Catty. No, but we can explain boats disappearing from the world based on laws of perspective. So you can't use that as an argument. But we've already gone through it and we've shown the proof that you can do it. No, stop, janked. Fucking hell, man, I got janked on the fucking side. Everyone's got fanning like a fucking bitch. How's he healed from the original shot? He already got hit once. It should be one tap. It should be one tap, man. Like, how is he healed from... He's in mid-reload. Like, he's one tap for sure. Like, he's been hit once already. Look, the guy got hit for 120. The guy got hit for 120, and then got hit for 120 again. He got hit in the torso twice. Where did he get time to heal? Anywhere, bro. Position. But he's reloading as well. When I got up, the dude was in mid-reload animation. So the guy can literally heal and reload in 5 seconds. Yeah. Then he got hit 3 times, really, but yeah. Other dude got into the building with no footsteps. Bear in mind, we heard where all their footsteps were. Some other dude got on the left. So... This is like a mid-reload here, bro. He's a mid-reload, bro. I mean, is this not a fucking headshot, bro? Is that not a headshot? Dude, that looks like a fucking headshot to me, bro. That looks like a fucking headshot to me, bro. That looks like a fucking headshot to me, bro. Fucking aimbot for sure. Fucking aimbot for sure as well. Neck, shoulder, sure. Looks like a pretty fucking headshot to me, bro. Fucking hitboxes on the head are massive. But either way, objects are explained, disappearing from the bottom up with law of perspective in it, which has been proven. And you just guys can't do basic science and basic logic. There's no such law of perspective. There's no such thing. There's literally how you see the world, but there's no such thing. Okay. 2-star. Pretty good aim for a 2-star, bro. Oh, you got the one eye symbolism. 83 hours on record. Cat comments. Yeah, just a cheater with an aimbot, bro. Yeah. There's no such law where part of objects disappear. Yeah, we have. We've used a model to show that that's exactly what happens. We've used a model based upon how your eyes see the world, and we've replicated all of the assumptions that go into how we see the world, and then just basically brought the horizon line closer to us using that fundamental understanding of how our eyes work, and then replicated the exact same function of objects disappearing from the bottom up. So we know that this is due to the cause of the law of perspective. And you guys are apparently not smart enough to understand that. You're all just stupid. In the flawed model, the objects are over the edge. Yeah, they are in real world as well. Yeah, they are outside of the model as well. The edge is an illusion. It's an optical line created by the fact that you can't see forever. You can't see infinitely forever. Unfortunately, due to the law of perspective, means you can't see forever. You don't have infinite sight. You also apparently don't know what the law of perspective is, so the ships fell off the Earth. No. The line that you see, that edge, that horizon line, is just the point where your bottom portion of your eye can no longer resolve things. It's too small, it's all compressed together into basically one line that you can't resolve. That's all it is. The line doesn't exist, it's just an optical illusion. Yeah, the horizon line is just an optical illusion created by the lack of resolution, the angular resolution of the land at that distance. What if you do a headstand? You're still subject to the law of perspective, whether you're on the ceiling or not on the ceiling. If you're in a tunnel, the closer you get to the ceiling, the same thing would just happen to the ceiling, wouldn't it? Like, you're literally calling me a retard and you don't understand literally how your eyes work, and you're calling me a retard. You literally deny how your eyes work, how they visibly see the world, and then you call me a retard. Think about that. Think how you deny what your eyes actually see and how they actually see, and you call me a retard. Think about that. Just think how retarded that is. I mean, I don't even have to go into the. I'm going to look at this video game. Look how the fucking ground goes up to the eye line. Like, the line to my eyes, the ground isn't flat. No, I don't think the bottom's not randomly disappear at all. You're just creating a straw man argument that's just denying reality. You're just making a straw man argument because you think you're smart, but you're just denying reality, which is retarded. Whilst calling me a retard for doing it. Why do I need to explain the anatomy of the human eye when it's not relevant to what our eyes see? Again, it's just distraction, deflection to another point because you can't argue the actual point. Thank you, Barney, for proving once again, can't stay on topic, has to keep shifting the point across to something else. It's not relevant because I don't need to know how my eyes work to know what I see is true. Like, it's like saying, do I need to know how my graphics cards work to know that it renders the fucking image on my screen? No, I don't need to know how the graphics card works. I can see that it works because I can see the computer image that is rendered. I don't need to know how it's doing it. I don't need to know the anatomy of a graphics card to see how it's rendering graphics, do I? You guys deny reality. You're reality deniers whilst calling me a retard. Again, you made the claim because the bottom of the eyes can't resolve the image anymore. Yes, because of law of perspective, we can draw the lines of physics and say that would have to happen. Has to happen. So yeah, we know that that's true. There is no such law. It's literally how your eyes see the world. Literally how your eyes see the world. No. How your eyes work is in how they see lines of physics is different to the anatomy of the eye and how all the parts of the eye work to produce the image. They're two separate things that you're conflating to one to try and make out that I'm wrong. You're talking two completely, distinctly different things and you're trying to tie them together and say it's the same thing. They're not. They're distinctly different from one another and they're not relevant to the specific conversation about how your eyes see the world, not how your eyes work based on the anatomy and how they're built. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about just how you see and how your eyes work in that regard only. Not the anatomy, different topic, different discussion. Dishonesty and disingenuous behavior constantly over and over again. Again, he said it because it's because of the bottom part of the eye. I'm asking you to explain what the bottom part of the eye is. Yeah, the half of your eye. Your eye can be split. When you're seeing the horizon line, there's an above the horizon line and below the horizon line, isn't there? So we're talking, that point is the middle point of your eye, isn't it? Because that's what you see. The top part will be the top part of your eye that you see, and then the other part will be the bottom portion of your eye that you can see. So we're going to talk about the bottom portion, half of your eye. That's going to have a limited resolution at the plane that you're standing on, and there'll be a limit to how far that portion of the eye can see, unless you go higher. Yeah, you're all idiots and stupid and can't understand basic things that are being explained to you that anybody with intelligence would understand immediately. Yeah, anyone that has any intelligence whatsoever would understand what I'm saying. Makes completely logical sense. Yeah, because everyone's stupid. That's why everyone disagrees because they're stupid. Even when you explain through step by step and you've gone through baby steps, step by step, and then you still go, but it doesn't make any sense, you're still 6 feet above the ground. Then you're a retard and you'll always be stupid and you're never going to understand it, even when it's literally baby fed to you step by step and you still don't understand it. So you got to be a retard, haven't you? If everyone can't understand it when they're literally being baby stepped through it, then they're a retard, aren't they? But if everyone does that, and everyone does in fact do that, then everyone's a retard then, aren't they? Is it? Okay, we'll see who's retarded. We'll go through this one more time for the retards here. For the retards here. We'll go for one more time for the retards here. Okay, ready? Go into the browser. We're going to go to Horizon image again. We're going to go to horizon. Horizon image. Here we go. Horizon image. Image of horizon. Boom, boom, boom. Do you see this point here? Is this the middle of your eye or not? True or false? Only true or false answers are acceptable. Anybody who doesn't is an immediate retard. Is this the middle of your eye, of your vision? True or false? False. You're a retard. There you go. Retard. You're all retards. Yeah, the middle of the picture is the middle, or where the camera is the middle of the camera, isn't it? Which would be relative to your eye. No, no, I've literally presented you the reality, and then you've gone, no, that's not reality, even when you've just been pointed to it being reality. Not projection. You've literally been shown the reality, and you've gone, nope, that's not reality. So you're reality deniers. Proven on record reality deniers. You need a therapist, yet saying all these things aren't real arguments, and only people that are wrong have to say these things, because you just argue within the actual argument and not have to go to this length. Then you should probably pronounce it KT then, isn't it? You should probably type it as KT then, and not as Catty. Like, the dude's literally, like, whatever. You can, it's not how it's spelt though, innit? Like, you spelt it wrong, you spelt your name wrong, innit? That's all you're saying. It's spelt wrong, innit? You spelt it wrong, it's wrong spelt, innit? You spelt it wrong. Who cares? I already apologized for saying your name wrong if that's how it's wrong, so I don't know why you guys would keep going on about it for. Like, name deniers, like, you're literally denying reality in front of your face. Okay? This is the center of the camera. That's the horizon line. This is below the camera. This is the bottom portion of the camera. Bottom portion of camera. Bottom portion of camera. Camera. Bottom portion. This here, top portion. Top portion here. Here, look. Look. Top portion. Go. Here, look. Copy. 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 Boom. Copy. We'll go to paint. Paint. You see? You see here? You see? You see? Here. 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 Top portion. Top portion. And then here. Here, bottom portion, bottom portion, bottom portion, top portion, bottom portion, top portion. Do you understand? Do you understand? Top portion of camera, bottom portion of camera, bottom portion, bottom portion, top portion, top portion, bottom portion. Top portion, bottom portion. You see? Bottom, 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 top. Top, bottom, bottom, top. Do you understand the difference between the top and the bottom? Do you understand the difference between top and bottom? Right? So we're going to go here, middle line. We'll go middle line. Here we go. Boom. Horizon line. Horizon. Right? Horizon, middle. 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 Okay? Middle. Okay? So here, horizon. Here we'll go horizon. Here, horizon here. And then we go here, we go top portion, top portion, bottom portion, top portion, bottom portion, top, bottom, okay? Top portion, bottom portion, top, bottom, okay? Top portion, bottom portion, okay? You see how ground move up to middle. Ground move from bottom to middle. You see how it move up? It move on like a slanting up towards the middle. It goes from bottom to middle and it slants up to the middle. Bottom portion, top portion, okay? And then we go, ground slants up to middle. Ground slants up to middle, like this. See ground, this is the ground. Here is ground, okay? Ground, this is the ground here. You see how it slant up to middle, okay? Middle, slants up to the middle. This is the middle point, this is horizon. Bottom portion, top portion, okay? Do you understand? So, we know that there's going to be a point where bottom portion compresses into a small dot. Here is the point at which bottom portion connects to middle portion. Middle connects to bottom. Bottom connects to middle, and they compress together. And anything that is along this line gets compressed to be not visible to the naked eye. So anything moving further beyond that line will disappear from the bottom up and not be visible to you at all. It will just be compressed into a black line that you call the horizon, that your eye can't resolve. Okay? And then all we do is take this effect and say this is like the edge of a table. So we take a camera and we put it below the table and we'll go, right, we'll bring the line here and we'll go table. So we'll say the bottom portion, we're obstructing the bottom portion of the eye, we're obstructing it so that we can just observe the top portion only. So that we can observe the top portion of what occurs with just the top portion at this point. By bringing that point to this point, we can then see if objects disappear from the bottom up or not. And they do. So then we don't have to explain Earth curvature because we can explain it through just how your eyes work. And anyone who denies this is just a retard. Yeah, the entire population must be a retard then. Must be. If you're denying literally the reality that has just been explained to you in baby steps, then you are a retard, yes. If you can't understand it after you've just been explained through and walked through it step by step, you're a retard, yes, for sure. I mean, I don't think I'm smarter than Brian Cox. Brian Cox has proven multiple times that he is a complete moron. I explained nothing, even though I went through step by step and showed you how it works. But why is that a relevant topic? We're not talking about that, are we? It's not a relevant topic, Raptor. Why is it relevant to say that? You said earlier yourself, the higher you go, the further you can see. So the lower you go, you can't see as far, can you? You can't see as far if you're lower to the ground. So we're not trying to be above the ground, are we? We're trying to get lower to the ground. lower to the ground, ignoring the lower portion of the ground entirely, is what we're trying to do. That's the purpose of the model. And you keep trying to say, well, though, you keep trying to say that that's not the point of the model when it is. because your picture is wrong. It's literally accurate to how you see the world. So how can it be wrong? In the photo, the water is 6 feet below the camera. Yes or no? Yes, but how is that relevant to the point of the model and what is happening with your eyes? Yeah, but what's the point of it? Yeah, but what's the point? Yeah, are you going to explain the point anytime soon? What is the relevance of you saying that the water's 6 feet below, yes or no? What relevance does it have to the fundamental physics which you've been shown that have to be true? It's not just a theory, it has to be true. Right? This has to be true. Why? Because this is true. This is how you see the world. So if this is how you see the world, this has to be true. How is it wrong? How is it wrong? Raptors, how is it wrong? It doesn't matter where the water is, whether it's 6 feet above, 3 feet, 1 foot, it makes no difference. Doesn't matter how, doesn't matter, it's not relevant. Doesn't make any difference. This is how you see the world. This is how you see the world. The world is seen like this, right? The ground slants up towards the center of view. That's how your eyes work. That's how you see the world. Because we know that's how your eyes work and that's how you see the world, we know this also has to be true. It's not conflicting facts. That's just you making baseless claims. This here has to be true. Because the ground slants up towards the center of view, this has to be true. It's not wrong because you say it's wrong. Is this how, if this is true, how can this not be true? If this is what happens when you see the world. How is it wrong? How's it wrong, Raptor? How's it wrong? We're talking about how your eyes work, about what you see and how you see things. That's what we're talking about. I'm talking about anatomy, so don't deflect. We're not talking about anatomy of how the eye works. We're talking about how prospectively your eyes see the world. And we know how we see the world prospectively. We see it like this. Yeah, well, 6 feet isn't, none of it's a relevant argument. All that is relevant is that the ground slants up towards the center of view when you look out to the distance. That's the only fact we need to know. The only relevant fact that we know is true. To deny that makes you a retard. And because we know that that's true, this is the physics of what has to happen as a result. It does not slant up. It does slant up. Yeah, it does slant up. There, you're seeing it. It slants up. You're not looking down at it. If you was looking down on it, it would slant downwardly, wouldn't it? If you was looking down. You're not looking down, are you? You're standing on the ball. How are you looking down? If you're on a ball and you're standing on the ball, here I'm standing on the ball, I'll be looking out into the distance like that, wouldn't I? How would I be looking down? But the stick man would be looking straight ahead. But if you're standing on the ball, you'll be looking straight ahead. So you'd see, if you was looking straight ahead and you was on a curve, then you'd see the horizon go away from you. It would go lower into the ground, depending on how obviously big the earth was or whatever. Or the ball that you were standing on. But you don't. You're not looking down the ball. You're not looking down the ball. You're looking straight ahead. No, no, no. You'd look straight ahead and you'd see the horizon be below your eye level. It would be far below your eye level because there's a curvature. It's going down. You see how this goes down? If you was looking out ahead, you'd see it round off and go off. Joe, when you're in a plane and you're looking at the horizon, you're looking level and the ground is slanting up to you. Correct. Yes, that's right. Yeah. But if you was on a board, it would be slanting away from you, wouldn't it? Not up towards you. It could be going away from you, downward trajectory. It would be rolling away from your line of sight. It would be going below you. It wouldn't go up towards. It would go down. Because the higher you go in the air, the more of a ball you'd see, the more rounded it would look. We're not determining the shape of the Earth, Katie. We're not using perspective to determine the shape of the Earth. We're using it to determine the fact that the perspective will mean that you will see objects disappear from the bottom up, which is what globe people say is proof of curvature, but is perfectly explainable just on the basis of how you see the world. And you don't have to say any shape of the Earth. That's the argument that's being made here. I'm not saying that the Earth is flat based on this. I'm saying that the way your eyes work, objects will disappear from the bottom up in the distance, and it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Yeah, the globe people. So as he gets higher and further away from the ground, reality shifts and Earth gets more and more angled upwards to meet our eyes. No, your distance that you can see into the distance will always stay relative to the middle, won't it? You'll just see more of the ground. Like the line won't change. Like the line, what you see into the distance will never change. It'll always stay in the same position because you can only see a finite amount based off the angle that you can see of what's below you. So the horizon line will always stay in the same place unless there's like atmospheric conditions that would bring the horizon line lower, like atmospheric occlusion, for example. But the point is, if you was on a ball, then the vanishing point would change. It would go below you all the time. The higher you go, the lower it would go. But you can go up in a plane with an infrared camera, and you can prove that that's not true. That's not true. That the center line always stays like in the center. That's the same as it would be as you was on the ground. It never goes lower when you're looking out into the distance. It will never change based on elevation, only the amount of ground that you see below you. Like this middle point will never change. It's just the amount of ground that you see below you changes. Yeah, I know it's a big aspect of art. Yeah, yeah, I know it is, yeah. But the point is, people are denying reality. They're denying that this optical slant doesn't exist. They're pretending that this optical slant doesn't exist. And then calling me a retard because I'm saying that I see the optical slant. Because I see this optical illusion of this optical slant of how our eyes work. And then using this fact and then projecting this fact into a sideways view and then determining this point here based on lines of perspective, that a few things must happen as a result of that. Yeah, it does. The slant does. It does, yeah. Said that who doesn't think that you look down at the horizon when you're 30,000 feet in the air. No, you said you're on a ball and you're supposed to be looking down. But if you're looking, what are you talking like, Barney? You're inventing straw man arguments that aren't relative to what we're talking about here. You're just literally saying stupid shit. The dumbest shit possible you could possibly say, and you're saying it. Yeah, sure, bro. Sure, bro. Literally denying reality. All reality deniers. I think I'm gonna have to go run, play fucking marathon, I think. Literally making up laws, what, how you see the world, that's a made up law, is it? Law of perspective is a made up law, is it? If it's true, then it's a law, isn't it? If this happens due to perspective, then this is a law of nature, isn't it? It's a law of nature, isn't it? And we call that law of nature perspective. We call it perspective. No, Burley said that 30,000 people get up in a plane. I never said that. I never said anything about 30,000 people get up in a plane, that the ground reaches up to your eyes when you're looking at low level, which is true. I never said any such thing. I've never said anything like that at all. At any point. I've not said anything like that. Not a made up law. You're seeing it right now. You're seeing it as a fact. You see this optical illusion created by your eyes that makes the ground appear as though it rises up to the center, even though we know that the is a level plane and it's flat and doesn't actually curve up. But that's how your eyes see the world. No, this is not because of curve. This isn't because of curvature. This doesn't happen because of Earth curve. Raptor, do you think that this happens because of Earth curve? Do you actually believe this is due to Earth curve, bro? Where's my fucking paint gone? Fucking Raptor over here, man, literally thinks like he's like here, fucking looking up the ball. Bro thinks he's looking up the ball, bro. The bro thinks he's doing this, bro. This is what my man thinks he's doing, bro. My man thinks he's fucking looking up a ball, bro. My man Raptor here thinks he's looking up a ball? He thinks he's standing here on a ball, looking up the ball. That's what he thinks he's doing. Raptor thinks he's fucking standing on the fucking side of the ball, looking up the ball. That's what he thinks he's doing, bro. Guy's a fucking Mongol, bro. What a Mongol. No, I'm not. I'm saying I'm standing flat. I'm flat on the ground here. No, I'm not. The ground doesn't actually curve up to your eye level, bro. It's an optical illusion. You understand that, right? Rotate the image and you'd be correct. No, because you're not looking down. You don't look down. So you think this is what's happening. You think this is what's happening. You think you're doing that. Are you a retard? Are you retarded? Do you think that's what you're doing? No, you're not looking down from 6 feet. You're standing on the ground and you're looking across. Like, why are you talking such nonsense? You're a retard or what? Are you a retard? Raptor, are you a retard? You're not standing on the ball looking down the ball, bro. You're not doing that. No, this is not what's happening. You're looking across that way. No, you're not looking down. You're looking straight across. You're a retard. Bonnie, you're a retard. That's not what you're doing. You're not looking down the ball. You're standing on top of the ball, and I'm looking straight ahead. So I can't be looking down the ball if I'm on top of the ball, can I? You guys are stupid. You're standing on top of the ball. You are not looking down the ball. You're looking across the ball. You're looking across the ball. You're not looking down the ball. You're looking across. You're not looking down. I'm not looking down at the ground. When I'm at the beach, I'm not looking down the fucking beach like this, bro. I'm not. I've got my back straight. I'm looking out into the distance. I'm standing on the ball. I'm looking outwardly, horizontally across the plane, right? I am not looking down the ball. So when we look down the road, we're actually looking across the road. Yes, exactly. We're looking across the road. Holy shit. Crazy, isn't it? We're not looking down the ball. Yes. And when we're looking across the road goes up towards our eye level because it slants up towards our eye level. Not in reality. In reality, the ground's actually flat that we're looking across. It's actually flat. But because of our eyes and how we see the world, we actually see the ground go up towards the center of our view. And all we're doing is taking the physics of how that works with our eyes and then plotting it into a sideways view, as I'd shown earlier, and then making some logical conclusions based off of these fundamental facts that have to be true. And then we've created a model to replicate this scenario at closer range so that we can move objects across the top of the surface and see if they disappear from the bottom up, thus determining that the law of perspective literally explains why objects disappear from the bottom up. And all you guys are retarded that can't understand basic physics. Literally can't understand basic geometry and basic physics, and then people calling me a retard and telling me I don't understand basic geometry and basic physics. It's literally insane. Anyway, marathon time. I think I need to go do some Cryo Archive. I didn't do any last week. Sorry guys, I should have played more Hunt, man, but you can blame Barney, innit? Blame Barney, mate. I know it takes two to tango, man, but like Barney should not be topping topics and shit. Should just be sticking about what the channel is about, cheaters, not about flat earth. So I'm blaming Barney. Yes, I'm aware that I'm arguing back and that I'm also equally to blame, but I don't care. I'm still gonna blame Barney. You can say anything, you can make all the claims you want, but it's not true. No, the facts and the evidence are all on my side. Statistics, probability, all the evidence that I've produced for years, and all my logical reasoning proves that I might not be right all of the time, but I'm right a good majority of the time. And I'm just going to go make a coffee real quick as well, guys. Because you're all retarded, that's why I don't understand these facts. Because you're all retarded, bro, that's why. And what that? Joe was only given a Pentium from 2000. Oh, sorry, what? Where'd that voice come from? Inside your head, you're losing it, Barney. You're cracking up. You're cracking up. You're hearing voices, bro. Go to Armory, carry service. I don't know about this. Special offers. So I've got 24 commendations and I can grab free shit here. So it's okay, I suppose.
Stay focused. Stay aggressive.
We've got a self-revive here. What's my loadout value? 2.1k. That's not very good, is it? Sell these fucking grey guns, bro. Sell these greys. I think this M77. We've got loadout value is good enough. Let's get rid of these bullets here. $30 be enough? Got a self-revive. Probably get some more meds. An advanced patch and advanced shields, but maybe I could just take some more. It's not too bad. I mean, this backpack's a bit shit though. Do have some blues. I've got a few blues. I'm gonna take an extra blue one here. 6.5k value. Let's get rid of this and let's get another actual full chunk, full stack. Maybe that'll be fine. Feel like I might run out of ammo though. I'll be alright. I think that's good enough. I think it's fine. And if my microphone's actually even not even been plugged in when I was calling dudes a cheater earlier, man, they never even fucking heard that shit. There we go. Hey, it says crew filter disabled by default. You've disabled it finally. Thank you. Good change there. I was tempted. I don't know. I'm thinking about it though, but I was thinking, play this for a little while, man. I think I might maybe go get some food, man. I was like tempted to like stream like Pragmata or whatever. I bought it like the other day, but I've not played it yet. Maybe stream some Pragmata later on. Maybe, I don't know. I played the demo. I thought it was pretty solid, man. But I've heard a few people are disliking the game apparently. Has anybody else played it at all yet? Has anybody had a chance to put any time into it? Or is it just not on people's radar? I wasn't planning on buying it really. I just played the demo briefly, just on a whim, and it was like it was all right. So I thought, okay, I'll buy it. Why not? Give it a go. Never heard of it. Oh, it's the new like Capcom game, isn't it? This one here, Pragmata or whatever. It was on the Steam store space, but this game here, yeah, Pragmata.
While I was preparing to depart for Earth, the moonquake struck.
Cats, it's a cheaters game. It's a game for cheaters.
Enacting attack protocol. Permission to commit acts of controlled violence granted.
You gotta be kidding me. I'm calling it. You'd make a lousy friend. We'll shut Edis down, and then we'll head to Earth.
Basically, what I played of it in the demo, it basically kind of, not exactly, but it kind of plays like Dead Space with a mini game, with this very light sprinkling of like Dark Souls over the top, but like not super like hardcore like Dark Souls, but there's dodging and evading, sort of bigger bosses that you fight or whatever. It's kind of got like a sprinkling of some Dark Souls ideas or whatever, but it's sort of like Dead Space with a mini game. You basically got this girl on your back, or the android girl or whatever. Every time you like attack an enemy, you can basically hack them. Everything's global propaganda, and you got to hack them, and you basically got to play this mini game where you basically go through the grid or whatever.
Let's do our best.
We'll shut Edis down, and then we'll head
This
to Earth.
here, you go through this grid. You use the face button. You go boop boop boop, and you got to like collect all the different things, and then get to the green zone, and that breaks their like penetration or their armor or whatever, and then you can like deal damage to them. I played the demo. It seemed pretty solid. It seemed alright. Taking a while to find a game here, man. Oh, look at them numbers. Well, what is it? What are we on? 16K. Okay. Hey, what's cracking, guys? Everybody in a good mood? Everybody happy? Lots of loot to be had. Dude, shut the fuck up, man. Shut the fuck up. Wait, you said cat cheaters, so cats means cheating. Yeah, cats cheater code. Cat's cheater code for I'm a cheater, innit? That's what cat is, isn't it? But I guess you're new to the channel, so you don't know that's the thing, innit? Like if you got a cat name or a cat, that's why I looked at your name and I'm like, cat. It sounds like a cheater name, innit? It's okay. Well, I'm probably just pronouncing your name wrong, isn't it? I don't think you're actually a cheater. I don't actually know you. I'm just getting your name wrong. I see C-A-K-A-T, mate, and I'm thinking cat, and I'm immediately going there. What is this? Oh, it's a mercy cat. That's the mercy cat, isn't it? Dude, fucking hell, I'm locked into... Didn't realise I even got hit, to be fair. Well, I did. Who wants that bit of loot? I'll take it.
Pay attention.
So did the security did the security cards increase your...
I have ammo.
This is a set symbol. Increase security clearance. Okay.
Check it out.
Feeling better.
Less agility, more melee damage, finishing cipher. I mean, kind of good. Before you got fired for kissing, I did have a cat as my nickname when I worked at Disney. The truth's coming out now, man. Disney are super sus, man. Working at Satan HQ.
Goodies here.
A second self-revive, why not? What's that? It requires DNA network access. A battery.
Doctor's orders. Ammo crate place. Curious.
I don't know if this battery is used for anything. Portable power source compatible with various devices in Cryo Archive. Might be useful. I'll bring it with just in case. When I stack those, I can stack them. Holy shit. A drum mag.
Over here.
Need more clearance. Need a little bit more clearance and get level 2, man. Be nice. I should really look online to see exactly where you find the clearance. I think you just get it, what, cards dropped off the AI and then the consoles. I don't think there's anywhere else. got it.
Goodies here.
Goodies. I got no room for nothing, bro. It's all full of the resources that I need.
Look.
I just jump off. I gotta go all the way down here. Oh, Greyzone. I keep forgetting to fucking play fucking Greyzone, man, as well. Need to check it out, man. Keep forgetting to check it out.
Burn them. Deploying barricade.
Shit, it's not what I wanted to do.
Recall window will remain stable for 30 minutes.
Help me out!
Aimbot to me, bro. He's like fucking aimbot to me, bro. Cronus, I've got to roll straight in there, mate. I'm gonna run straight at people. You do need an aimbot with a shotgun, bro. Yeah, you do. You do need an aimbot. Yeah. If you're sliding in, you gotta be pretty on point with your aim. Any over aim or under aim, you're gonna miss your shots. You need to hit both of them to get the kill. So yeah, having an aimbot would be hugely beneficial to lock to somebody while you're in mid slide, and then literally peeking people where they know where they are and landing all their shots. Yeah, of course, man. Of course, they're cheating. But then you got to assume that everybody that plays the game never miss any of their shots ever. And we're just back to the Hunt Showdown arguments of why are all these below average players or average players all above average? That never panic, never make the mistakes that other human players make, always do the correct thing, always do the right thing, always acting, moving correctly. And just not the case, is it? There's no matchmaking in this game at all. There's not even any MMR. Which means you should just be against average players literally most of the time, but you never are. Do they? Doesn't look like it to me, man. Literally, this guy literally just got up of a self-revive, went bang. From self-revive, bang. Instantaneous bang from self-revive. The same Cronus dude that killed me literally got up off of fucking a self-revive, bang. Like that, instant reaction. Aimbot, bro. Fucking aimbot, bro. Looking where everybody, knowing exactly where everybody was, and corner peeking, and literally hitting every single shot. Kronos has 67 games on a 13-year-old account. There you go. 8 equals Kronos equals D. In other words, I'm a cheater. That's what it means. This means he's a cheater. He's a cheater, bro. This must be one of his other accounts or other people using the same naming convention. He's got 14 games on an 11-year-old account. All the question marks, all the fucking suspicious names. Random black dude. Slayer. He's got drugs in the background, like saying, I'm doped up, I'm on drugs, I'm a cheater. That's what he's saying. Those are literally fucking cat eyes. I mean, they're very cat-like eyes here that we've got going on. Cat eyes. Green full stop with a mushroom. Like, again, I'm like, I'm on mushrooms, man. I'm on drugs. How do you know it's always? You only know the games you play. What are you talking about, Raptor? I don't know the names of any of his other teammates. I don't think.
Deploying barricade.
Cronus killed... Oh, so Cronus killed everybody. So Cronus basically just downed everybody on my team, basically. Not suspicious when the same dude who has instant reactions just seems to kill everybody on the team. I don't know if I can buy the chem grenades or not. I know I can buy a few add-ons now, but we'll see. Let's just do that maybe. Do I have any calls? Do I have any calls anywhere? I think I can just buy some basic ones. I think I do have these destroyer ones actually. Take that one. 7K loadout. This is fine. How do you know it's always when you know the games you play instant every 11 hours? Oh, I don't know. Something you said 10 minutes ago. I don't know. I don't know what you're on about, man. I don't know what you're talking about, man. All these boring games with cheaters who just literally can't handle losing in video games. Oh, Quid has lost 80% of the audience. I'm afraid this game will close before the marathon online drop from 500k to 30k. You're sure they're the only ones that can't handle losing? Well, I'm literally the one getting cheated over and over and over again and still proceeding to play the game and try to have as much fun as I can while playing the game. So clearly, I am able to handle, and I'm not just losing, I'm getting cheated on. So it's not just me losing, like they're cheating because they can't handle losing a fair game on fair level. I'm repeatedly losing to people who are cheating. Not always, but mostly people who are cheating. And I'm continuing to play, continuing to expose the cheaters and carry on doing what I'm doing. So clearly I am able to handle being cheated on, whereas they can't even handle just losing fairly. They cheat because they can't handle losing, so they get cheated and they continue to lose, but on purpose. Well, they don't. They win the majority of their games, so they're in a net positive in their mind. Do you understand anything like psychology or anything like that? Do you understand like if you're losing over and over again and you literally can't play the game, that's going to be a very oppressive climate. That's going to be very difficult for people to be able to deal with. Some people might say it's too sweaty and they won't play the game because they won't be able to handle how oppressive it is to keep losing over and over again. Whereas if you're playing a game where you're winning some of the time and you're losing some of the time, you're going to be like, oh yeah, it's okay. I'll win some, I'll lose some. You'll be happy-go-lucky. And you'll be some people who are good who win a lot of the time and they'll lose sometimes and they'll be quite happy to lose and understand why they're losing, you know, play the game or whatever. But cheaters, as soon as they lose fairly because they can't win because they've got a massive ego and can't accept that they're bad and they can't get good because they're bad, they literally will break down mentally. They can't deal with it. Their ego, they have to be the best at everything, so they have to get cheats in order to maintain a net positive of wins so that they can feel like they're the best. If they win the majority of the games, they wouldn't be in 3-star. Yeah, they're not. They're all in 6-star, and then they realize they're playing against cheaters, which they don't like, so then they start making new accounts to play where the legitimate players are, what's left of them in 3-star and lower ranks. Yeah, exactly. So how are they staying in 3-star? Making new accounts, isn't it? Reverse boosting, tanking their KDA, buying new accounts. What's happening, guys?
Oh man, put me in the backpack, please. I don't understand what the point is this.
It's
Like, how do we escape once I get all the good loot?
Oh no, you don't. You just give all your loot away to cheaters. That's what you do. You come into the game, you get some loot, then the cheaters come and take that stuff off you, and then you just do it again.
Oh, fuck. You're dropping down here? Oh, fuck.
But maybe sometimes you win, and sometimes you get the loot, and sometimes you don't. That's how it goes, isn't it, bro?
Yeah, it just depends on the luck of the draw, I guess.
I've never won a cryo.
Me neither. I've always had. I can always go in. I just never can like leave.
Do we have to do the beam and say like one of these dudes is definitely black? That's all we're gonna say.
Motherfucker still left.
Above.
Oh, he fucked me up.
Ah, shit. Oh, shit. Get him up that corner, bro. Oh, you got him. Damn, how about that?
Fill your pack.
This guy's got a blue backpack over here if anybody wants it.
A blue backpack, you said?
Yep.
Oh, shit.
Watch your step. Need this?
Needs to sort out that smoke alarm, bro.
That's another 10 seconds. I got you, my guy. Oh.
I don't really need any of this shit, bro. Really. It's just fucking barrel shit anyway.
Oh, dang, I threw it over there. You just have to walk over by it. Shit, how do we?
Here's somebody over here. Above us. Oh, no, they're right across.
Alright. They actually had a mercy kit on them. I don't know who gonna want that.
Yeah, that shit's hilarious. I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah, why would I want my enemy to come back? So what, he can kill me? You gotta be the most friendliest marathon player to ever use a mercy kit, man. And I doubt that.
Achievement for it.
Some blue implants in that if anybody wants any blue implants or whatever, there's some over in.
Alright. I got a security tag. Alright, we just need one more. Yes, sir. Alright. There's a blue backpack over here. A matter of fiction if anybody needs it.
I brought a perp in.
Ah, you cool in there.
But we got a big motherfucker down low, so.
You just fucking buy a strip wrong, bro.
Alright, so we need 3 or 4 more tags. Oh, wait. Ah, dang.
Alright. Some blue weapons over. This guy's got a blue volley if anybody wants it in this over now.
Over here. Fill your pack.
Blue volley.
Ah,
Blue
dang,
volley,
nobody's. There was a Vandal thing, but nobody plays nobody's Vandal, so. What is this? Ooh. Hey.
And what does it say? It says solve a vault. Does that mean escape?
I think so, yeah.
I think there's
I need to kill.
I think there's 6 vaults. You have to hack them all to be able to unlock like the final boss or whatever. And then that's where the good loot is apparently.
Yeah.
What the fuck? We have to hack 6 fucking things?
Yeah, it's pretty hard. It's like the hardest thing that you can do.
Well, you don't have to do all of them in one run, but it's like because like if you get all 7, then you unlock the chance to beat the final boss, which is the compiler. It's gonna take a while. That's why it's like not many people will try to do it, but it can be done.
What are we doing right now?
Right now, we're just trying to. We open at least 1 vault, and then you can escape. So we just try to find a vault.
All right.
So that's,
well,
so that's why we gotta get to level 3 security just to open it. Because 5 is the maximum, but we need at least level 3. We're at 1, so we need. That's why we gotta keep killing the bots. So we need keep killing the high end, like blue shield or better. They'll drop the tags that we need to level up. So we just gotta basically find our way through. Yeah, just escape our way through. I'm about to look. We could go to.
Oh shit.
Oh.
Well, they found us.
I want to say, yeah. He's out. He's out. Got me in trouble.
My bad.
A long shot, anybody uses it.
I don't know.
And another tag. Alright, so we need. Shit, man. Okay. So now we need 3 more. So we just need to either just keep wandering through, but we have level 1, so any door that's locked that's level 1 we can get through. So that's basically what we should be trying to find, like all the.
Remain stable for 20 minutes.
Oh fuck!
Oh, what?
You trip something and now you locked us in. I guess we all got to go to the same room together. Can you trigger something to get us in there?
No, I didn't, because there's that laser, but I ducked underneath. go.
I can deactivate it right here.
Bet. Alright, so there's nothing in here. Man, what do we go down here?
I think there might be players ahead.
Oh, humans! Runners, we got runners.
Well, everyone's got perfect aim as always.
Shit.
You think that guy's like aimbotting as well? I'm literally sliding in, shooting, and everyone never misses their shots.
Bro, this is just the lose everything factory. Both of them had shotguns, and they just walked up and just one-pieced me. Like, this is fucking...
Everyone's got the aim, bro. Everyone's got the aim. There's just everyone's got perfect reactions and everyone just shoots. Doesn't matter your position. I could stay back and shoot and they'll just run at you and kill you, or you can run at them and they'll just kill you. It's like, you got two options. You got two options that you can do, right? You can be aggressive or be defensive. It doesn't matter which one you choose. You still get annihilated. Doesn't matter what happens. Well, I mean, have I yet to see anyone that dies? Have I yet to see anybody that doesn't instantly shoot you and kill you and just completely land all their shots? When have I not seen anybody not do that? Yeah, in exactly the same way. Yeah, but they're not on my. They're on my team. I'm talking about the people that you're against, isn't it? Everyone that you're against, isn't it? Like, stop playing semantic word games to try and get a win. If you have to fabricate reality to not deliberately act like you don't know what I'm talking about, then you must know that you're wrong, innit, Raptor? You must know that you're wrong. To deliberately just misconstrue what I'm talking about and play semantic games, you must know that you're wrong, innit, Raptor? I don't fabricate reality. It's literally what all you guys do. You guys all fabricate reality. I don't know if I can buy any of these chem grenades. I don't think I can buy them yet. Let's see what I can get from these rewards. Let me, how much space have I got in the vault? In the old vault? Not really any space. Probably make some space now. Maybe not. Or maybe I had some grey shit that I brought over that I could sell. But apparently not. Moving into the last of the shotties, bro. Last of the shotties, last of the big backpacks, last of the blue shields. Will do. And I've got some green legs, that's it, it's the last of the legs. Got one chem grenade. Last self-revive. Need to grab some of these fucking rewards in it, so I've got like a whole bunch of them. One of these are particularly useful ones, okay. It's okay. New limited contracts. This fucking grey SMG. What can we stick on here anyway? Anything? Dude. Might be able to accept like fucking one reward or something after somebody. Might sell all those fucking green backpacks or fucking kind of like item inventory space cloggers, really. These grey shits can be fucking sold, right? Oh, yeah. M77, okay. Retaliate is not that bad though. Retaliate is okay. See what we can slap in here mod-wise, quick time. And then we'll do that. I literally can't fucking... I have no mods for it. I feel like I will just fucking sell it or fucking... Get no fucking mods for it. Like, what's the fucking point, bro? This Retaliator might have a similar fate. Let's see what we can find for this. So like without the fucking mods, man, it's like it's not fucking much use, is it? Do you play DBD? I do play DBD, yeah. You must have auto aim. Not played DBD for a while, but I do play DBD. This is all trash. Trash. Sorry guys, it's just all this fucking junk fucking rewards, man. All just fucking junk, right? On a fucking space, man. Feel like fucking sell some of these fucking green backpacks, bro. Hey, a fucking shotgun. Okay. Okay, actually some decent rewards there. Decent shit there. Blue shotgun, blue mods, blue fucking retaliators and all sorts. Actually, decent there. Right. Well, this loadout's good enough anyway, so we can roll with this. We've got 6.7. We can roll with this one. It's like I just need to get the absolute noobs on my team, and I'm against cheaters every time. You think, how would that work? Realistically, you think, well, if all the cheaters were grouping up together and all playing together, then it'll be likely that all the people who are cheating will always be playing together, and all the people that aren't cheating would always statistically also be playing together, right? So people who like randomly queue up are more likely to just be on a team of legitimate players who are probably new, who don't yet realize how sweaty and cheaty it is, and so you end up with noobs on your team and just get immediately slaughtered by cheaters, right? Whether that's accurately true all of the time, you can understand just through that logical process of thinking of how it would seem likely that you'd always seemingly be against cheaters. Just based on that logic alone, right? Unless you go to the uber conspiracy theory levels and say, no, cheaters just get their own dedicated matchmaking so that they're always matched against each other, and that legitimate players are always grouped on one side and cheaters are always grouped to the other. You'd have to go to the next level conspiracy to argue why you're always against teams of cheaters and you're always on the team with noobs and not good players. More often than not, anyway. Is that map on a globe planet? No, it's actually just a picture. Actually, the environment is flat and it's built as a flat plane in the video game. When it was made by the developer, it was made on a flat plane. Just like God made the real world, he just made it on a flat plane. When he developed the world and he coded it and he just went boom, flat plane, bang, there you go. Every planet has a globe more or less. It's just bad basic physics, really. Basic imaginary physics, sure. Basic gravity, how do you prove gravity exists? Drop something on the floor and it falls. You drop it and it falls to the floor and you're proving gravity. There you go. You can't prove gravity, you can't prove there's a force called gravity. You just said it, but it doesn't prove it though, isn't it? It doesn't prove it, because I could explain it other ways, isn't it? I could explain it through relative density, that the force is in all objects and all matter, and it's not an external of, it's not external of the objects. The force is in all things. The force is in matter, it's in the air, it's in your body, the force is everywhere, it's in all things, and all you have is different entities of different proportions of different force interacting with each other that creates what you believe to be gravity. The force is in all things. Don't you watch Star Wars? Holy shit. Well, Star Wars isn't reality. Star Wars is just a work of fiction. However, metaphorically, the stories that it presents are actually true. Tells you at the start of the film. Tells you in a galaxy, you know, far, far away. It doesn't say it's fictional. It's far away. I'm just joking, aren't I? I'm trolling.
See this?
So we're going in for a fight, are we, guys? So we ain't going this way, bro.
I'm reloading. Metro active.
Where's that big boy? Is this the guy? This guy got no security guys on him at all. None at all.
Feeling better.
Who's finding all the clearance cards? Security accounts. There we go. It's physically possible for us to be the only life in existence. However, there is no evidence that we've ever been visited by ET life. You can also just say that if you was able to create a simulated universe, then the odds of being the real universe and not a simulation of the real universe will be statistically low that you'd in fact be in a simulation. And if you wasn't a simulation, why would they simulate other universes and other planets if you was only simulating the world that you was on?
Need this?
Somebody hit the fucking cable, somebody hit the wire.
See this?
What? Never got dudes ahead, maybe. Really not enough backpack space, man.
Ammo crate placed.
Um. More meds. Right then, well, we're moving to no hacks here, no probably hack this.
Need this? Found an implant.
Fill your pack.
Can I reload this or don't? Can't unlock this door. I do have the clearance for it, man, but I don't know what everyone else is doing. Clearance level 3, eh? I feel like I need those more. Can I get to them from here? Do I have to go on?
Minutes remaining.
Let's get patched up. Watch out.
purple shield as well, man. I didn't see any fucking card drop from that fucking dude at all. Somebody get that? DNA network access. Get up there. Yes. A battery. Need to look into what do the batteries actually do, or what are they for. Right down there, man. There's nothing down that way. Take the ammo pack. Oh no. There's another one there as well. Here we go, getting closer to losing our gear.
Implant here. Found an implant.
Oh, cheers, thank you.
Connection collapse in 15 minutes.
That was nice.
Watch out.
Yeah. Did I, to be fair, I should have fucking picked up the blue one, but I think he did the same thing, so... Yeah. Got his blue implant, I could have just got rid of. Picked it up, okay. I'll take the trade up, innit?
Just need up.
You know, these are not... Oh, I see, that's what that's for. I don't really need that, innit?
Let's get patched up.
Yeah, man, it's not like I've got my head in the fucking bag and I'm trying to sort things out for myself, you know? Like, bang, straight in there. is that other dude? He's over there. Is he getting out of ours? So what? Oh, we gotta go through here.
The way out is here.
What is that? We're going to the right exfil here. We're going to a guarded exfil, bro. What is it? Okay, I don't know where these guys are going, bro. Audio kick. Did I not bring a? I thought I brought a signal jammer myself, but I guess I didn't.
10 minutes remain.
Shit, are we going the wrong fucking way, bro? Oh, shit, bro.
Look.
No one knows their way out, bro. That's a guarded expo, secret expo. Oh, right, yeah, shit. Oh, shit. No one knows their way around this map, bro. It's unfortunate. We ain't getting there in 49 seconds, guys.
Exposing toxins. Over there.
Motherfucker.
See this?
I think if we're getting out of this though, bros. Seven minutes, man. I feel like they really shouldn't time the exfil when you've unlocked it. Like, you should just be able to go to it and then just exfil like a normal fucking exfil.
Metro active. Doctor's orders.
Forced recall in 5 minutes.
Press jump, I swear I press jump. Just fucking straight up upgrade there, I guess I don't want this shit, right?
Over there.
Did the guys just trap me in here, bro? Requires batteries, which I don't have. The guys like literally trapped me in here, bro. Never mind.
The way out is here. Let's get patched up.
This is your 3-minute warning. Exfil awaits.
Feeling better.
Right then, so what are we doing then? When we get out, we've got to move, like, or we're not getting out. I guess we just got to commit. I don't know, where we go?
Synth silk failure in 60 seconds.
How do we get out? Anyway, how do we get out of here then? Walking around, where are we going?
Gotta fix that. Don't ignore this.
ain't getting out, bro. Why did they make this place so hard to get out of, man? It's insane, man. What is the final expo?
Metro active.
Final expo online, but where do we go?
Shot. Smiling. Fix.
Oh. Everyone got the perfect aim again, as always. Can't ever get anybody to fucking ever miss a shot, bro. Not ever. Yeah, well, it's because, like, no one knows where to go and no one knows what to do and people are just, like, scared to engage, man. Well, it's everyone that I go up against seems to have amazing aim. Everyone I go up against has amazing aim. How many did you kill? I downed one person because they didn't have time to aim onto me because they were shooting somebody else. The other person, though, who had chance to hit me, never misses any of their shots. So the one dude that was like a fair on fair 1v1, the dude clearly had better aim and better reactions than I did. But there's no matchmaking, so I should be against average people all of the time, but no one seems to be average at the game. Everyone's just amazing. Everyone's amazing. Everyone that I go up against, everyone that I fight, everyone's amazing. And they always win every single trade. Time are we on? I feel like that's just like, that's going to be it then. I don't think I can do any more of this. There's no matchmaking, so you get random opponents, not average opponents. Yeah, but if it's everybody and there's no matchmaking separating the best from the worst, then it just means everyone's playing with each other. So I should be against average players all of the time. More so than not, because that's what most people are, is average. So I should be against average players all the time. Yeah, everybody is average. Yeah, the vast majority of people, as in, like, when I say everybody, it means everybody that I'm running against. Everybody is in the majority. That's what it means. You want to play semantic word games, which means you've already lost the argument because you're pretending to play stupid as if we don't know what we're talking about. The majority aren't cheating, but the majority should be average, and they're clearly not average. Yes, that's what semantics is. Words have meanings. That's what semantics means. The meaning of words. You're playing semantic games. Everybody knows what I mean. Hyperbole is a perfectly acceptable thing to do if everybody understands it's hyperbole. You're trying to pretend that you don't understand that it's hyperbole so that you can paint that I'm being wrong in some way. When we all know it's hyperbole, everyone knows it's hyperbole. You don't need to be told it's hyperbole if you're intelligent. But if you're going to play dumb and pretend that it's not hyperbole in a way to get you, I've got you on that semantic word game, then you've already lost the argument because you're pretending not to know that it's hyperbole, which means you know that it is, and you're looking for a way to make that I'm wrong, which means you have an agenda to make out that I'm wrong, which puts you immediately in the wrong position. So you can't be right, can you? If you have to play semantic word games when everyone knows I'm using hyperbole. No, it's literally made up. No, it's literally me explaining to you what I'm actually meaning, bro. That's what it is. It's step by step, the logical process of what it means. And then you're going, made up claims. When I've literally walked through, step by step, a whole chain of how it makes you wrong. Gone through a whole chain. Hyperbole isn't made up claims, it's just exaggeration. That's all it is. I'm exaggerating the reality because it's the majority, so it may as well be everybody. The point is, when I'm going in to a game where there's no matchmaking, the vast majority of people I should be going against should be average at the game. And the people that I go up against are not average at the game, which would mean that if everyone isn't average at the game, it would mean the majority of people are cheating. Because the average is now not average what it used to be. You need to exaggerate to make up your stupid claims to be more believable. No, it's just because it's easier to do that. Because when you argue, when you're talking with intelligent people, you don't need to explain in detail what you mean, because everybody who's intelligent understands what you mean. It's only stupid people that need it to be explained to. Like, I'm telling people, no, you're being hyperbolic, so, you know, that it's hyperbole, so people understand that. Intuitively understand what hyperbole means. No, you want to play semantic word games because you're wrong. So you're saying you're stupid? No, I already know what the answer is. I'm asking you to explain it because you don't know what you're talking about. I'm asking you to explain it. I already know the answer. I don't need it explained to me. What I already know you're wrong. So I'm trying to get you to explain it so that you can walk through the logic and realize you're wrong. But of course you never allow the explanation to occur because you already know you're wrong. That's why you always try and change the topic, or as soon as it gets to a conclusion, change the point because you know you're wrong. So I'm getting you to explain things because I know you're wrong. So as soon as you get to explain it, you won't be able to explain it, and thus you'll be in a trapped position where you've either got to admit you're wrong, which you won't do, or change the topic or deflect in order to get away from the fact that you're wrong. That's why I asked you to explain things. It's not because I'm stupid, it's because I know you're wrong and you can't explain it. That's the difference. So I don't need you to explain it. I don't need you to explain anything to me. I need you to go through and explain it because I know you can't explain it. That's the difference. You can't explain it. When I ask you for explanations, I know you can't explain it. So I'm putting you in a position that I know what you can't do. Yeah, no one can explain. When you come up with reasons and arguments about things, you can't explain them because you don't have a reason for them. You can't explain them. That's why I asked you to explain them, because I know you can't. And it will expose you that you can't explain them. And then I give the you don't give the explanation. You say things, and then when I refute them, you ignore them. No, this is all projection. This is what you do. You ignore and you refuse. I literally show you reality and you go, no, that's not what's happening. I show you a model that's based on that reality and you go, no, the model's wrong because it's a model. No, you haven't shown reality. You've shown me nothing. You've not shown me any reality. Like what? What reality? What reality have you shown me that I've denied? Instead of saying, here we go again, you could just say it and get this done quickly so we don't waste any more time. We're showing you that you're looking down. You're not looking down at the horizon. When you stand on top of the ball and you're looking straight out, you're not looking down. You're a retard. You're not looking down. I'm looking straight across. You're literally telling me something that I'm not doing. The ground is level. Yes, the ground is level, yeah. Water is always level, yeah. Water's always level. When you're looking out at the horizon, you're seeing the water, you're looking out, water's always level. So it's not curving upwards. You're not standing on the ball looking up a curve. You're standing on top of the ball and you're looking out. What does 6 feet below anything got to do with anything here, Raptor? So if the ground is level, you're looking level, the horizon will not be in the middle of your vision, but it is. Because the ground rises up to your eye level, isn't it? In reality, the ground is level. Your eyes don't see it that way though. That's what you're having trouble with in your brain. You're not able to disconnect the fact that your eyes see reality in a way reality isn't actually. So your vision of the world is subjective to your eyes, right? It's not how the world actually is. You're not looking down a ball when you're looking out over the horizon. You're not looking down a ball. You're just a retard to think that. You're just retarded. The ground doesn't infinitely rise up to meet your eye. Yeah, you're correct. It doesn't. It doesn't infinitely rise. If it did, that would be something wrong with physics. If that would happen, that's impossible. Literally, my entire argument is predicated on the fact that it can't infinitely rise up to meet your eyes. That's the whole argument, Barney. See, again, proving that you fail to understand the argument being provided to you. You don't understand it. You're just stupid. You're a stupid person, Barney, that can't understand the argument. It doesn't rise up infinitely to meet your eyes. Stay dumb. I'm literally telling you why you are dumb, and then your response is no, stay dumb. I've never said that it infinitely rises up to meet your eyes. You're saying things that I've never said. Did I really? I said that the ground infinitely rises to your eyes. No. It always goes to the middle of your eyes. Yeah, the ground isn't actually rising anywhere. It's just perspective. The rate at which you see perspective is always the same. It's consistently the same. You just see more of the ground as the angle to the ground increases. You're all just dumb and you can't understand basic geometry and basic physics of how your eyes work. If it always goes to the middle of your eyes, then it's infinitely rising up to meet the middle of your eyes as you gain altitude. No, it's just always at the same position. Basic geometry shows Earth round. Where? Where does it? Where does geometry show that the Earth is round? Where? They don't actually disappear, Raptor. That's what you don't seem to understand. They don't actually disappear. It's an optical illusion. Technically, an optical limitation, not really an illusion, but it's an optical limitation is why you can't see things. They don't actually disappear. They're still there. You just can't see them. It's not an illusion. They disappear because of the curve. No, they disappear because you don't have enough. You don't have enough height to resolve the angle of where everything compresses on the lower portion of your eye because of this optical slant caused by how you see the world. Same thing happens in a video game. Same thing happens in a video game as well. Height isn't going to change the capabilities of your eye. Yeah, it doesn't. No, it's right. You have the same capabilities, it's just that your angle changes. Correct, Barney. Yeah. The capability of your eyes doesn't change. The capabilities remain the same. It's just that your angle to the source changes, which is what determines whether or not you can see something or not. Not that the capabilities of your eyes change. No, it's just your angle changes. What you can see changes because you're at a different elevation. You said earlier it's because your eyes can't resolve the image. Yes, correct. Yeah, your eyes can't resolve the image at that angle. Yeah. From that angle, you can't see. From that angle, yeah. Because you're too low to the ground. You're too low to the ground. Therefore, things in the distance are just going to compress what your eye can't see. And in order to be able to see what is there, you got to go higher. But the same capabilities of your eyes still exist. Still the same capabilities. Your capabilities of your eyes haven't changed. It's just that your height changes, which changes the angle at which you view the plane. They don't just get smaller, they compress into the vanishing line. Random puzzle objects don't disappear in video games. No, but they still follow the law of perspective. So eventually, you just won't be able to see it because you won't be able to see the angle of the object. Getting higher isn't going to decompress. It's not going to make them larger. No, you just see them but smaller. Yeah, they get smaller. But it's not just the fact that they get smaller, it's just that the angle on which they can be seen is too reduced to be able to see them. Like if you go higher, they'll still be small, but they'll be visible. No parts disappear. Nothing disappears. Nothing actually disappears. They're still there. You're all just dumb. You just can't understand like just basic logic. You literally just can't see what reality sees and then derive the conclusion based on what you see. We have photos of ships disappearing from the bottom up. Yeah, I've got pictures of that from the bottom up, and we can replicate it in a model of what's causing that, and it's the angle of resolution due to the optical slant that your eyes see. Yeah, we have photos, but that doesn't prove that they're disappearing behind a curve. It just proves that the effect is real. Doesn't it, Raptor? Doesn't it, Raptor? It doesn't actually prove that it's a curve. It just proves the effect is real, true or false. You have pictures of ships disappearing from the bottom up, so that proves the effect is real, but that's all you can prove with the photos, true or false. Come on, Raptor. True or false answer. Let's just see if you're stupid or not. True or false. It proves the effect is real, and that's all that it proves, true or false. There's no geometry where random parts are... No, nothing. Geometry doesn't make anything disappear. No one's saying that argument. I don't know why you keep saying it, Raptor. Like, you must be stupid. You must be stupid to keep saying something that's already been refuted to say is not the case. But you keep saying it, so you must be stupid. No, I'm not. No parts of the object disappear. It's just an optical limitation that your eyes can't see it. The object itself doesn't disappear. It's still there, intact. You just can't see it. So, don't say it again, otherwise you're just going to be stupid. It's behind the curve. Where do you see the curve? All you can see is that the effect happens. That's all you can see. That's all the photos prove. They only prove the effect is real. It doesn't show you the reason of the effect. It only shows you the effect. True or false? Saying false means you're a retard. You can see the curve of the Earth, the shadow it casts by the moon. No, you're changing the topic. We're talking about objects disappearing from the bottom up. As soon as we're getting close to resolution, to the conclusion of this point, out comes another point that's not relevant to what we're talking about. So already, Barney's already starting to spin the goalposts, something he'll probably accuse me of doing later on. But that's what he's doing right now. We're not talking about that. Saying see the curve of the Earth in the photos showing the effect. So again, you're playing stupid. You're acting like you're pretending to be stupid. But we're talking about the effect of ships and objects disappearing from the bottom up. These photos that show this effect do not show Earth curve. That's what we're talking about. Nothing else. No, geometry doesn't make objects disappear, retard. No, it doesn't. Retard, listen to me. That doesn't happen. No one's saying that's happened. So stop saying it, retard. You must be stupid. Because you keep saying it and you've just been told repeatedly that that's not the case. So you got to be stupid. You must be stupid, Raptor. You have photos of the effect. You only see the effect. You don't see Earth curve. You're just adding Earth curve to it and saying that it's there, but it's not. You can't see it. The effect is from the Earth curvature. No, you can't. No, we proved it with a model. based on the law of perspective, that it can also happen that way as well. You can't see curve from a plane. You can literally use infrared scopes, infrared vision, and you can see for like 600 miles, 700 miles into the distance and see perfectly flat terrain all the way off, rising up to your eye level as far as the eye can see with infrared vision. And you can't see any declination or any kind of curvature rounding away from your vision in a plane. That doesn't happen. We can see that. That's not true. How big is the Earth, retard? But you just said you can. But you just said you could see it from a plane. Barney just said you can see it from a plane, so you called him Barney a retard. You called him Barney a retard. Barney just said you can see it from a plane. So you called him Barney a retard. Yes, you can see it. So why are you saying how big is the Earth then? What relevance does that have to say? It assumes that you're saying it's too big to see the curve. You can't see the curve because it's too big. Then you can't see it from a plane then, can you? Yeah, well, you can, as high up as we can go as people, which is in a plane, we can use infrared and we can see 700 miles into the distance, and we can't see any evidence of the Earth rolling away from your perspective as it should do on a ball, which it doesn't. So we got no evidence of what we can do ourselves to see any curve. Yeah, but that's as high as we can go to verify anything. As high as we can go is in a plane with infrared vision and see how far we can see and see how far we can. It's about 700, 800 miles or something like that with like no visible curvature. No, they claim we went to the moon. We can't verify that. So we're basing it on real science, things we can verify for ourselves, things we can do. We can't go to the moon, so we can't prove that. Well, I think the default position for science is only go on the things you can prove and things you can know for yourself. That's the call for science. For scientific discovery, for scientific knowledge, the call should be you should be able to reproduce it yourself so that you know that it's true. If you have to rely on an authority or rely on something else, you should be skeptical on whether or not that is true if you yourself can't prove it. That's perfectly intelligent position to be in. If you're not in that position, probably because you're a retard. If you pull up a photo of the Earth from a plane and draw a straight line from one edge of the picture to the other, you can see the curve. Yeah, but lenses curve the image. So camera lenses can curve the image. So if you can see the curve, like you can see, like you got to understand, right? If you're seeing across that way from a plane, you're probably seeing less miles than you are with infrared vision into the distance. So you can probably see further straight ahead than you can side to side. So if you can see curves side to side and you can't see the curve 800 miles in front of you, then logic would tell you that that's just curvature being caused by a camera lens. Because otherwise you'd see the curve in front of you going down, rolling away from you. So because you can see curvature in the lens side to side, which is a shorter distance, logic will tell you that's the camera lens that's doing that. No evidence is good for him unless it agrees with it. No, unless it adds up to the logic, it makes sense. It's been proven that lenses curve the image. So that's a proven fact. Camera lenses curve the image. Yeah, well, there's different types of lenses that people use and they all curve the image differently. So you can see something that looks curved from a plane window and the lens can actually curve the image to look like there's a curve there when there isn't really. So you can't use that as evidence because we have arguments for that. However, if there was curvature looking horizontally, then you should see the ball Earth rolling away from you into the distance. If you can see like 800 to or so miles away into the distance, you'd see the horizon line roll away from you, going down, lowering, because it's more ball-like in the distance. That's what would happen, but that doesn't happen. So the curvature that you see on any pictures horizontally must be due to curvature of the lens or photoshopping, that they faked the curve to be there. Your eye curves the image. It doesn't curve the image. Your eyes don't curve that way. It does make the ground terrain curve upwards towards your eyes though. It does do that. But that's not how reality is it? We don't see through, the world isn't seen through lenses like, or it's seen through lenses, but the world isn't in a lens. You know what I'm saying? It's a spherical lens, like, yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. You're all just stupid. You're all stupid, man. You're all stupid. Clown, you're literally showing how stupid you are. And you're calling me a clown. No, you. No, you. Literally telling you all of the logical arguments, and all you can go is, no, you, clown, retard, all the insults and all the ad hominems come out. And the only reason why I'm calling you stupid is because you're calling me stupid. That's the only reason why it's happening. You know, you want to throw the ad hominems at me, I can throw the ad hominems back as well. Because you guys must be stupid, because you're being explained, you're being walked through it, baby stepped all the way, and you still don't get it. You still don't understand. Yeah, well, I've proven you don't know what you're talking about. I've literally gone through it, we've explained it through the logic, and you still just don't get it. You're still just completely dumbfounded. Even though you're being literally taken by the hand, baby stepped all the way through, being shown, going, look, that's the same as this. Boom, boom, that's the same as this. If this is true, then this must be true. And if this must be true, this must also be true. And you go down the train of logic, and you're like, huh? No, the water's 6 feet below you. No, the camera's above 6 feet. No, the table will be 6 feet below you. Huh? Even when you've been walked through it, step by step, handhold all the way, you're still completely flabbergasted and can't understand what's being told to you. So you must be a retard. Not all lenses are equal, and all lenses curve things differently. Yeah, but all lenses are different sizes and different shapes, and they all curve the image differently. Yes, but there is curvature occurring, but not in the same way as another camera lens does. Yes, your eyes are lens is true. Yeah, it's true. But are all lenses the same? And do all lenses affect the image that you see the world in the same way? I'm not dodging the question. I'm literally directly answering your question. Is that we already know that the answer is lenses see the world differently and affect the image of the world differently. And the model that I'm using is based on how our eyes see the world. How our lenses see the world. Because that's what all the globe earth math that you're saying is true is based on. The globe earth projectional math that you guys want to use is based on your eyes, how your eyes see the world. They've taken the measurements of how you see the world, and they've taken those measurements and they've inverted it to say that you're on a ball earth. That's what they've done. That's the Jedi mind trick that they've done to you guys, that you can't disconnect your brain from. They've taken the geometry of how you see the world, they've taken all the maths, lined it all up to physical reality, and they've taken those maths and they've inverted it. Instead of being something that comes from your eyes, they say, no, ignore that. It comes from the ball that you're standing on. They've externalized an internal process. They've taken an internal process of your eyes and they've externalized it to claim you're on a ball. That's what they've done, and all you idiots have fallen for it. And I'm going to go now because I'm hungry. I don't know if I'll be back on to do Pragmata or not. I might just play it offline because all this arguing or whatever, man. I kind of just want to go chill. Yes, exactly. Your eyes are subjective, but we can understand how we see the world based on that subjective and create a model to see if the effect that we see in photos and with our eyes can be reproduced in a model based off of how that subjective process works. We know reality doesn't actually look like that. That's what I've been telling you literally all stream. How you see the world is subjective, how the world actually is. But we know how our eyes see the world subjectively, and we've taken those laws and principles and applied it to a model to see if we see the same effect occur, and we do. So we know that this effect of objects disappearing from the bottom up is due to the process of how your eyes subjectively see the world, but it's not how the world actually is. But we can prove it with our eyes. We could do it with math, but we don't need to. You understand that the physical thing trumps the mathematics? Yeah, because a mathematical model is just mathematics and numbers, so objects aren't going to disappear due to mathematical numbers, are they? Because it's numbers. But in reality, when we use the actual physics, then it can create the illusion that objects are disappearing. They're not actually, that's just subjective. But we can create the effect to happen mathematically, numbers can't make that happen because they're just numbers. They don't have a physical effect in reality. So you're just talking nonsense again. No, the reality, yeah, exactly. Reality proves the model is correct. That's correct, Raptor, yeah. The reality of how our eyes see the world proves the model correct. Correct. Raptor finally gets it. Finally gets it, man. Raptor finally gets it eventually. He got there. Took all stream, but he eventually did get there. Yes. You're more proof in reality, except that's how our eyes see the world. But that's how our eyes see the world. And the model is based on that function of how we see the world. There is no math model where, yeah, because maths can't make things disappear in reality. The model is built in reality that doesn't exist, but we see it with our own eyes. You're denying what your eyes see and how your eyes see it. No, you can't see the curve of the earth curving up towards your eye. Because you're standing on the ball. You're standing on top of the ball. You're just a retard who doesn't understand that you're standing on top of the ball. You're standing on top of the ball looking straight ahead horizontally. You've denied the reality that we're standing above the level horizon. No, you're standing on the level horizon. You're standing on it. Not really above it, you're standing on it. So that's not true, is it? You're looking 6 feet down. No, you're not. You're not looking 6 feet down. You're looking straight ahead. No, you're not looking 6 feet down. You're looking straight ahead. Yeah, no, you're not looking 6 feet down. You're looking straight ahead. Your eyes are above it, and the reference point is what we're speaking. Yeah, but you're standing on it. You're a tripod, right? You're a tripod. You're always going to be... You're standing on it. You're standing on it. You know, you're not looking slightly down. You're not. You're looking straight ahead. You're not looking slightly down. You're looking straight ahead. You're not looking slightly down at it. You're looking straight ahead. You're the retard that thinks you're looking down a ball when you're standing on top of it in order to see the horizon. When standing at sea level, about 1.7 meters, 5.5 feet height, you're looking only about 2 degrees down from perspective horizontal. No, you're just saying things. When I look out at the horizon, I'm looking straight out. I'm not looking down. You can tell me that I'm looking down, but I know I'm not. Physically, in reality, I know I'm standing upright and I'm looking straight ahead. And I see the ground go up to my eye level. The ground that I'm standing on. I could be standing on a flat table. I could be standing on a flat corridor going that I know is flat. I could take a measurement stick and a spirit level all the way around down a corridor, and I can see that it's flat all the way down. And I can stand at the other end of that corridor and look down the corridor and see the ground rise up towards my eye level. It goes up towards my eye level down the corridor. Even though that the ground is flat, I actually see it rise up to me. I'm not looking down slightly. I'm not looking down a little bit. I'm looking straight ahead, and the ground rises up towards me. No, you can't measure the curvature of the Earth. How do you measure the curve of the Earth? How do you measure curvature? How do you measure Earth curve? We can measure the shadows. No, you're not. You measure in shadows, and then saying that proves that proves that it's a ball. No, it doesn't. You're just measuring shadows. Doesn't prove that it's curvature. Because again, you don't understand that all this can be explained by laws of perspective on a flat plane as well. It can all be explained. The same mathematics works on both sides. No, the mathematical model works on both. The difference is one says it's because of Earth curve, and the other one says it's not. It's a function of perspective and physics. That's the difference. You've been told that it does, but it's just not true. The mathematical model works for both sides. We can all measure shadows and say that this is a function of your perspective and how you see the world. Yes, but it just proves that they're using how you see the world. They're just using how you see the world and then saying that's a ball. They're taking an internal process and then externalizing it to a ball. The same mathematics works just based on law of perspective alone. All the same maths works. You just got to change the perspective and it still works. But the maths works for both. We can do our own maths measuring shadows and see that it all lines up with perspective as well. Yeah, but we can do our same measurements. We can take the same measurements and we can plot the same things based off of law of perspective and how we see the world, and it works for us as well. Works on that as well. So how can the maths be a measurement of Earth curve if it also works not reifying curvature? But it does. All the shadows and the sticks in the ground has been debunked back like 15 years ago. All the shadows and all the sticks in the ground and all the shadow stuff got debunked like in 2010, maybe 2015. It was probably about 2015 actually, about 10 years ago. The sticks in the shadow and the shadow stuff was debunked. Yeah, it was fully debunked. All the shadow stuff's so old. No one even talks about it anymore in Flat Earth because it's just so old. It's been repeatedly debunked. Like the sticks in the shadow stuff has been completely dismantled like 10 years ago, 11 years ago. Yes, no, the geometry wasn't debunked. The mathematical presupposition that it's because of a ball Earth was debunked. The mathematics actually works, but the curvature part isn't needed, not required. It's just a section that they add in that it's not needed because it still works without curvature. No, they don't talk about it because it's been debunked. So why would you keep talking about something that's already been refuted already? You go on to the next argument, go on to the next point, don't you? Otherwise, the globe earthers would bring it up all the time. Like all the globe earthers that argue against flat earthers would bring it up all the time. They don't bring it up because it's been debunked. Measure shadows at different longitudes and latitudes proves globe. No, it doesn't. You can do the same thing without reifying that you live on a globe. No, it's the math and the maths is sound. It's just how the numbers are stretched. You understand that numbers can be stretched in different directions. You could you understand you see in a curve, right? Okay, look. Paint. Right, this is just a simplistic way of doing it. I'm not saying that this is the whole complexity of it, but you got your eyes are circular, right? So you're going to be seeing. Let's undo this. So roughly, how your eyes basically see is that anything that was above you would bend down towards that way, and anything down here would curve upwards. It's generally how perspective works, right? It's generally how it is. So you could see like a constellation here, a star here. You could see a star here in the sky, a star here, and a star here. You know, whatever. You get these stars, and you can plot these stars in this thing. Measure the distance, what you think is the distance to the ground or whatever, and take that, and you can go, look, this declination of all these different things in the sky proves curvature, and draw a curve and go, delete that. Why is the line that I want? Oh, that's the wrong line. We say you got stars here anyway. You got stars up here. Let's just draw stars. Got stars, 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 stars. All these different constellations and things in the sky. All these stars, lots of stars. And you could measure these constellations relative to what you think is the Earth position. You can say that you're on a globe and make the assumption that if we're on a globe, this will be this and this will be that. And you can just go, you can just plot these into the sky and be like, okay, so we can measure curvature of the Earth based on the things that we see in the sky and say, look, well, things are curving based on their declination. Like, it's a terrible way of doing it. I can't really do it very accurately, but you could plot them on a ground and go, look, the way your eyes work is a ball, and so you can measure things going down. The way things go down in the sky, you can say is due to the Earth curvature. But all you're doing is taking the laws of perspective and then wrapping it around a ball and saying, look, the maths works. You're on a ball. But it would just work the same if you removed the ball and just based it on perspective as well. So you can do like things in the ground, shadows, and all kinds of things, and do all these measurements and say, well, the reason why that happens is because of a ball. And you can just put a ball there and go, yeah, okay, so the shadows blur here because of a ball that you're standing on. But you can just do it without that and just do it based on perspective, and the mathematics and the phenomena still work exactly the same. Because they're taking how your eyes see the world and then projecting it around a ball. The rule you're measuring the shadow does not care about your eyes. No, it's that you can even say that the curve, the supposed curve that you're seeing is due to perspective, or you can say it's due to Earth curve, and the mathematics works for both. Plotting the arc of the sun. Anyway, go back to the original point. How do you measure Earth curve? How do you measure curvature of the Earth? How do you physically measure Earth curve? Yeah, you are measuring a shadow. Yes, that's right. Yeah, you're measuring a shadow. So, are you going to explain how you measure curvature? You can't measure curvature with maths and geometry. You can't measure curvature with maths and geometry. You need a measuring device of some kind to actually measure something. Prove the Earth is curved without maths and geometry. No, you need a measuring tool. You need to be able to measure it, don't you? You've got to have to physically go there, measure it. How do you measure curvature? No, you can't. You need to be able to measure the curvature. You said you can measure Earth curve. How do you measure the curvature? Because I can measure a straight line. I can put a ruler on it, and I can measure it. I could get a measuring tape, and I could literally measure a flat piece of land and go, this is a mile long with a mile's worth of measuring tape, and I could literally go across and go, that's a mile long. How do I measure curvature? No, because the shadows can be explained by perspective, but the measurements only can also explain the measurements of perspective. So it doesn't measure Earth curve. How do you actually measure the curve? No. Shadows doesn't measure it doesn't prove you're measuring curvature. You're saying you can measure Earth curve. How do you physically measure the curvature? No, they can't be explained with. Yeah, they can. Of course they can. Come on then. You measure the shadow. It's been debunked 10 years ago. It's 10 years ago debunking. It's been debunked 10 years ago. Debunking flat Earth? No, of course not. No, of course you can never find anything that's relevant from a flat Earther's perspective. You got to wait for all of the lies that YouTube will bring to you first, not to the horse's mouth. Again, this proves that this also proves flat Earth as well. Because if it wasn't true, if it was factually not true, you just direct people to the source, and everybody would go, no, that's false.
We began launching satellites into space. Nearly. That man was Eratosthenes, a Greek mathematician and the head of the Library of Alexandria. Eratosthenes had heard that in Syene, a city to the south of Alexandria, no vertical shadows were cast at noon on the summer solstice. The sun was directly overhead. He wondered if this were also true in Alexandria, so on June 21st he planted a stick vertically in the ground and waited to see if a shadow would be cast at noon.
Yeah.
It turns out there was one, and it
Yeah.
measured about 7 degrees.
Yeah, but the sun's in a different position though, isn't it?
Now, if the sun's rays are coming in at the same angle at the same time of day,
Assumptions. We've got to make an assumption here.
and is sticking out.
But what if they're not? But what if they're not? Do you see that the assumption is based on But what if that assumption isn't true? What if the sun rays aren't coming down in parallel lines? What if they're not coming down on the Earth on parallel lines in the position where they think the sun is? Would be all in random directions without reason. No, they'd be based on they'd be based on the position of where the sun actually is, wouldn't it?
Alexandria is casting a shadow while a stick in Syene is not. It must mean that the Earth's surface is curved.
No.
And Eratosthenes probably already.
It means the sun is smaller than you think it is. That's the alternative. It means the sun could be smaller than you think it is, and it isn't shining as much light around as you think that it is.
The idea of a spherical Earth was floated by Pythagoras around 500 BC and validated by Eratosthenes.
Like paint, it's like, okay, so you've got flat line. Okay, you got flat line. We'll do a little star for the sun. We'll do a little sun star here, sun star, sun there, and then we go block here, block here, block here, and we go lines all coming out from the sun from all different directions, like this, you know, come on. Obviously, these aren't accurate. You know, so forth like this. So if at noon you see that the shadow is longer over here because the sun might be behind it or in front of it, so it'll cast a nice big long shadow here, right? But then this one angle here, well, the shadow might be different on a different angle and a little bit shorter, and then the one over here would be similar but from the other direction. And it's all based on how big do you think the sun actually is? Is it a small local sun over a flat Earth, or are you going to reify a giant fucking sun, or are you going to say that it's a giant sun? Let me so you're going to go like, okay, big ball Earth, right? And then rays of the sun, we'll just go rays of the sun coming out like this, parallel to the Earth, right? Parallel to the Earth like this, right? Earth rays. And then you got object standing here, object on a fucking slant. Can I turn that around? We'll just have to draw an object or something like that. We'll just draw an object like this. No. Draw a triangle like that. Can you not do that? Holy shit, bros. Right. And then another angle here. Right here. Right. So this here, if you just rotate this around, I should have just done it the other way around. Right. Well, you get the point anyway. You know what I'm trying to say here anyway, but okay. So you basically got this happening. You can either say, you can either make the assumption that you've got a really big sun and the light and the rays are hitting parallel to the Earth, and that it's curvature that's causing these shadows, or you could say that the sun's actually smaller and local, the flat is plane, but the light hits like this, and the same shadows would occur. This was debunked 15 years ago, 10 years ago. Well, it'd be in all directions, wouldn't it? Or it would all go parallel in all directions, wouldn't it? The assumption is you're assuming that it's a giant sun in space. That's the assumption being made. So the only way, if you're making the assumption that the sun is in space and that big, then the only way you get these shadows is if the Earth is curved. But that might not be the case. The sun could actually be local, smaller, and the ground actually being flat, and that the reason why you get these shadows occurring in the different places in Alexandria or whatever is because of, well, what you're seeing. It's because the sun rays are going to be hitting objects at a different angle because the sun's smaller on a flat plane. Yeah, the size does matter. Of course it matters. It's not a straw man. It's literally the two different possibilities that have the same effect. You would see the same thing happen. Yes, you would. You'd see the same thing happen. The same effect of shadows would happen. How far is the sun? Well, how I don't know how far away the sun is. I don't know. I've never been to the sun. Don't know how big it is. I don't know how far away it is. How do you know how far away the sun is? How far away is the sun? And how do you know how far away it is? The phenomena of no shadows only happens at the equator and only once a year. We can't all go to the equator to actually verify that what you're saying is even true. Images, sun rays through clouds. You see all these like sun rays that you can literally see coming through, where they all come out at different angles from the source, coming through the clouds, literally all prove that the sun is in fact local. All this proves that the suns are local. Look where the lines are coming from. You can see them going off to a center, that they're not all coming down the earth in parallel lines. They're literally coming out at different angles. You can literally draw them back to source. You can literally draw where they're coming from. What does it matter how far away the clouds are? Why does it matter? Why are you saying these things? Well, we know that it's local because all the lines can be drawn. Like you can literally draw the lines. See all these lines going off here. You can literally draw the lines. Like where all these lines are coming from. Okay, they're not accurate. Okay. I think I've drawn these lines wrong here. I think they're going up like that actually. But you can literally draw the lines literally to source. If what they're saying, if the premise of what they're saying is true, well, that wouldn't happen on a globe Earth, would it? Because all the lines would fall parallel in a straight line, right? So the fact that you can see and observe that doesn't happen, we know that that doesn't happen with our own eyes. We know that this here isn't happening. This doesn't happen. This is not reality. This model that they're trying to claim, this YouTube video here that is showing this YouTube video that's showing this happen here, where these sun rays are all parallel falling on the earth, and that curvature is the reason why it's happening, is visibly showing not to be true in reality. Does it make a difference? We can all draw where the lines are going. We can draw where the lines are going and where they're coming from in all these different pictures. Even here, We can see where all the lines are coming from. We can draw the lines. We can draw them all on all these images where we can see sun rays. Like we can see where all the lights are coming from. If they all fall in parallel, like they claim, we wouldn't see these lines in our everyday lives. Wouldn't see it. We wouldn't see any of this. Those lines are cloud shadows. You're literally on crack. You're literally hallucinating reality. These are sun rays. There's rays of light from the sun, and you can literally draw where they're coming from. If it was in space and that was all falling parallel and it was Earth curve causing these shadows, you would not see these lines. All that it proves is that there are a bunch of people in Greek times literally trying to lie to people. That's all that it proves. That were either stupid or knowingly trying to deceive people thousands of years ago. When everybody could just see, no, that's not true. We can see that the lines coming from the sun. You see the shadows, not the rays. No, you're seeing the rays. Literally, you're seeing the rays, bro. Literally, your eyes are seeing the fucking rays of light, bro. Yeah, it doesn't matter what the clouds are made of. You're seeing the rays of light drawing to source. Yeah, they're all parallel, but if it was in space, then they would all be falling parallel to the Earth, as have to be claimed by these Greeks that apparently proved the Earth was a sphere. This would have to be true in its Earth curve causing the shadows. However, reality that we see, reality matches this, which is closer to reality that we see to these pictures for these God rays, which matches reality. Which one matches reality more? Which matches reality more? Which one, with all these rays that you can clearly see, are rays of light breaking through the clouds where there's a gap, the light's coming through, it's not a shadow. All the lights are coming through where there's a gap in the shadow in the clouds, light comes through, and we see the direction that the light is coming from, and we can draw the lines back to source, and we can see, based on all of these pictures and images of sun rays that we can see from the sky, which one matches reality. This one here, or this one here. Which one matches reality based on what we see with our eyes? Left or right? Doesn't matter how far away the clouds are. Distance to clouds makes no difference. Which one's closer to reality? This or this? Left or right? Yeah. You're all retarded and deny reality, what you see right in front of your face. Literally, reality debunks everything about the globe Earth. All this stuff was debunked literally 10 years ago, and you're literally behind the times. You're 10 years out of date with 10-year-old arguments that have been debunked. That literally a child could debunk them. Explain seasons. Yeah. Explain seasons are literally like, okay. Seasons is basically like you got the fucking that's not a circle. So you got let's just say the Earth is a circle just because it's easier. It doesn't necessarily mean that it is a circle, but it's easier to explain. And then we'll just say technically it's an ecliptic orbit, so it's not accurate, but we'll just say what it is. Essentially, the moon, like the sun goes around like on ecliptic orbit. Brushes, please give me a fucking whatever crayon. Goes on an ecliptic orbit, so it goes like a fucking pencil, please, the brush. Right, so it goes around on an ecliptic orbit, essentially goes around like this, and then eventually it'll go around on a smaller one around the outside. So it kind of does like this. This is not accurate at all. But essentially, during the winter, it goes around on a circle that goes around the outside. Then during the summer, it goes on a circle closer to everywhere else. So the sun's closer to the continents in summer, so you have summertime, and then it moves further away during the winter, and it goes round like on a loop, on a spiral around the Earth. The sun does, and the moon's following behind the sun all the time, absorbing light from the sun, because the moon doesn't reflect light from the sun; it absorbs light from the sun. That's why it glows in the dark, because it's all the light that it's been absorbing from the sun as it travels around on a circuit around the Earth. So the sun travels around, the moon travels behind the sun. Wherever the position is relative, if the moon is here and the sun is here, then this side of the moon here would absorb light from from the sun. So that'll be the side that you'd see visibly during the night time, because that's what's being absorbed by the sun. The sun goes round an ecliptic orbit around during the winter around the outside. Then during the summer, it goes on the inside track, and then back to the outside, and then back to the inside, and then back to the outside, and then back to the inside, and then back to the outside, back to the inside, back to the outside, and it just loops around like that all of the time, moving closer and further away from the continents. And then that's the reason why you have summer and you have winter. That's how you explain seasons. The moon dust is glowing. There's no moon dust. The moon is essentially, it's not even visible. You can't even see the moon unless it's absorbed light from the sun. It's like a black hole. It doesn't exist visibly. Only when it absorbs light from the sun, only then can you see it visibly in the sky. When it absorbs light, it glows in the dark. What dust do you know? What kind of dust or any kind of substance have you ever seen reflects fucking light like the moon does? You could never do it. Why don't they bring this fucking reflective moon dust back from the moon and say, look, you shine light on it and it's like another fucking torch. Surely there's some application for all this fucking super reflective dust that the moon seems to have. It doesn't do that. The moon absorbs light from the sun. It glows in the dark. That's what it does. Every dust reflects light. No, it doesn't. If I shine, if if the sun shines on my fucking gravel, fucking dusty front, it doesn't fucking shine a light off where I've got to fucking have sunglasses so I not look at the fucking sky, the fucking ground that I'm walking on because of the fucking dust. Doesn't happen. You're literally living in La La Land. Doesn't exist. Doesn't happen. You see, because the light reflects off the object you're looking at and hits your eyes. Yeah. The sunlight reflects off the gravel in my driveway, and it just looks like gravel in a driveway. However, when whenever the sun reflects off of the moon, apparently it lights up bright in the sky like it's a flashlight, apparently. But apparently when the sun hits my gravel driveway, it doesn't shine up like a fucking flashlight. No. The moon absorbs light from the sun. It's a parasitical nature. It literally absorbs light from the sun. That's how it exists. In fact, that's probably the force that forces the sun around its circuit. Like it's like magnetism. It's like a form of magnetism. The moon's trying to like absorb light energy from the sun. The sun's like trying to repel away from the moon, and it's that nature of the moon trying to absorb light from the sun that forces the sun to move around in a circuit. It's like being repelled away by the moon. Also, Joe, if you shine a bright enough light on your driveway, it will reflect light up in the rest of the area. Not in the same way that the moon glows in the dark. Not in the same way. Completely different. Completely different effect. You can't reproduce how reflective the moon is on the gravel of in your driveway. You can't do it. It doesn't happen. Yeah, but the sun is in the daytime, and I'm literally walking down my driveway, and I'm seeing gravel. I don't go, fucking hell, I can't fucking see. The gravel is reflecting the light into my eyes like a fucking mirror, and I can't see where I'm going. No, that doesn't happen. Doesn't happen. Literally fairy tale physics that you're all imagining in your head. Literally, you're all retarded, and you just can't understand this basic things that you can just see for yourself and see. Just literally retarded, bro. I gotta go, man. I want to get some food, man. You literally, you're seeing the truth right in front of your face, and you can't see it. I'm not denying reality. I look at reality and I see it, and you guys deny it. But I've got to go. I'm really hungry. I want to go. Sorry, I can't just keep going round and round in circles all day, just like the moon goes around the earth. But unfortunately, I've got things I want to do. So, catch you all later, guys. Have a good rest of your evening. I'll be back on Tuesday for some Marvel Rivals, but I do feel that the Tuesday date is going to get axed because I want the day free, and I'm kind of sick and tired of Marvel Rivals. In all honesty, I think I'm just drifting away from that game totally. How do you go around a flat surface? I could literally walk in a circle around my room. That's flat. There you go. You're unemployed every day is free. What are you on about? Free to do other things. I make music. I want to do something creative. I code. I You know, I'm trying to learn coding and make stuff and do stuff creative. You know what I'm saying? Trying to do stuff. That's around. That's on it. What's the difference? Yeah, but we don't really know what's going on outside of the Earth, do we? We don't really know what's going on outside of there. What even is this? It probably is bad. But I feel like this is fucking noise. This is some serious levels of noise. I've got to fucking turn this down, bro. It's not even that bad, man. I didn't remember making this beat, but it's not even that bad. I must have made it and thought it was kind of shit, but it doesn't sound that bad. Shit, sorry guys. Um, I've soloed it. Okay, no. It doesn't sound that bad though. I don't remember making this beat, but it doesn't sound that terrible. The bass line needs some work there. I need to put a better bass in there. Maybe good too. Don't save. Oh yeah. I know this beat. I've used it in videos. But anyway, are 5-second loops all you make? Well, most hip hop is just like 4-bar loops, isn't it? So that's pretty much all hip hop is, isn't it? 4-bar loops. Technically 2-bar loops, really. All depends on the samples, isn't it? Really. I never really finish any of my beats. I only ever make like loops and shit. Depends on the beat, I guess. Like, because mainly I'm a rapper in it, so I only ever make like the beat, and then if I ever actually write the lyrics or finish off a track, then I'd expand on the beat. But usually I don't get to that point. Simple Brain, Simple Music. That's just hip hop, isn't it? Hip hop is literally four bars over and over again, pretty much, with some variations in it. I don't need to put the variations in until I'm actually finalizing the track. Like whenever we make tracks back in the day, like you just have a fucking loop of the verse, and you write your bars to it, and then we'd expand on the track after we've recorded all the verses and shit. Yeah. Yo, you better watch it. I'm gonna fuck up it. I ain't gonna bust out any raps, man. I don't do that shit no more, man. Used to be a time when I could just like drop bars and freestyle and shit, but like I don't do that no more, man. Maybe one day, maybe I can flex my brain. It's all about like freestyling. It's all about like just having like a memory bank of like rhymes and lines that you just got like pre-prepared that you just combine together on the fly. And I ain't been doing any of that shit, so I can't really do that really. That's doing my life. I ain't rapping. I ain't rapping. But anyway. But yeah, man, I've got coding, music, and shit to make, and all that kind of shit. So I just want the extra day free because I don't get a lot of like daytime to work on stuff. If I'm streaming, that's all my day gone. And when it gets to evening time, I want to like do other things, play other games, and play with my cousin and stuff like that, man. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. You should make a rap video about the cheating epidemic to bring more awareness to it. It's kind of lame, innit? Kind of gay, kind of lame. Yeah, I'm going anyway, guys. I'll be back on Tuesday, and I'll catch you all later. Also, it's not all day. You start at like what, noon? Yeah, but I do all my exercise in the day, so I get up about 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, or whatever. I'll have my breakfast, and then I'll go for like an hour long walk. I basically walk up all the way around the park. Then I go to the supermarket, do my little daily shop because I can't do big shops because of my back, and I can only carry little bits. And then I'll come back, and then I'll do all my weight training and all my weights, my limited amount of press ups and weights that I can do without literally breaking myself to pieces, just to like improve some back strength. And then on a Monday, after I've done that, I'll go swimming for about half an hour, 40 minutes, and then I come back. That's on a Monday. And then on a Tuesday, I'll do the same thing, except minus the swimming. By the time that I finish my exercise routine, it'll be about 11 o'clock. Then I'll eat my lunch, and then maybe I'll be on for 12. But usually, if I'm late, I'll come on at 1, and then I'll be streaming in the day into the evening. And then that's my day gone. And then Wednesday, same thing, morning, swimming, coming back, and then I have a day free, which is usually where I'd make a video, but I haven't been doing that. And then Thursday, again, it'll be I'm streaming again. So I'm doing my morning, my routine exercise, coming back. But by the time I've done all that, it's the afternoon. You know what I'm saying? Well, it doesn't matter what time I get up. The fact of the matter is, I go swimming, I do my exercise routine, and that's like 4 hours or so of my time that is done for my back exercises and my exercises in general. And then I only have a limited amount of time before it's the evening. It does. You're wasting a few hours of the day. That's on you. Why is it? Like 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock's a reasonable time to get up in the morning. 7, 8 o'clock's perfectly reasonable time to get up in the morning. So get up, give me like half an hour, 40 minutes, eat my breakfast, doom scroll on YouTube, you know what I'm saying? Then go for my walk, about an hour and 20 minutes to do the walk, do the shopping, come back, like half an hour, 40 minutes to do my weights or whatever, then go swimming, or I'll be eating my lunch and then doing streaming and vice versa. And that's like on and off throughout the week. The only time when I'm not doing that is at the weekends on a Saturday and a Sunday. And I get up at like 9 o'clock instead of 7 or 8 o'clock or whatever. Also, you don't need sunlight to stream or to easy. Yeah, but when it comes to the evening, I'm fucking tired and shit. I want to do other things, innit? Like now. Like now, I want to go and eat and like maybe play some Pragmata or some shit. But now, like literally my evening's going away from me as well. You don't need sunlight stream, but yeah, but I like to be organized. I want to be organized. I want to have a set time. Like, look, here's my allotted amount of time where I have energy and I have like awakeness, you know, in my old age, and to do it in that time where I've got the energy and the determination to do it. When I start getting to the evening time, I'm just gonna start getting tired, and I don't want to do it. And that reminds me, I've also got to do my like my VR exercise, and I do my little bit of boxing for like 30 minutes, and just like, you know, more or less just dancing on the spot, but to VR shit really, just to help like increase my back strength to standing up. So I do a bit of that as well. I ain't doing no fucking VR streaming fucking boxing straight session, bro. It's not happening, bro. That doesn't make sense. So you end your stream because you're tired, but an hour after ending stream, you're back on the computer playing games. So yeah, but me playing games, yeah, but it's the social activity that is energy draining. It's not the playing the video games. I was born to game. But it's like I could stream me playing Pragmata, but like I'd just be sitting not wanting to talk because I would just be tired. I'm tired as it is. My head physically is hurting. I'm having to like from all the arguing, really, that I've been doing, and my head's starting to hurt. But yeah, I've got to go anyway, guys. So I'll catch you all on the Tuesday, and yeah, Marvel Rivals, and maybe eventually we'll finish off the Resident Evil playthrough. But I'm only really playing the fucking Resident Evil playthrough for Josh, and I don't think Josh is even here. I've not even seen Josh for a while, and Resident Evil's only really been played for Josh, solely for Josh's entertainment, and he's not even here. Gymnastics, or the mental gymnastics. Yeah, of course, man. Yeah, it's the mental gymnastics, man. Yeah. Super flexible brain that I have, that I'm able to contort myself in ways that all you regular normie brains just can't do. Gotta do more mental gymnastics, man. But anyway, all the goalposts moving. Yeah, that's exactly it. But anyway, gotta go, and I'll catch you all Tuesday. So have a good evening, man. I'm out of here. Peace, laters. I am gone for reals. Absolutely, for sure. Right now, I'm doing it this second, this instant. Laters, gone. Bye. Yep.